House will come to order. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 956. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 956, the third engrossment, an act relating to energy.
To the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to say it's a simple bill. Please vote yes and sit down. But I'll talk a little bit more about House File 956. It's the Omnibus Energy Bill in the Minnesota House this year. The most significant components of the bill are the solar energy standard and the solar energy production incentive. What we've done is we've looked at Minnesota history and seen how successful we were at growing our wind industry in Minnesota. Back in the early 90s, when people thought we couldn't have a substantial and successful wind industry, we started small and we started with renewable energy production incentives. And so we've modeled the solar energy production incentive on what we did for wind in the early 1990s. The solar energy standard is modeled after what we did in terms of setting a standard in 2003 and 2007. In Minnesota, in our wind industry, we now have over 3,000 jobs and 100 Minnesota companies. There's $8 million a year in land payments, and for Mortenson Construction Company, the 19th largest construction firm in the United States of America, they said that wind really saved them during the recession when everything else dried up. They stayed alive. They kept jobs here in Minnesota. They kept people working because of the wind standard. Members, what the bill does is it puts in place a value of solar rate for investor-owned utilities. And this gives them two things that they're looking for. One, in the value of solar rate, they pay somebody who has solar on their house just what the solar is worth to their system. In addition, the person who has that solar buys all their energy from the utility and sells all their production to the utility. This helps the utilities recover their fixed costs. But in addition to the value of solar rate, we have the production incentive so that we can get this industry going in Minnesota. There's a provision in the bill that allows for the creation of community solar, so that if you wanted to participate in a solar project but you don't have the roof for it, that people can come together, whether it's a church community or a school or a neighborhood, and work together to have a community solar resource. We're looking at changing the law in the area of aggregate metering. The best example would be to think about the University of Minnesota. If they wanted to put all their buildings on one meter, we would allow them to do that. There are also some provisions in this bill that are for the utilities that they have requested at the legislature this year. There is a significant rate rider for Otter Tail. It allows them to recover the costs of pollution control equipment at Big Stone 1 in a rider instead of a rate case. There's a provision for Xcel Energy that allows them to recover gas infrastructure costs in a rider instead of a rate case, and also some transmission work that they've done. In addition, there's a Tim Kelly bill, Representative Kelly's bill, funding CERTs is in the bill. Representative Falk has a component of the bill. It is giving $5 million out of the RDF to the University of Minnesota. And Representative Melin has Made in Minnesota, House File 1167 is in the bill. And members, I think with that introduction, what I'd like to just let you know is the Clean Energy and Jobs Coalition estimates that if we pass this bill in Minnesota, we can generate 2,000 solar jobs here. The state of New Jersey has a solar standard of 4% by 2028, and Governor Chris Christie just signed this into law in July of 2012. And what it did is it doubled their old solar standard, which was 2% by 2020. And the reason he did it was the phenomenal economic growth in the state of New Jersey in the solar industry. In New Jersey, they now have more than 5,000 jobs attributable to the solar industry. So members, I'll ask you to vote today in favor of House File 956, in favor of the creation of jobs and helping the hundreds of Minnesota companies in the solar industry, and those who haven't yet chosen Minnesota but who we want to come here.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A44.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is an amendment that I worked on with the munis and the co-ops. Folks may know that when the bill left the Energy Committee, it applied to municipal power associations and cooperative power associations. In the Commerce Committee, we made the bill optional for the munis and the co-ops. And they decided that they didn't really even want it to be optional, so we completely extricated the munis and the co-ops from the bill in the Ways and Means Committee. We still had a couple of things in the bill that they were not happy with, and so I agreed to take them out. One of the things we're changing for them is the language on third-party ownership. We're accepting the utilities language, and we're changing the deadline for a transmission study to give the experts time to complete it. And then we're deleting 4 sections of the bill that they did not like. I'd ask for member support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Hortman, you've outlined the utilities' objections to this, and you're honoring the request to take them out. Why is it that they want these removed from the bill?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that, let me just look really quick at which ones these refer to. There was a study that they didn't want to do, a solar integration study. There was something they thought that perhaps would threaten their right to exclusive service in their territory. And there was one that was a technical provision that we didn't need since the bill no longer applies to munis and co-ops. There's a Dairyland solar project that we wrote the bill around, but it didn't need to be written around.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Would the author yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Representative Hortman, you outlined the fact that the utilities, the municipal utilities and co-ops didn't even want the option of having these sorts of energy generation in their area. Can you outline for us why the cooperatives and munis did not want those that option or that availability for their service territories?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Garofalo. They're already moving there on their own. There's already more than 30 municipal power associations who have solar programs. They're doing it at their own size and at their own pace.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for one last question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, you've outlined that you've given this flexibility to the munis and co-ops over this because they're already moving forward on their own. Yet Xcel Energy already has their own solar program they've been moving forward and going on. Why are you not granting Xcel Energy, Alliant Energy, Otter Tail Power, and Minnesota Power the same flexibility?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo. The governance structure is completely different from municipal power associations and cooperative associations. There's much more of a democratic power system. So in a cooperative association, the board is elected by the members and is accountable to the members. In a municipal power situation, it's really a democratic election process, and so they're accountable to the people. If you or I want Xcel to do something, we need to do it legislatively, because even if all of the ratepayers that live in my district and your district get together and send them a nice letter, there's no requirement that they do it because of their governance structure as corporations.
Representative Gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, the reality of this bill is that ratepayers are going to pay more. Low-income, middle-income families are going to be paying more for a super subsidy for McMansions in the suburbs. That's what this bill is doing. And what Representative Hortman is doing with this amendment is she's making the bill less bad by making sure the munis and the co-ops are insulated from this. But the fundamental underlying premise of this bill is still bad. I'll support the amendment, but just understand what we're working at here is we're carving out people because a statewide policy wouldn't work. There's no way it would get 68 votes.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will Representative Hortman yield for a question? Perhaps it'll be rhetorical, but...
She will yield. Representative Beard.
Representative Hortman, you just made a comment just a moment ago that co-ops and municipals are democratically elected and they can decide which way they want to go. You said that in reference to your comments that Representative Garofalo pointed out, that they're already doing solar and therefore you think it's okay to let them off the hook for this big solar mandate. because they're democratically elected. How in the world can Xcel Energy take care of the people that they take care of, or Minnesota Power, or Interstate Power, or Otter Tail Power, or Dairyland? Well, Dairyland's cooperative, scratch that one. But don't they report to somebody called the Public Utility Commission?
Representative Hortman.
Yes, they do.
Mr. Speaker and members, that's important to remember that small omission that the author of the bill just made to make it sound like they're a big greedy company that's just going to run over people is exactly the opposite of what actually happens when we're dealing with investor-owned utilities. They can't even buy paper from Home Depot without asking and getting permission from the Public Utility Commission. That's how highly regulated they are. You talked about neighbors wanting to get together and have solar projects, Madam Chair. What about the people that have to pay for them? That's who the Public Utility Commission looks out for. They don't look out for Xcel except to protect their rate of return. They don't look out for Minnesota Power except to protect their integrity of their service and the other investor owns. But they look out for the ratepayers, those of us who may not want to join a solar co-op and pay 5 times for the rate of electricity. Oh, by the way, we won't. We'll get a special price. It's all of you poor people that can't put a solar panel on your roof. You're the ones that are going to be paying to make this work. And this does not have to go through the Public Utility Commission. We just tell them to do it because apparently we're way smarter than 5 PhDs who oversee and regulate the regulated utilities that serve the base industrial power needs of our state. Mr. Chairman, whether or not this amendment goes on or not, Mr. Speaker and members, is immaterial to whether or not this is a good bill or not. This is a carve-out for people to buy some votes. I know exactly what's going on here. I won't even tell you how to vote on the dumb thing, but this is going to be a long discussion all night because we're going to continue to come back to the point that munis and co-ops are carved out of this bill. And we're going to demand that the people that have to respond to the Public Utility Commission and provide the baseload utilities electrical energy for the industrial strength of this state, they're the ones that are going to be made to pay. And if you don't have a south-facing roof and you don't have the credit rating to put a $60,000 panel on your roof, too bad for you. You're paying as well.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the A44 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is a result of negotiations I had with Xcel over the weekend. Xcel definitely does not like the bill, and I'm not representing that this is any sort of agreement with them, but this is movement in their direction. We have been working with their advice and in consultation with them throughout the drafting process. In this amendment, I take their language on aggregation of meters, and I also allow them an off-ramp. There are 2 off-ramps to investor-owned utilities in the bill. One is if so many people in their service territory want to sign up for the incentive and put solar panels on their house, a utility gets to start saying no when they've gotten to 1.33% of net revenues committed. So they'll never have to spend more than 1.33% on the incentive. The other off-ramp we have is that when they get to 3% of their power coming from distributed generation, whether it's wind turbines or diesel engines or solar panels, they can go to the PUC and ask the PUC for permission to not take any more distributed generation. And members, I would ask you to vote for these items that make the bill just a tiny bit better for Xcel.
Discussion to the A47 amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the A47 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Benson J. moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A35.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is to solve a problem in my Senate district where a number of citizens whose homes are in danger of having a very intrusive high voltage line put across their property, and they come within just a few yards of being able to meet the state requirement, but not quite. And so this is an opportunity for an alternative energy transmission system for a temporary period of time, so that some new technology, which we believe can come soon, to allow the burying of transmission lines in the future. The people who live in this community would find their situation very, very intrusive. So I will leave it at that, and Mr. Chair, I will call back. I'm getting a phone call here.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if Representative Benson can yield.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Benson, as you know, you and I have been working on this issue for quite some time. I'm just trying to find the paper copy of the amendment. I just want to make sure, is this the Senate language that we have here?
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe, Representative Anderson, it is the same, and it's the A35 amendment. It's marked Hortman.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage you to vote for this amendment. However, I just got a copy of the language. It isn't the Senate language. This is actually a piece of legislation that we've been working on for quite some time. I encourage you to vote for this, but there will also be another amendment coming down the pike that I also encourage you to vote for. So ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I think you should vote for the amendment, but I just want to be clear, it's the House language. We heard Representative Anderson's bill in the Energy Policy Committee, and we added the word cost-effective, so that this fix could be undertaken if it was cost-effective. And I know that there will be some further discussion about what the right formulation is for the final results in the conference committee, but I would encourage members to support the bill, or the amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
The author of the amendment. He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Benson. What I see on line 1.13, it says the certificate of need may be approved only if the Commission finds by clear and convincing evidence that there is no feasible, cost-effective, and available distribution level alternative. How do they go about doing that? How do they prove their clear and convincing evidence?
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I believe they do a study and evaluate it. There is a question of the cost in long-term fixing of this problem. There is a lot of debate between the Utility Commission and others, including XL, as to exactly what the costs are. I have been convinced by the advocates that it is cost-effective, and we believe that we needed this language as a comfort language in case the contending groups who have different feasibility estimates come to some understanding and agreement. So we do want to be cautious that we're not putting undue expenses on this change. And we think this language will allow that.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Benson. Well, and I won't belabor the point. I just think that more information should be available to provide. It should say exactly what that evidence would be, because I think it's rather vague, and so perhaps that's something that can be cleaned up later in conference, because it could mean anything. I don't know what that means. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A35 amendment? Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the A35 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 593.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since the author of the bill in her amendments included basically 3 of my amendments, then I would be pulling this one and 2 others.
Representative Quam, can you I think there are more than that. Can you specify which amendments you plan not to offer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The author also included A41 and A43, and I'm glad to see that she saw the reason, even though she didn't include them in our committee work, she included them in her amendment on the floor. So A41 and A43, along with this present amendment, were included.
Yep.
Representative Quam withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 591.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is to delete the section on value of solar rate. It's not equitable to the low income, the retired, and the many hardworking Minnesotans to have to subsidize in higher rates the money and incentive going into the rich that it can actually afford tens of thousands of dollars to put up these systems and gain the above market reimbursement. And because I feel it's not fair that the poor subsidize the rich, I ask that you vote green on this amendment.
Further discussion of the amendment, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Quam, I think if you don't like the idea of a production incentive, you wanted to probably delete the solar energy production incentive. This section that you'd be deleting with the 591 amendment might be the only part of my bill that the investor-owned utilities actually like. What they like about value of solar is that if somebody puts solar panels on their house and the utility has to pay that person under the value of solar, they would pay only what it's worth to the utility to have that power coming on at that location. So it's not an enhanced rate, and in fact it may be, it's not an enhanced rate from what exists in current law. The other beneficial aspect of value of solar that the utilities like is under that regime, and why they would choose it is the buy all, sell all component, where somebody with these panels on their roof, or if they had a wind turbine, as another example, they would buy all their power from the utility and sell all their power to the utility. So members, I would encourage you to vote no on the 591 amendment. I think it's one of the only pieces of my bill that the utilities like.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the author of the bill, I have other amendments that will take care of the points that you brought up that are weaknesses. Frankly, the buy all, sell all, if you're getting paid more money per kilowatt, then actually you're going to make money on the power that you're utilizing to run your house. So honestly, with the calculations and everything else, I don't think it's a fair return, and I have an amendment that would later on to cap the maximum at the average wholesale price to where there'd be equitable reimbursement to the people instead of sort of a convoluted approach in this section and others.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hortman yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, so under the buy-all, sell-all provision, is this something that the utilities get to decide on their own?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, in my bill, the consumer chooses. In the Senate bill, the utility chooses.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Would Representative Hortman yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman, and if that's the case, there's two different options there. Why would any consumer choose anything other than the more generous subsidy?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, a person would choose whatever they would see themselves benefiting from most, and the possible calculation of the value of solar rate would be greater than other kinds of distributed generation. For example, solar tracks the summer peaking surges, and so it may prove more valuable for the utility to have like on a July afternoon or an August afternoon, and so the value of solar rate may be higher than what the retail rate is, because without purchasing solar at that particular time of day, the entire power grid would be stressed.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman and members, it's important to note here that what's good for the utility really doesn't matter. What's going to happen is the consumer, as Representative Hortman has stated, is going to make the choice in there, and they're going to choose the more expensive, more generous subsidy with regards to the bill. There is no choice in it. There's essentially a consumer mandate to pick the most expensive choice for investor-owned utilities.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author of the bill yield for a question here?
She will yield. Representative Beard.
Madam Chair, as I'm looking at this amendment to delete Section 15, which you insist the utilities are fond of, I'm looking at Subdivision 3 on the top of page 15. A utility may not apply a standby charge to solar voltaic device governed under this section. Madam Chair, what I understand this to be that if you have a solar panel on your house, you don't have to pay the standby charge because you're not taking your electric meter off your house. So I get to help cover those costs that you may not have to. Am I understanding that correctly? Is that what that means?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard. Well, in a buy-all, sell-all situation, the utilities contend that they don't also need a standby charge, because the benefit of the buy-all, sell-all for the utility is they get to recover that portion of their fixed costs that they attribute to serving your home. So where under traditional net metering they want standby charges added for projects that are 40 kilowatt capacity and smaller, they are not interested in seeing standby rates where they have a buy-all, sell-all arrangement.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Madam Chair, then, the environmental benefits, the future tax benefits, employment benefits, and other things, what I call the squishy ones on page 16, is that going to increase or decrease the utilities' affection for this section of the bill?
Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Beard, I would say that might be the part of the section they like the least.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I just want you to know that this is, we're plowing some new ground here, and we had some testimony in committee briefly, although there was not a lot of time to question the testifier, about a program down in Austin, Texas, that has a value of solar I might point out, on a municipal-owned utility where they control the whole process, not dealing with several investor-owned utilities. Members, this might sound like inside baseball stuff, but this is pretty critical information that we're dealing with here tonight. It's one of the reasons that I was really kind of sorry to see this bill come up on the floor, because this bill is not ready for prime time. This is committee work we're doing here. We should have experts that actually have to implement this stuff testifying to us and helping us understand the situation that we're trying to inflict on a $10 billion industry in this state, one of the bedrock industries that makes everything else work. The solar charges, the solar value, 20-year contracts. Madam Chair, are there solar panels that last 20 years? There aren't windmills that last 20 years. And yet we're insisting that by law these contracts can be for no less than 20 years. Will the chair of the committee please yield for another question?
She will
Mr.
yield.
Speaker.
Representative Beard.
Madam Chair, have we vetted in committee how in the world these contracts are going to be broken or changed or altered if there's, say, a tornado, a divorce, a death, or somebody just gets tired of being in the solar business? How do people get out of this?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if the contracts are well written, the contract would anticipate those events, and these would be contracts like any other, and they'd be governed by the contract law of the state of Minnesota.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I wanted you to hear that, because there is actually provision that we touched on briefly in committee, not nearly long enough in my opinion, that talks about what happens with all these subsidies. There are going to be 3 cash flows streaming to your neighbors that put these on their house. What happens if they have a divorce? What happens if they change their mind? What happens if they lose their job and leave the state? There actually is provisions to claw back some of this, we think, but we're not exactly sure. Members, I think Representative Quam would probably be doing us a favor if his amendment goes on, because it's going to take a pretty messy and unvetted section of the bill out of the bill and allow us to come back and fix this next year. I'd encourage you to support Representative Quam's 591 amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Division has been called. All those in favor of the Quam amendment, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you, members. There being 56 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 590.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And basically, this is just a one-word change, and we all realize the difference between must and may. And I have no problem with the Commissioner generating a standard contract. It's very useful. However, I do realize that bureaucracy is not as swift as business and everything else going on, and that oftentimes you have to have a little bit of a customization, a little bit different than the standard. And although I think most people probably would use a standard, I think it would be prudent, reasonable, and the right thing to do to delete the must, insert may, and allow the option of utilizing the standard generated contract or one that suits the exact specific situation of the parties involved. So I would ask you to vote green on this, and I would also ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask you to vote no on the Quam 590 amendment. What it does is it takes a uniform contract out of the bill. It gets rid of the 20-year term of the contract, and it stops the transfer of the renewable energy credits to the utility. The utilities want to have the renewable energy credits transferred to them, so they like that piece. The 20-year contract is really critical to allowing people to get the financing they need to move forward with these projects, so please vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would disagree. It doesn't get rid of that. It just says that if you choose, you can have that contract, or if you choose because your situation between the parties negotiating is different than the standard, that then they would have that option to not use the standard. So it's not preventing anyone from using the standard. In fact, anyone right now has an option, and I think, frankly, we've had quite a bit of solar, wind, and other projects that have been able to work just fine without, this constraint. But again, nothing is prevented. It's may. It's not may not. It's may. So I just like giving the citizens of this state an option.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion of the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Atkins votes no. There being 57 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 595.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this basically removes the subjective value, portions of the value calculation from the rate. And, frankly, we ought to be fairly straightforward and just use actual and, easily visible, hard and well-defined costs and value components, and I think we get into issues when we have some of these subjective. It might feel good to have it in there, but it really makes it difficult for a business to plan if you do a proposal and someone comes up with an out of the mainstream add-in cost. So I would hope that you would accept reasonable and logical calculations instead of subjective. Ask for a green vote.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Quam. The components you get rid of in the calculation of the value of solar are not the subjective. They're actually objective measures that the utilities want to use when they're calculating the value of solar. One of them that you would be striking is the value of the solar given its generation capacity savings. The utilities know how much capacity they need to power the demand, and they are able to calculate the benefit of added capacity at different locations. You also ask that the factor where the utility looks at the value of knowing the price of its fuel, the fuel price hedge value, you exclude that from consideration. And then you also exclude consideration of workforce and employment issues related to the value of solar. And members, if we're about having high quality, good paying jobs in Minnesota, I think we absolutely want to look at that factor. It's something that there's a measurable benefit to us when we create jobs. So members, I'd ask you to please vote no on the Quam 595 amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I frequently drive by a facility that does create a lot of jobs for the wind industry. In my district, there's manufacturing of wind components. Unfortunately, the solar components, as in testimony, are almost, cost and value, etc., are predominantly outside of Minnesota. And as to the some of the other issues, frankly, we had testimony in committee with this formula, and I think Representative Beard referenced the Austin Municipal, and their calculations, reviewing those, did not seem to be realistic, and so I didn't trust that as being a valued equation. Frankly, I see that you probably are going to not be able to accept this, just as you didn't in committee. So I will poll this and hope that conference committee with the Senate can come up with a better total formula.
Representative Quam withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 594.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I apologize. I was very boisterous in cheering for a game this weekend, and my voice is not on par with normal, so forgive me. This amendment is pretty straightforward. Frankly, if you insist upon having dedicated solar, and I don't think we're quite ready, the technology is ready for Minnesota, that we cut the targets in half.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Quam, it's nice to see one that was offered in committee. When Representative Quam offered this in committee, we had no Republicans votes for it and no Democratic votes for it, I think, or it was pulled. I like the idea that the Republican caucus might be behind a solar standard and ready to vote for that here on the House floor today. But members, I think that the standard Representative Quam picks is too low. I spent a considerable amount of time looking at what was happening in the United States and what happened in the 16 other states that have adopted standards. The state of Colorado, that's also served by Excel, has 3% by 2020, and they are on track to meet or exceed that. The state of New Jersey, that has a solar resource very similar to ours, that has a Republican governor we're all familiar with, has 4% by 2028. And Minnesota definitely can meet New Jersey in our ability to attract investment in our state and grow solar jobs. And so I think that's the standard that we should be reaching for, and I'd urge members to reject the Quam 594 amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to correct the author of the bill, all of my amendments were offered in committee, but being the several hours of discussion upon them, you might not have recognized, although I do appreciate you recognized a few of them and you included them in your A44. But frankly, I am not against solar. I just don't think we're there. Frankly, someday it could be very useful. And in the Southwest, there are some applications that I think work, but we aren't the Southwest. We don't have the solar efficiency, and frankly, we have a lot of moisture and changes of temperature that cause condensation. We have snow in May and many other months, and we have ice, and those things make it less efficient to have solar in its present technology. So honestly, this was meant to show that I'm not against solar, but frankly, you're being a little bit aggressive with the bill, so let's see what happens.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for Republican members, just to be aware, for those of us who are against any solar mandate, this is an amendment that would, in fact, have a solar mandate in the bill, so there will be some diversity of opinion on this bill.
Further discussion to the amendment. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 0 ayes and 129 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nornis moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A54.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nornis.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to temporarily lay over this amendment, please.
Representative Nornis will temporarily lay over the A54 amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very straightforward amendment. We have seen a lot of bills coming before us that talk about solar and made in Minnesota. And this really puts kind of a little bit of a definition around it so that businesses understand what we're dealing with when it comes to construction of these products within the state. We're looking at the material cost plus labor, just asking that 51% of materials that are garnered with the product and the cost of actually putting the product together is done here in the state. And I'd appreciate your vote.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Swedzinski and members. I would respectfully ask you to vote against the Swedzinski amendment. I think the intent of your amendment is actually good, but unfortunately it fails in a couple of places. The first part of your amendment requires the cost of material inputs be 51% from Minnesota and the total cost of the solar PV module. The second part of the amendment requires that the value added of all inputs be 51% Minnesota as well. Hearing from some of the manufacturers, they could possibly meet the first or meet the second requirement in your amendment, but the first requirement would obligate our manufacturers here in Minnesota to use a Minnesota solar cell, and there simply just aren't any manufactured in the state. I wish there were. We have a lot of jobs in the state right now related to the solar industry, those directly manufacturing modules as well as those who install modules and manufacture a lot of the products that go into the panel or module. Unfortunately, none that manufacture solar cells. Maybe that's something we can move towards, but right now our manufacturers simply wouldn't be able to meet that requirement. But overall, Representative Swedzinski, a point that I think your amendment misses is actually 55% of the cost associated with the module system is related to installation rather than to the module itself, which is only about 45% of the cost. So I think that your amendment misses the mark on that point, so I would ask members to please vote against it. Thanks.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just kind of, I think Representative Metsa was the one that was talking about how we don't, I think we were talking about the transportation portion of this bill. When we were looking at the manufacturers from the state and how we want to make sure that, we don't have manufacturers from China and Southeast Asia flooding the market with cheap products. In reality, folks, Representative Melin pointed out quite distinctly that we don't. The manufacturers in the state are simply putting products together, and we're willing to carve out and add cost for products in reality that aren't even made here when it comes to real costs here in the state of Minnesota. And I think it's disingenuous. We've got had a vigorous debate on the House floor. I imagine there's going to be a vigorous debate in the future about the place of silica sand. Silica sand happens to be a big, large component of the manufacture of solar cells throughout the globe, and particularly I believe in Georgia, where they do happen to have some production of those products. And I would strongly urge you guys to consider that as we're moving forward, instead of paying lip service to this type of thing, that you take it into hard, real consideration. When we're looking at driving jobs in the state, when we're doing these things and adding cost, we're really not saving the state money. We're costing the state money, and really supporting out-of-country production when you're in support of these types of bills of Made in Minnesota and others, especially when it comes to the solar mandate.
Members, I understand that there's further discussion on the amendment, but there are two amendments to the amendment at the desk, which I think we should take up next. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the first amendment to the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Swedzinski amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A61.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and as we go into this bold new world of making Minnesota this solar mecca of manufacturing, we want to make sure we don't replicate the mistakes of California and the discarding of their solar sludge in the production process. This would just make sure that if during this process you have some items here that are listed, that during that process that this would be waived. So I'd ask for members' green vote.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Melin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Garofalo yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Melin.
Representative Garofalo, could you just I guess, explain what the current regulations are or standards are as far as manufacturing goes in our state and what they're required to do with their byproduct currently and how this would change that.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that members of the DFL party are very concerned about having lead in our drinking water or cadmium or nitrogen trifluoride or other hazardous substances that are in this section. And I would think if you take a look at California and you see what's happened there, they've had some problems. In fact, California solar panel manufacturers, they're exporting some of that solar sludge to Minnesota right now. So this simply says, as part of that production, that in the event that the commissioner determines that manufacturing has these byproducts, that it would allow an exemption from this. It would be revocation of that certification for this very, very generous incentive program.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gavel, that was a very good non-answer. The question was actually to explain the current environmental regulations and standards and what our current manufacturing industry, whether it be solar or any manufacturing industry in Minnesota, is required to do. I guess I didn't hear an answer to that. I'm comfortable and confident that our manufacturers in Minnesota are compliant with current environmental standards. We have some of the highest standards in the country. I personally have toured the solar panel manufacturing plant in Mountain Iron on several occasions, and I have no concerns. And I guess without knowing more about this amendment, I would just ask members to please vote against it at this time.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, earlier today you got up and you spoke on an amendment that you said you didn't feel comfortable with because you didn't have the knowledge, and the body voted down your suggestion and on a bipartisan basis voted against you on that. Many members of your side of the aisle did not side with you, and I'm hoping we'll see the same thing here. We shouldn't be paying people to pollute. And that's what we could do if we don't have this amendment to the amendment, so I'd really urge members to vote green on the A61 amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Swazinski amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A62.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call on the A62 amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And as we have various levels of subsidization and generous payments within this bill, this simply says that under this incentive payment, we want to make sure that low-income ratepayers, middle-income ratepayers aren't being forced to pay a second time for the subsidy. Keep in mind that this subsidy is already in place through the Renewable Development Fund. That's where they're taking the money from ratepayers. We're just saying a second time that you can't have a second level of subsidization to require poor, middle-income folks to have higher, more expensive electric bills. I'd ask for members' support.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would again ask you to respectfully vote against the Garofalo amendment. The incentives for the Made in Minnesota solar modules that are present in the bill, there are no incentives that flow directly to any single Minnesota manufacturer. All incentives go to the consumers, residents, small businesses, and schools, and are paid over a 10-year period. And so, I think that the concerns can be alleviated that the incentives that are available in the bill do not go directly towards the Minnesota manufacturers. They go toward the consumers and the ratepayers. So I'd ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Would Representative Melin yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Representative Melin. As I said in the amendment, this actually is for the payments to the owner of the solar photovoltaic device. But I just want to be clear: if this amendment is not adopted, will ratepayers be paying more? Will their utility bills be going up? Is that a concern or not?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Garofalo. I think maybe Representative Hortman would be a better person to answer questions about the rates in relation to a solar standard in Minnesota. So I guess I can't answer your question directly. I know that there are a lot of Minnesotans right now employed directly or indirectly by the solar industry, and that's what the Made in Minnesota standard was geared towards.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to be clear, the answer is yes. The answer is yes, that you are forcing low-income and middle-income families, hard-working families, to pay more, not once but twice, with regards to the Made in Minnesota program. The first $5 million is coming from the Renewable Development Fund, not a voluntary payment that Xcel Energy ratepayers are forced to pay for through their electric bills. And the second level now is, as people choose this level of subsidization, they end up getting, they're moving off the grid, they're not paying for transmission, they're not paying for distribution, resulting in higher rates. So this is having one neighbor pay for another. Yes, the low-income folks are going to pay more, so the rich folks get their solar toys. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was going to ask Representative Garofalo to yield, but I don't think it would serve much purpose, as he has his opinion on this matter, albeit slightly incorrect. The payments from Made in Minnesota come out of the RDF fund. It's not a subsidization of rates, or it has basically nothing to do with rates. We can argue about the merits of whether or not we should be using RDF funds for this, but the payment comes out of the money that is in the RDF fund, which is collected because we have a permanent nuclear repository of high-level radioactive waste in the state of Minnesota, of which I imagine we'll have a fairly lengthy and substantive discussion about that later. But to that point, it is actually has, even if you want to, Representative Garofalo, read the section of law in the part you're amending, it deals with the RDF Made in Minnesota portion and not with rates. So your comments about it affecting the rates of low and middle income and all other income levels are not accurate.
Representative Garofalo.
Will Representative Falk yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, where does the money for the RDF come from? Does it come from a trust fund ferry in South Dakota? Does it fall out of the sky? Who pays for the money in the Renewable Development Fund?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, the money that's paid for is because supposedly Xcel customers are benefiting from a supposedly low-cost source of energy, but ultimately it's because the people of Minnesota bear all of the burden and risk of having a high-level radioactive waste repository in the state of Minnesota, which is in the floodplain of the Mississippi River, which, you know, most people would think that that's probably not a very smart thing to do. And so as a result, we have a little bit of an offset that's paid into a fund to help us get away from some of these forms of energy that have huge potential impacts, that have huge potential costs to the state. And we can argue about this all you want, but this was part of the agreement that was structured in 1994, nearly 20 years ago, to actually help remove us from some of these really expensive and highly suspect forms of generation that most people here, you know, within this body don't have the technical knowledge to thoroughly or adequately understand or talk about.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Falk, you're right. We are going to argue about this as long as I want. Will you yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, simple question. Who pays for it? Who is it? Is it a trust fund in South Dakota? Does money magically fall out of the sky? Who pays the bill for the Renewable Development Fund?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting back to the original question, the short answer is the rates won't go up as a result of this. But you know what? It's the people who pay for all other forms of generation. No, we can talk about any form of generation, there's a cost to it. And so we have asked the people who are supposedly benefiting, and I use the supposed there, you know, from the supposedly low-cost energy, of which, you know, it's the most expensive form of new generation you could possibly install. But supposedly people are getting all this benefit are being asked to go and help mitigate the cost borne by all other Minnesotans to go and store radioactive waste in caskets right near the Mississippi River within the floodplain.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Falk, I actually agree with you that we should have a permanent repository at the federal level. The fact of the matter is Carlsbad, New Mexico, which currently safely stores radioactive material, wants to have a federal repository. That's a separate issue for a separate time. But Representative Falk, Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, the fact remains the ratepayers are paying for this. And I understand the Democrats are in favor of redistribution. I get it, but you're doing it wrong. You're taking money from poor people and you're giving it to rich people. For the life of me, I don't understand. Why don't you guys just add another tick to your income tax increase for the wealthy people and then pay for solar grants out of the general fund? Why are you sticking it to low and middle income people? That's where the money for this is coming from. So there's two levels to this. The RDF is ratepayers. Ratepayers are paying that amount of money, and I got a funny feeling I'm going to regret offering that suggestion to the DFL party of creating this maybe a new incentive program. So that's the first part. The second part is when you take people off the grid, there are stranded costs for distribution and administration and transmission, which raises your neighbor's electric rates. So what you're doing, members, with this amendment, it's very simple. It says you can't stick it to the lower class and middle income families twice. Don't worry, DFL, you're still going to stick it to them once. You just can't do it twice. That's what this amendment to the amendment does.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Melin yield to a question or two?
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused with the testimony and statements. I hear this referred to as made in Minnesota, but you clarified that the reason we have it is because of installation or installed in Minnesota, and the majority of the costs, as you stated, were from installation, not from the product. And frankly, since no other country or no other location has a made in with less than 50% of components, don't you really mean this is a installed in Minnesota program with made somewhere else, primarily made somewhere else components?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam, there are solar modules manufactured in Minnesota. I don't know how many times I have to say that. There are 149 Minnesotans whose direct job is to manufacture solar modules in Minnesota. 149. There are over 1,800 solar-related jobs on the parts that go into these solar modules manufactured in Minnesota. There are 450 jobs in Minnesota for people that install the solar panels, distributors, etc. There are over 2,400 jobs in Minnesota related to the solar industry. 149 of those are people that actually manufacture solar modules in Minnesota. So when I say made in Minnesota, I mean manufactured in Minnesota.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Melin would yield to a clarification question.
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. So in testimony in committee, we were told that 80% of the cost of the components was outside of Minnesota if the cells were made in the United States. So with your 55 to 45 and with the 80% cost, actually your 45 is probably off of the cheaper Chinese panel cost. Therefore, in clarification, if you used panels made and manufactured in the United States of America instead of China, the actual cost from non-Minnesota components, including installation, would be less than 50%. So then, would you consider that not made in Minnesota, since even the installation doesn't add up to offset the costs of the components outside of Minnesota?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam, as I stated when I was speaking with Representative Swidzinski, that the solar cell, they are not manufactured in Minnesota. That's one part that is not manufactured in the state. That'd be great if it was. Maybe some manufacturers can come in and manufacture a solar cell here. But a lot of the products that go into the solar panel are also manufactured in the state, which is the jobs I just cited, the indirect jobs of the companies in Minnesota that provide parts for the solar modules. In committee, and I know you were there because you were there when I was testifying to my bill, there was I think it's Alexandria that manufactures a part that goes into the solar panel. So there's little manufacturers all over the state that manufacture parts that go into the solar module. The Made in Minnesota language that's in the bill requires that the product be manufactured in Minnesota, as I stated, and as there are 149 direct jobs that manufacture solar panels in Minnesota.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, and I guess I'm, a little different in that assembled in is different than manufactured in, and even granting that we could use Cylindra or manufacture with that plant since it was bought by the Chinese, even with those components, we still wouldn't have it. And when I'm looking at the people of the state of Minnesota, and we're going to raise everybody's electric rates to support a few jobs when the same amount of investment could be done to have a broader scope where the profits and the dollars stay in the state of Minnesota instead of the vast majority of the money that we are raising from ratepayers, from the retired, from the poor, from the working class. That money is going to profits outside the state of Minnesota. And frankly, I have to prioritize what I support. And I support jobs. And I support promoting Minnesota companies. But I have to be smart and do it for the most benefit to the people of the state without having the most harm to the most people in the state of Minnesota. So I don't support the argument of calling installed in Minnesota or assembled in Minnesota, made in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and especially Representative Garofalo, we are all ratepayers. We pay for everything in the world of the investor-owned utility. And in fact, the Renewable Development Fund came about in 1994 when this legislature cut a deal with the investor-owned utility previously known as Northern States Power Company, now known as Xcel. And at that time they were very willing. In fact, they rushed to embrace the opportunity to create the Renewable Development Fund in return for getting the authority from this body to store spent nuclear fuel in 17 caskets on an island in the Mississippi River, 5 blocks from an Indian child care center. They were very willing to ask the ratepayer to contribute to the creation of this new fund, the RDF, because there was much more to be gained in the storage of spent nuclear fuel in an island in the Mississippi River in 17 caskets. Today there's close to 50. Today it's a permanent repository. Northern States Power got a good deal, and the ratepayers got fleeced. They always do.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the difficulties in comparing the costs between solar electricity production and that done using fossil fuels is that we've got a capital cost to install the solar, and then relatively close to zero operating cost after that, whereas in the case of fossil fuels, we've got some capital costs, but then you've got an ongoing operating cost in the form of having to purchase the fuels. So Representative Quam was just talking about the money leaving the state of Minnesota, and I'd like to remind the members that when we burn coal, when we burn natural gas, when we burn petroleum to make electricity, every dime for the purchase of the fuel leaves the state. Because we have no resources in the state to mine fossil fuels. We have no coal, we have no natural gas, we have no petroleum. So every dime for the fossil fuels today, tomorrow, the next day, for the next century, for the next 2 centuries, leaves the state of Minnesota. So we have an opportunity to create some jobs in Minnesota through the capital costs now for solar energy, which will benefit us in many ways and produce jobs in the near term. I urge you to vote no on the amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed the Democrat members are talking about a lot of other things besides the fact that they're fleecing the ratepayers again. And Representative Ansels, I want to brush you up. It's a part of my district is over in that area. You do know that Prairie Island is not an island, right? That's just the name of it. The casts aren't actually on an island. Treasure Island is not actually on an island. And Representative Ansels, I'm surprised to hear you get up and praise the aspects of this bill. I agreed with you in Ways and Means. You voted no on this bill in committee. So I'm not really sure what the defense of this bill is coming from, but let's put the focus back on this where it matters, and that is that we're simply saying that after your first level of subsidization from the RDF, you're taking the money and you're using it to make these solar panels incentivized. After you're doing that, we're simply saying you can't raise people's rates a second time, and if it does, the incentive doesn't qualify. That's all we're saying, Representative Ansels. And if it's such a good idea, everyone's talking about the praise of solar and the promise of solar. It's such a great idea, and there's so much market acceptance that we got to put a gun to Excel's head and force them to buy the stuff. It obviously can't be that good of an idea. It can't be that cost effective if you need not 1, not 2, but 3 levels of subsidization at a rate of $204 a megawatt hour. So members, all I'm saying is just a little bit of sanity in this, just a little bit. I mean, you can't really stand up and praise this bill too much after all. You guys were caucusing it all day. It can't be that wonderful of an idea. So please vote for this amendment.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Members, Representative Uso just made a comment. It's one I've heard several times over the last couple of years, a common theme that somehow money leaving the state is money leaving the state that we never see again. We hear numbers, I've heard as much as $16 billion leaving the state because we don't have any fossil fuels in this state. Well, members, this is an economic principle that I think we should probably just touch on briefly and lay to rest. It may come up again. But the fact of the matter is, electricity is a commodity. It's not an end. It's not an asset that we pile up in a warehouse somewhere. Members, electricity is a master resource. It's used to make paper, make lumber, make flour, make semiconductors. It does a host of useful things for us, including keeping the lights on here and running these microphones so we can hear each other talk. The fact that we don't have any hydrocarbons in this state, and it's hydrocarbons that we're talking about here, to actually turn into electricity is actually a moot point. But by the way, if we had some, we wouldn't allow ourselves to either dig them up or drill for them anyhow, but that's beside the point. This is Minnesota after all. The fact of the matter is our friends have a lot of them, and they're willing to sell them to us at a very attractive price. And again, why? Why do we pipe gas and coal here, representatives? Not so we can stockpile it and look at it and smell it. No, we do useful things to it. We add value. Value added is the key. And we have really smart people in Minnesota who run magnificent machines called turbines in power plants, where we convert coal and we convert natural gas, and in some cases even uranium. Good thing we don't have that in Minnesota. Oh wait, I think we do, a little bit way up north. That's beside the point. The point is, we use the basic commodities and add value. And we do useful things with them here in Minnesota. That's the point. So if anyone wants to bring that old bromide up again, all these dollars leave the state, folks, come on. That's Economics 101. We buy what we're not good at. We sell what we're good at. We sell a lot of Spam. We sell a lot of Medtronic pacemakers. We sell a lot of Scotch tape. We sell a lot of cheese. We sell all kinds of things that we make in this state because we're good at it. We don't have any gas and coal. So what? This is the United States. We buy it from our next door neighbor. Oh, wait, there's a moratorium on that. I think we have an amendment about that later. But members, please, let's get past the Economics 101 argument and recognize that value added is the key we're looking for here, and that's what this is all about.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 71 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. To the underlying Swedzinski amendment. Discussion. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I wore my American-made, union-made underwear in honor of the Swedzinski amendment. I ask for your support, and I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested. I believe there is already a roll call on the Swedzinski amendment. Further discussion to the Swedzinski amendment. Representative Hortman.
Members, as Representative Melin argued effectively earlier, please vote no.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while since we talked about the Swedzinski amendment, but it's a good amendment. It doesn't raise the bar all that high, 51%. It's a reasonable amendment. And the comment about no cells being made in Minnesota, well, this would be a good incentive to make some of those manufacturers do that. That's what we're trying to do here, is incentivize solar production. So it's a good amendment. And just a comment about all of the money leaving the state from Excel or whatever. My son is a proud employee of Excel. He has a home in St. Augusta. They have a home mortgage in St. Cloud. They buy groceries in St. Cloud. He bought a car. That money isn't all leaving Minnesota. A lot of it is staying right here. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the discussion, and I think we just need to kind of have a little more clarification when it comes on this amendment. I believe, would Representative Dean stand for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Representative Dean, you have some experience in some of the manufacture of these products, and I just wanted to, if you would enlighten the House here on just some of your experiences when it comes to solar manufacturing and just what you've seen out in the public. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. No actual personal experience other than a tour of a facility overseas in which the panels actually were fabricated, made, and put together in a very, very complete fashion, and then sent. I don't know if they were sent to China from there or if they were sent to the United States directly. But I asked the person giving us a tour about the little sticker that was put on it that actually said "Made in the United States" right on the panel itself. And to the extent that this was completed, and to the point where the sticker of "Made in the USA" was put on it overseas, that panel was then transported from one port to another, wound up at probably some facility, I don't know if it was Pennsylvania or Ohio or Minnesota or wherever, where somebody added a little piece of a flange or whatever and put it in another box or did whatever they did to it. And that was made in the United States from that standpoint, and probably received some sort of tax incentive or benefit for doing so.
Further discussion to the Swedzinski amendment. Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Dean and Representative Swedzinski. I just wanted to clear a couple of things up because I think the topic is getting confused here. You can all look for yourselves at Section 35 of the Made in Minnesota language, starting on line 31.9. It defines what made in Minnesota means, and what standards the companies in Minnesota have to meet in order to be certified as made in Minnesota. And Representative Dean, the example you just provided is unfortunate, but that would not qualify as made in Minnesota if you look at Section 35 of the bill. My previous statements for why Representative Swedzinski's language will not work still stand. I think the intent was actually good, but unfortunately it's just not workable with our Minnesota manufacturers, which are located in Minnesota and providing jobs to Minnesotans. So I would again ask you to please vote no against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield?
Representative Quam, we're on the underlying amendment.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
The author of that is Representative Swedzinski. Are you asking him to yield?
The Representative Swedzinski would yield. He's the author of the amendment. Sorry about that.
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Representative Swedzinski, it's a couple parts here. One, have you ever heard of anyone utilizing made in when the majority of the components are from outside that locality? Have you ever heard of anyone saying assembled in? And then third, are you aware that frequently international law has, in order for tax purposes, some definitions around assembled in and made in? And I'm sure since we're just doing this in-house in the state of Minnesota, we don't fall under interstate commerce, so we wouldn't be international. But I'm just trying to find some reference, and I really don't have any reference of where somebody has the audacity to say it's made someplace when it's actually maybe manufactured there, which actually means assembled there. And I think we went through this back when we had the outsourcing of jobs to Mexico and other places, and we had a definition for our automobiles and other major components sold in the United States that if we're going to label it made in the United States, it actually was made there. But I'm sorry, if you could enlighten me a little bit, because it's really confusing to me what they're labeling. And I have read in that section of the bill, and to me it sounds assembled as opposed to manufactured. But if the author could just try and help my confusion.
Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, would you repeat the question, please?
Representative Quam.
Why, thank you. I apologize. Are you aware of anywhere that utilizes made in when the majority of the components that are manufactured are not made in that locale? Are you aware of anyone that utilizes manufactured in or assembled in when, in many cases, the majority of the cost of the components aren't even, manufactured there? And then if you've got any reference to made in, manufactured in, or assembled in normal use anywhere.
Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To Representative Quam's question, I believe there are some instances where we do have some assembly plants, particularly in the automotive industry, where we do have a majority of the components built and manufactured outside of the USA that are assembled as a majority of that final product, and that there are other auto manufacturers that do maybe source a majority of their products from the U.S. that are considered foreign made.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Swedzinski?
Just ask for a green vote.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 72 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Guam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 598.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, again, was offered in committee and was rejected, but it's cutting in half the forced extraction of funds, because we all know that whatever percentage you choose, that money comes from somewhere, and frankly, utilities are owned by a lot of pensions, and because we have a problem with funding our pensions, we're actually decreasing the yield and would force a burden onto others, and therefore I don't see a reason to subsidize the rich by taking away funds that would go to the retired people of our state.
Discussion to the amendment, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, this one is a lot like your other amendment on the standard, and I'm not sure how much the Republican caucus wants to vote in favor of the utilities spending up to 0.65% of their revenues on the incentive. This is the program called the Solar Energy Production Incentive, and the way it is structured in the bill is that each of the investor-owned utilities would have a program. People would be able to sign up for solar contracts and get the incentive payments, and a utility would get to start saying no when they had committed up to 1.33% of net revenues. So in the case of Excel, where their net revenues are $26.6 billion a year, they would only have to commit to $40 million in incentive payments. And members, I'd ask you to please vote no on the Quam amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate that they can say no to some of the rich people that are after these dollars being extracted from either the ratepayers or the pension funds. But frankly, obviously, there is no compromise from the author or the majority on trying to soften some of these harsh and drastic changes. And frankly, in order to save a little bit of time, I will withdraw 598.
Representative Quam withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 592.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is an attempt to improve, I don't know, a hodgepodge beast of a bill that I had hoped would have been better before it reached us. But in there is a thing called solar production incentive exclusions, and it's you've got the solar energy production incentive. You're excluding in determination of just and reasonable electric rates from retail service customers. And frankly, if the PUC is supposed to come up with a just and reasonable rate, then all those costs that you're throwing upon the ratepayers, you shouldn't be excluding these wonderful programs and trying to hide and be non-transparent in where you're redistributing the wealth from the poor, the retired, and the hard-working citizens to the few and the rich. And so I don't think we should take away from the PUC's calculations the dollars that we're shifting to the rich with this incentive program.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, I think that probably the Minnesota utility investors would not like this amendment very much, because what you're saying is that the utility can't recover this expense and rates, so it comes out of the shareholders. So it would be a reduced return for the shareholders. You keep saying that there is some subsidy for the rich, and the problem is that right now anybody who wants to have solar panels and is rich can do it. The people who can't participate in this clean energy and can't generate their own power, can't earn money from generating power, are middle class and poor people. And so the solar energy production incentive is really critical to making it available to everybody and making it something that even a legislator could afford, Representative Quam, or just the common person in the state of Minnesota. So members, I would encourage you to vote no on the Quam 592 amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. And frankly, I don't know a lot of people that have the cash sitting around to spend tens of thousands of dollars to install. It's the upfront cost to get into this. Sure, if I have $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 up front to do this, then I can get money back. I can get money back from the retired school teacher down the street that is on a fixed income. And she can't afford, because she doesn't have the money to spend up front tens of thousands of dollars. You know, maybe we've forgotten what our neighbors and our citizens and our constituents go through. This is not a great time in the economy. There's not a lot of money in the pockets. And frankly, a lot of people in my district can't walk to the bank, pull out $20,000 or $30,000 in cash, plop it down, and get this put on their roof. It's people that have more money than the average constituent in my district that can do that. And frankly, maybe I shouldn't call them rich, but I know they're not poor. I know they're not people living on a fixed income. They're not the retired workers that made this state a great state to live in. They're not the teachers that we just passed a pension and other bills to try and give them some money. But, you know, maybe I have a different... I still think when you say, oh, it's only $40 million here, $50 million there, I think that's a lot of money. You know, and if we went back to thinking that was a lot of money and took the diligence and the priorities that it was a lot of money, at the end of the day, when all of those things added up, there'd be a whole lot more money in the pockets of our citizens. And frankly, it sounds like I'm preaching to a wall, because people don't seem to think that having, you know, tens of thousands of dollars laying around to throw up for this is a burden or difficult for the average citizen of the state. So I'll go ahead and pull this off and withdraw it, because frankly, you didn't listen to me in committee. And I was hoping you would listen to me now on the floor of the House. So, just and reasonable electric rates. But we ignore the money. So, on to the next.
Representative Quam withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And am I in order to respond to a comment from Representative Quam and his amendment there?
Representative Purcell, I don't think so. The amendment has been withdrawn, but you can be recognized on the next amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 599.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, and I'm going through all the papers. Yes, this one. Oh, and I will save the author of the bill the time. A roll call, please, on this amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Quam.
Thank you. This is a very simple, straightforward amendment. It says that we would cap the buyback of solar, or the paying to the solar person, at the average wholesale rate, which I think is fair. Otherwise, as we touched on earlier, the buy all, sell all with 30 or 50% or whatever it is in uplift, that if a person used $200 worth of electricity a month and their solar panels produced every single watt of power, that everybody else would be subsidizing them by hundreds of dollars a month. In fact, they would get paid to be hooked up. So they had emergency power, they had backup power if their system ever had a problem, but they'd be paid not to use the electricity. And frankly, I think that's wrong. So by having it as the average wholesale, at least we would say you're supplying, you're using, we'll give you the average of what we pay suppliers and cap it there. Because again, I don't want to, and maybe this will give an opportunity to Representative Purcell's to comment about the poor, the retired, the workers of this state. Oh, and as I heard a whisper from a little bird, nursing homes, the ratepayers of this state, subsidizing those that are rich enough to be able to come up with the upfront costs to install these beautiful panels, somewhat assembled and installed in Minnesota for those incentives. 3 times they get incentivized 3 different ways. At least with this, if they don't add something else. So I would hope that you would accept the average wholesale as a reasonable reimbursement rate to save the burden from falling upon the other ratepayers. Anything above that, anything above the average wholesale will be adding to the cost for every other ratepayer that buys electricity in this state.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Quam, I'm sorry I wasn't quick enough to get up there on your last amendment, but I just want you to rest easy tonight, knowing that somebody, me, is paying attention to what you're saying. And I heard you say, you're talking about teachers. I want to thank you for sticking up for the hardest working government workers in the state of Minnesota, our teachers. Thank you very much.
Further discussion to the Quam amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I'd ask you to vote no on the Quam amendment. Representative Quam, what your amendment does is actually puts solar panels out of the reach of the average person. The whole reason we have an incentive in the bill is so that the average person can participate in generating clean energy for themselves and to sell back to the grid. And you said that these people would be paid to not use the utilities' power. They wouldn't. They would be on the value of solar, and they'd be doing buy all, sell all. So they'd be on the grid. They'd be paying for their fixed costs. The incentive is just like what we did for wind to get the industry going. And Representative Quam, I always listen to you. in committee and on the floor, and you steered me towards the Energy Information Administration website and the great information they had about Minnesota, where I found out that our rates were below the national average, and that where I found out that in November 2012 we generated a third of the energy we needed from wind, something that wouldn't have been possible unless this legislature had taken action in the past. So Representative Quam, I always listen to you, but I would encourage members to vote no on your amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you for a couple of the comments there from different members. And, you know, I would ask the author of the bill to yield to a question, maybe two.
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Representative, what is the median income of a citizen of the state of Minnesota? Just a ballpark is good enough.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Quam. I believe it's $52,000.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $52,000. I remember in committee hearing that'd be, $25,000, $26,000 for the average house to, from one of the testifiers. So half of the annual income for the average citizen of the state of Minnesota would have to be there in order to pay for this. And that's with incentives. So frankly, I'm confused how this bill and these programs are going to help the poor or even the average Minnesotan to be able to have the upfront cost to install these. And so I just have not swayed by the thought that this will, or argument that this will help the poor to utilize installation and have the same benefits. And maybe I did, again, have a different standard of what rich is. But I grew up on the farm in rural Minnesota, and frankly, I just think that not a lot of people have half their annual income sitting around in the bank to be able to use for something like this. So I would ask that you take the reasonable step of setting a cap, because if you read these formulas and you're not, even if you are experienced, read the formulas, read all these components, and frankly, they should confuse most of you, because they actually seem to confuse some of the testifiers when they were asked about it in committee, exactly what this meant or that meant. And is this really good without some sort of a cap? And I picked a cap. Maybe somebody else could pick a better cap. But we have to have some reasonable ceiling to this to avoid an unintended consequence of really, really burdening, again, the teachers, the retired, the workers of the state, and the poor that have to, especially in the winter, have electricity. And I ask you, put a reasonable cap on. Vote green for reason and logic.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 74 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson R. moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A34.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Erickson.
I'll withdraw this amendment at this time.
Representative Erickson withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A42.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to see Representative Erickson's amendment offered ahead of mine because, frankly, his is superior to my amendment. So at this time, I'd like to lay this over.
Representative Beard lays over his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Guam moving to amendment House File 956, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded 596.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is the second to last one, I believe, of my few amendments. And this basically what it does is steps back from the increase to 40% for the renewable. And, you know, frankly, going from 25 to 40 in 5 years, that's 15% jump in a short period of time. That's disruptive. It'll be expensive, and I feel it will dramatically impede the economy of the state. A lot of people say, well, why don't we have 100% renewable? And frankly, there's only one renewable, hydro, that's a baseline, so that when you have to guarantee that you can supply the manufacturers in northern Minnesota, the iron mines, the citizens power for the peak summer, for the peak winter, you've got to be able to have sufficient baseline to undercover the days where maybe it doesn't, blow wind. Maybe your peak is in the late afternoon and evening when you've lost efficiency off of your one position solar panel. And frankly, I just think we need to step back and say, gee, this is what we'd like to do maybe, but is it practical? And is it reasonable to go from 25 to 40 in 5 years? So I don't think it's reasonable. I think it creates a burden for our citizens and our employers. But, you let me know. Hopefully you can vote with me on this one. We did have that one where all of us were together. I'm glad I united the body on something. So I'll just sit down and let you vote affirmative.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested.
Thank you, Mr.
Seeing
Speaker.
15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'd encourage you to vote no. What this does is delete the 40% by 2030. All of the investor-owned utilities are on track to meet or exceed the standard. When we passed the standard of 25 by 25 in 2007, we gave the utilities 18 years notice of what the benchmark would be. If we pass this today, we're giving them 17 years notice. They do long-term planning, and in their integrated resource plans, they need a long lead time. All of the investor-owned utilities have reported minimal impacts to customers with incorporating the wind. In some of the testimony in committee, the utilities were able to add wind as their lowest cost resource to put on the system. And energy costs have not increased because of the standard, and it's created a lot of jobs. So members, I would ask you to please vote no.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And members, just to be very clear, if you look at the resource plans for investor-owned utilities, for the first time in our nation's history, they're projecting very incremental, if any, demand growth. So what you're going to be doing is forcing these utilities to produce more power that they don't need. At the same time, they're not going to be able to decommission their baseline power for purposes of stability. So this is a very bad idea. The amendment's a good idea. The original idea is a bad idea. So please vote in favor of the 596 amendment.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'm so glad Representative Quam pointed this out to us, because all the little amendments that were made here to help find comfort language and buy some votes, one of the things we have not done is repealed the 40% that applies to everybody, municipals and cooperatives and IOUs in the entire state. Mr. Speaker and members, there's been a lot of discussion from the chair of the committee about how wonderfully the 2007 legislation worked and how we're making it work and how we're prospering and all this stuff. I just want to point out a huge difference, just two huge differences between the 2007 legislation and this legislation. One of the words that the chairwoman used herself just a moment ago, the low-cost option. Whenever we put the 2007 legislation together, the committee at that time, whether you agreed with it or not, basically cast a vision and said, here are the steps, here's the percentage we want you to get, and with a few exceptions about some sort of a turkey litter plant in Benson, we didn't tell the utilities how to do it. We just said, do it. Here's the standard, reach it in the best cost, most effective way possible. That is what they've been asking for with this solar mandate all year, and what this committee has been obtuse in not allowing them to perform to. We haven't honored their request, we haven't honored their, or heard their complaints, or listened to their suggestions. This bill is very prescriptive and tells them how they're going to do it and what rate they're going to pay, and for crying out loud, you'd think we'd learn our lesson. We actually put the rate into statute in this bill. Wowzers. The next legislature will have something to do when they come back and fix it again, like we're going to do on another bill here probably tomorrow. Now, the members, we gave them a standard and said, go do it, you're the experts, make it work. This bill does not do that. And oh, by the way, now we're cranking it up to 40, and we're not even halfway to 25 yet. This is energy policy by bumper sticker slogan. There's no scientific basis for what's happened, and we didn't even have a chance to vet that in committee. It just came up. Oh, by the way, here it is. Members, if you care at all about a reliable, cogent energy policy, you'll support this Quam amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hortman yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Hortman, you just said that all investor-owned utilities are on board with this. They're on track to make it. What about the others? What about the, if you could maybe tell us if you've talked to them, if they're on board, and if you could maybe name the ones that are on track to make this very, very tough standard.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pepin, for the question, because it gives me an opportunity to correct what Representative Beard says. This does not apply to anybody but the investor-owned utilities, and never has. In my original draft in the Energy Policy Committee, this particular provision never applied to the munis and the co-ops. This provision came from Representative Hornstein's bill, House File 880, and that in his bill, which we heard in committee, it applied to everybody, but the portion of his bill that I brought into the committee bill, I had it only apply to the investor-owned utilities because they have been able to do it cost-effectively in their portfolio, and they're on track.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hortman yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Hortman, have the investor-owned utilities told you how much this is going to cost to buy that 4% solar requirement? Have they said how much that's going to cost?
Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, no, they have not. What I have is information from their filings, from their compliance reports, where Excel reported that energy prices were 0.7% lower with wind in the system than without. Interstate Power and Light reported about a net even. Otter Tail reported about a net increase of 2%, and Minnesota Power reported that renewable expansion plans produce no negative cost impacts to customers.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hortman. Well, I talked to a representative from one of those investor-owned utilities, who said that the cost to buy the 4% is going to be $1 billion. $1 billion for a form of energy that has a capacity of 21.7%. So a highly unreliable renewable, not that we shouldn't have renewables, but to get up to that 4%, it's going to cost one utility $1 billion. And I just don't see how that's cost effective. I don't see how that's helping anyone in the state. If they can get there, and they're saying they're on board to do that, why do we have to put a mandate in place? Let them get there. Let them work on it. But if it's $1 billion, they don't do that out of the goodness of their heart. And I'm happy that they're on board to do that. They were also happy to be on board, I remember, when we put this renewable energy standard in place. And the reason they're happy to do it is because they pass it on to the ratepayers. We pay it. And so every time we put a new mandate on, a new renewable mandate, and I will remind everyone that renewables do not have baseload power. You need a backup plan. And so the more we push for renewables, which I admit are nothing wrong with renewables, we should explore all options. But the more we push for renewables, the more we're driving costs up, the more we're making taxpayers spend more money at a less reliable form of energy, and it doesn't make much sense to me. That's why I support this.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, the $1 billion is Excel's assessment of what it would cost to get to 4% by 2025. Of course, when we ask the economists in the solar industry to back that up, they can't understand where Excel gets that math. But even if Excel is correct, and they will spend a cumulative total of $1 billion to reach the solar standard by 2025, that's on a rate base that we pay in of $26.6 billion a year. So $26.6 billion a year for the next 10 years is, I think, and that's $260 billion. So if out of the $266 billion that we pay in our electric rates over the next 10 years goes to solar, then the percentage, if it costs $1 billion, then the percent, I believe, is 0.5% of our cost would be going to solar. And I think that's affordable for Minnesota.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hortman yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Hortman, the numbers I have is, I mentioned the capacity that I have at 21.7% for solar. And if you compare it to some other energy sources, such as nuclear, at 90%, and then we know that one of the companies it's going to cost them $1 billion, which is going to be passed on to this. How do we justify to the people that we represent that we're mandating our utilities to get one of the very most expensive forms of electricity for us, and the capacity factor is very, very low? I don't understand how we can justify that, especially when, you know, what's going on in the economy after that $2.6 billion tax bill that your side passed a few weeks ago. How do you justify the capacity factor? Is there a mandate in here that capacity factor is moved up? I don't know that you can move the capacity factor up, so maybe you can respond to that as well, if you'd yield.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin. The capacity factor of solar ranges from 0.22% or 0.22 to 0.32, but solar is intended as a peaking form of energy, and it's available. It matches the summer peak very well. The coal and nuclear and natural gas aren't free either. In Excel's latest rate case that they filed, they indicated they invest $1 billion a year in capital, and in this particular rate case, when they initially filed it, they were seeking a 10.7% increase, or $285 million. They were asking for $81 million to make capital improvements on Monticello. They were $89 million to make capital investment in core plants, substations, poles and wires, transformers. They were asking for $40 million for last year's increase in property taxes, and they were asking for $75 million because of decreased usage by customers. So whether your investment in energy is in coal or nuclear or in solar, it's not free. And the cost of maintaining the capital of the nuclear fleet and the coal fleet is very expensive. In fact, A lot of coal plants are slated for closure by 2016 because they're too expensive to retrofit. They've just simply been on the system for too long. The one thing that we know about solar and wind is the fuel price. We know that price forever. We can estimate how long the capital infrastructure will last, but we have a lot more certainty about the price of wind than we do about the price of natural gas, the price of plutonium, or the price of coal.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hortman. Well, members, this bill, I think the highlight of this bill is what we're going to be giving to the people of Minnesota is we're going to give them far less reliable energy at a far, far more expensive cost. We are going directly backwards. This amendment attempts to fix some of that, and so I encourage you strongly to vote for this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Because I made a comment about the 40% standard applying to everybody and it was challenged by the chair of the committee, I'd like to direct members' attention to page 23 of the bill. The first thing I'd like to point out is that there is a difference between the bumper sticker slogans here. 25 by 25 applies to everybody except the utility that owns a nuclear facility. They get to go to 30 by 20. And then you'll notice, oh, by the way, that company that has the temerity to own a nuclear generating facility has a limit that no more than 1% of 25% can be solar. Madam Chair, I'd suggest you have a conflict in your bill unless you have some notwithstanding language somewhere that overcomes the lines at the bottom of page 23. At the top of page 24, it merely says by 2030 each public utility shall generate blah, 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 40%. 40% of their total electric sales. Even if she finds some notwithstanding language, members, to exempt the co-ops and municipals, let me tell you how this game works. Right now, you may feel like you're exempted or you're only at 25. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. But this is the night someone used to say on this floor, the nose of the aircraft carrier under the tent. Your turn is coming. But I'm telling you, at the top of page 24, 40% is in the bill that you're about to vote on.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 597.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, this is my last amendment. But you notice that there has been discussion about baseline and renewables, and we have an opportunity to strike just a few words so that the only truly baseline renewable power can fully count towards the renewable power target. And frankly, the renewable is Minnesota water. Whether the dam is in the state or is receiving all that wonderful water that's flowing northward between North Dakota and Minnesota. So I ask you, isn't it right and proper that hydro be fully considered and that you don't pick some hydro and not hydro? Because frankly, hydro doesn't have the carbon, it's renewable, it has baseline control. If the wind's blowing or not, if the sun's shining or not, you have power. So frankly, I don't understand why anybody would not agree that hydro should be considered renewable for our targets. So please vote green. Yep, I'll save the the hand, and I'll use the other hand. We want a roll call on this.
Roll call's been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Guam.
And vote green. I'd love to hear the arguments why hydro shouldn't be considered, or only partially considered.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Quam. This issue was debated when we, in 2007, increased the renewable energy standard, and I think the increase in the renewable energy standard passed off this floor with more than 100 votes. So a vote for the 597 amendment would be a flip-flop on your 2007 vote in favor of the renewable energy standard, because the determination was made at that time that what we're trying to incentivize is the production of new clean energy. And so to count this large out-of-state project that was already on the system wouldn't further the interest of Minnesotans in building clean energy in our state. So members, I'd encourage you to vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. And, I believe in honesty and transparency, but frankly, as I look at this body, I see the majority of this body probably wasn't involved in that vote. And frankly, I see that time has changed. And that's why you're arguing for this bill, is times have changed since then. Otherwise, why would have you pushed when all of those people voted for that target and now you disregard that? But I'm not arguing then and now. I'm just arguing what's logical, and frankly, for political reasons, coming up with which I find to me silly, saying this hydro is good, this hydro is bad. Oh, since this company is involved with it, we'll allow their hydro that's over this limit to be counted. Let's stop with the games. When I was elected, I was told to try and stop with the games. And let's be honest, hydro is hydro, water's water. This is the only baseline renewable energy that we've got now. Maybe we'll have, Representative Davids invent something, or Representative Hornstein invent something that will be renewable and baseline. But until then, at least be honest with the state of, the people of the state of Minnesota, and say it's silly to say some hydro is good, and we acknowledge it as renewable, and other hydro isn't as good, so we don't count it. Justice is blind and should count everything the same. And I ask you to not be blind to whatever political reasons came up with a compromise, so many years ago, and support, science, reason, and logic, and that delete the extra words and just say hydro is renewable.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 73 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A37.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. What this amendment does the A37, it allows co-ops and munis off-ramps from the renewable energy standard if the mandate drives up energy cost. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I get most of my information about energy, especially electricity, from my local co-op and also my municipalities. And for some reason, their story about these renewable energy standards and their cost is a lot different than what I'm hearing on the floor today in many cases. Okay, and there's a couple things that I just share from them. The first is an article from Energy Elitism, and their general manager says this. He says that a 2% mandate for solar would cost the citizens of the state of Minnesota over $100 million per year. And that does not factor in the additional cost of incentives, rebates, or higher prices for electricity. He goes on to say Minnesota is awash in energy. There are far too many kilowatt hours chasing too few electric outlets. Yet the promotion of solar and wind by members of the Minnesota legislature will mean that electric cooperatives will be even more excess generation than they will pump into the market at a loss. That in turn will lead to higher energy costs. So unlike we've been told, according to my local manager in the co-op, he says these alternative mandates actually drive up the cost. And of course that's what we actually see and what I've seen in my business and also in my residential area. The next thing I'd just like to point out is that there's an article, Natural Gas Prices Are Down, Why Aren't Electric Rates Falling? Well, the article goes on to say the reason that they're not, and this was in a Wall Street Journal article from the Minnesota Rural Electric Association, in 2011 the state's electric co-ops lost more than $70 million, members, because of the high cost of wind power, $70 million. So I don't know where the efficiency is coming. I mean, we're certainly getting conflicting information when my co-ops are telling me that they lost $70 million on wind turbines in 2011. Now that loss turns around into higher rates for all types of people, the poor, the middle class, our businesses, and the wealthy. Unfortunately, it's the poor, the middle class, and our business, and many of our businesses, especially small businesses, that can least afford it. And they're the ones that produce less jobs because of higher energy costs, which is what we're doing here, members. You know, Representative or Chair Hortman, I didn't want to call you the wrong name. Not Chairman, Chairwoman. You know, I can't think of a single situation where government comes in with subsidies and mandates where the cost of something goes down and the efficiency goes up. Okay? It's just the opposite. The cost actually goes up and inefficiency increases. And that's exactly what my local managers are telling me. So I appreciate that you allowed some exclusions for local municipalities and co-ops, but on the other hand, I think their current mandates are already causing them problems. The last one I'd like to share, here's one other thing about wind turbines. It says that some people claim windmills generate 1.5 megawatts per hour. This is assuming that the wind blows all day and all night. The article says that's just silly. In fact, they only make electricity about 5 hours out of the day. So if you put an assumption into your figuring that the windmills are generating electricity 24 hours a day, you're going to come up with a vastly different conclusion about the cost of windmills versus what they're actually doing. And this one finally takes the cake, members. I thought I was reading the funny papers when I read this. Out in North and South Dakota, they have actually hired biologists to stand with binoculars and watch for whooping cranes because the windmills are built in the whooping crane migration pattern. The result is, if they see a whooping crane, okay, if one of these biologists with binoculars in North and South Dakota, and again, I'm not reading out of the funny papers, this is out of my local co-op paper. If they see a whooping crane within a mile or two of the windmills, they have to shut the windmills down, members. So now, you see how poor government logic leads to ridiculous results? We got biologists, which I'm sure we're paying health insurance and pension plans for, and a salary, okay, with binoculars looking for whooping cranes in North and South Dakota, and if they see a white bird from a mile to 2 mile distance from the windmills, they have to shut the windmills down. I wish I was making this stuff up, members, but this is why our founding fathers believed in limited government, because they understood the people locally can decide much better than a body of elected politicians, okay? So what this amendment does, members, it allows your local municipality boards and commissions to have a waiver from the mandate if it actually drives up the cost of electricity for their rural areas and for their communities. I think this is a good mandate. We can make a suggestion about alternative, but at least allow these local members and boards the flexibility to decide how to deliver the lowest energy costs to their members. And lower energy costs, we know, translates into better economic growth and ultimately more private sector jobs. One last comment we've heard so much about jobs is that, you know, when the government artificially inflates through cost one area to create jobs, ultimately you lose hundreds of additional jobs in other areas because of those higher costs, especially with energy. We just had a long-time company in my district that employed 200 to 300 people close up shop and leave, okay? And they'd been there for as long as I can remember, at least 25, 30 or more years, employing local people. They're gone, members. The taxes and the energy costs Minnesota is producing for them is not competitive. Now, I'm sure there are other reasons also, but that's a major factor in expanding businesses here in Minnesota and also hiring additional people. So again, it's the law of good intentions. You have good intentions, okay? But the consequence of those intentions is bad for Minnesota private sector, it's bad for our citizens, and it's bad for the state of Minnesota. You know, I'm going to, after this session, I'm going to have to go to a re-education camp, because how does a $3 billion $3 billion tax and fee increase on the private sector, plus higher energy costs, plus a minimum wage requirement, how is that going to lead to economic prosperity for ourselves and our children? You know, you couldn't come up with a better formula, members, to create a recession or dampen the economic progress in this state. I don't see how you could. And yet those are the types of bills that we're passing off this floor. So members, please vote green on this. Give your local municipalities and co-ops the opportunity to have competitive rates and in an environmentally friendly way without and I'll quote the article, the silliness of the government mandates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, please vote green.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to go and maybe offer some corrections for a few things that were stated here, and I'm not going to go through all of them just because of the litany of them, but it was brought up that there is a $70 million loss that's being attributed to some of our cooperatives and other electric providers. They signed a bad contract. You know, you can't prevent people from making bad business decisions, and that really is the truth of the matter when they're losing the supposedly $70 million. You know, the cooperatives, the G&T providers there, they went and did a deal with Florida Power and Light, which has been consequently, you know, or since renamed, and they lost a bunch of money because they negotiated a pretty poor deal. They made a bad business decision. And so once again, when we look at the other utilities and what the costs of the renewable energy standard have been, Excel went down. The other one's basically unchanged. Very small percentage change, as Chair Hortman had explained earlier. And, we hear a lot of things around here that are said by different folks representing the utilities. They got a lot of representation here. Nobody doubts that. They're always people out in the hallway you talk to. But, a lot of the claims that they make, that they tell us, they're not often supported by the dockets they file at the Public Utilities Commission. And so I just sometimes kind of wonder, what the real truth is. I'm sometimes curious. And, about this comment, the whooping cranes and having to shut down the wind turbines in North Dakota, great hearsay story. Show me an official docket, show me an official filing that substantiates it. I'd love to see one. Haven't seen one yet. So we continue to hear all these horror stories and all of these, litanies of hearsay about this could happen or that, or I heard this from my local cooperative manager, or I heard it from this municipal power person, but it doesn't make it true, oftentimes repeated. And when you actually read through the dockets that they file at the Utilities Commission, they tell a little bit different story. And, I had a person I know that cares deeply about these issues, and said it'd be kind of fun to actually pass a law that requires that the people have to tell the truth, and if they get caught not telling the truth, they'd have to come back and explain why they didn't tell the truth. That'd be kind of a fun discussion to have.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move for a call of the House.
Representative Dowd moves for a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, it will be called the House. The clerk will take the roll on the call of the House.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Gavel.
I think you inadvertently hit Speaker Thiessen's button up there.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that all those not present for voting be excused for voting at this time.
Representative Purcell moves that all those not voting be excused.
Further proceedings?
Mr. Speaker? I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and Sergeant Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Very good.
Representative Garofalo moves that further proceedings of the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion prevails.
All right. Top one. That's what I was trying to
Back to the amendment members. Further discussion. Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd say there are some deceit and lies, Representative Falk, in the energy debate, and it comes from the renewable energy standards and the people who support that for financial gain versus what's lower electrical cost in our state. And I have a copy of the article that came right out of my local co-op. I also have a friend who's from North Dakota, who is a medical device engineer, and I asked him, because he goes back to North Dakota on a regular basis, and he said, yes, about 2 times a year, spring and fall, they've got biologists out there with binoculars looking for whooping cranes and shutting down the turbines if they spot one. I mean, this is nonsense, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And I urge you to vote for this amendment. I urge you to care about the poor, the middle class, especially, and our small businesses, and not put more mandates, help them be able to decide whether or not to comply with these mandates, and also don't put any new mandates on them. They want clean environment and clean energy in their communities. I don't know a single person who doesn't. But us as a body mandating this stuff with government is simply going to drive up the cost and create inefficiency and hurt our businesses from creating more jobs, and send the message with higher electrical costs, do business someplace else. Don't come to Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask you to vote no on the Gruenhagen amendment. I don't have the munis and the co-ops in my bill. This puts them in the bill. It also undoes the 2007 vote that people are on record, and I'd ask you to vote no.
Further discussion, Representative Kahn.
Representative Gruenhagen, yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Representative Gruenhagen, do you have to shut off the solar when there are whooping cranes around?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Kahn. I will consult with some experts and see if that's necessary. Right now, I just know it's windmills, okay? Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Gavel.
The clerk should call the absent members.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
I'd move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Murphy moves that all those not voting be excused from voting. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A52.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one of the biggest problems that we have with solar and with wind energy now is storage. And the technology is not just there yet, or if they do have the technology, it's very unaffordable and cost prohibitive. So, for instance, if you take a look at Germany, first of all, they subsidize just to get the solar panels and the windmills, and now they're having to subsidize to get storage, to get batteries. So what they're doing now, in an article that I just brought up here, was they're going to be, they have a fund to help subsidize battery storage for solar energy. And I saw two different articles. One said the fund had $32.6 million set aside. One said $65 million. Now, the total population of Germany is a little less than 82 million people. So, as you can see, that's quite an expense. Now, I know that by telling the Democrats on the other side of the aisle that the government is going to start subsidizing the batteries, I know that I'm risking giving them a good idea for the future. But storage really is a huge problem, folks. And it has been suggested that if we want to invest in renewables, we really should be investing the money in research to improve storage and technologies that will make renewables more affordable. This amendment would suspend the renewable standards on utilities until the legislature determines that a cost-effective and reliable technology exists to store energy generated from intermittent renewable energy sources in order to minimize the costs and inefficiencies that are a result of the intermittent nature of wind and solar energy. I encourage a green vote on this common sense amendment. Thank you.
Discussion of the amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it just saves time. I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, I understand. I think I understand. The contention of the amendment is that we're purporting that solar and wind would replace baseload power, and so that wouldn't be practical unless you had a battery storage system so you could dispatch that technology at any time, whether the sun wasn't shining or the wind wasn't blowing. But we're not promoting wind and solar as a replacement for baseload power. What we're promoting wind and solar for is for peaking power. The summer peak pattern matches the demand curve for, or the production curve for solar energy. So solar is producing when the demand is highest in the summer. So there's not a need for storage. What it does is it prevents brownouts. You know, there was a brownout on the East Coast in 2003 that cost $8 billion, and just 500 megawatts of distributed solar generation would have prevented the entire blackout of the eastern seaboard. There is a great Minnesota company called Silent Power in Baxter, Minnesota, and they testified in our committee when we had our committee hearing on wind energy. And what's great is they're a nation leader and they're here in Minnesota. But members, we don't need battery storage before we ramp up our renewables. What we need is to do what our utilities already have done, is match their addition of renewables onto the grid when we need that power. Like a natural gas peaking plant, you can use it when it's there and when you need it, and you can turn it off when you don't need it. And so, members, I respectfully ask you to vote no on the Scott amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Garofalo.
Representative Hortman yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, you said several times now that this is meant to replace peaking power plants. Can you tell me, if this is meant to replace peaking plants, what will happen if we need peak power when it's not sunny?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo. It's a supplement to peaking plants. We will always have natural gas peaking plants. It's a supplement, and the real benefit of solar is it's distributed generation, so it's near where the power is needed. So if there's one part of the grid that's having excess demand and having a brownout or a blackout, another part of the grid that has solar will be able to supply the needs on one of those high energy days with that distributed generation.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Hortman, just if I can explain this correctly, then, this is not going to replace any of our existing power generation we have in the system. Whether it's baseline, whether it's peaking, and the usage is not going up. So what we're doing is forcing utilities to invest in additional capacity, additional generation. And what Representative Scott's sensible amendment says is that it has to be cost effective and have battery storage backup to make sure that it is available, so it can be used for baseline. So it's very sensible, and again demonstrates one of the flaws in the underlying premises of this bill.
Further discussion. Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure if the bill's author is aware of what is written in the Senate bill or not, but what the Senate bill does, and it's kind of unusual, but they actually put their hopes and their dreams in their bill. And one of the hopes and dreams that they have in the energy bill is that Minnesota would be the first state in the nation to completely rely on nothing but renewable energy. And I've got the wording here, I won't read it verbatim, but that's in essence what it says. So I think we better have some good storage in case that dream of theirs ever comes true. Thank you. Please vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Would the author please explain, since we're talking about that solar so much, the nameplate, any derating, and other factors about what the production is? Also explain that a fixed installation has efficiency during a short period of the day and less efficiency during the morning and the afternoon, and that explain where that efficiency, derating, etc., comes into account with peak energy, which is later in the afternoon and into the evening, so that the people that haven't been in committee don't understand that solar, you put it up, and as soon as the sun pops up, it's just full power out until the sun goes down. Would you explain how that is not true, and just sort of enlighten us on the issues of solar and quoted ratings of output?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Quam. I don't know what you want me to do in answer to your question. Do you want me to explain the concept of capacity versus energy output of systems? Or if there's some sort of point that you want made, I think you might be better equipped to make whatever point that is than I would.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that you could talk about, the nameplate. You could talk about, I'm trying to understand why you're saying solar is peak when the peak efficiency and the output rating is at one part of the time, and the actual peak usage in the summer is at a different time, and explain just how much less output from peak output the solar panels have when there's actually peak time. Because you keep using the word peak, and frankly, I don't think the peaks intersect. So I don't think that you can use the full whatever capacity as peak. So can you explain during summer peak hours, really, what is a derating of solar?
Representative Hortman.
I think he was asking me to yield, and I think the answer to your question, Representative Quam, is peak summer load is on hot July and August afternoons when people go home from work, everybody turns on their air conditioning and starts cooking dinner at the same time, and all of our commercial processes haven't ended. At that time is when solar is producing the most. That's what I mean by the peak matching a summer peaking demand.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. Actually, that's not when solar is at a peak in production, because the angle of the sun, the solar efficiency doesn't match up with the peak. So I don't see anywhere in the bill that derates, and I don't see anywhere where you take into account those issues. So if you truly are forcing the PUC and the utilities to count solar as peaking, then at least be honest with the physics, the math, and the reality of the non-overlap of peak versus peak, and be true. And frankly, I'm going to vote for this amendment because the numbers just don't add up no matter how I look at this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Murphy.
I'd move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Murphy moves that all those not voting be excused from voting. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
And Mr. Speaker?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Murphy moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Scott moves to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 855.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this amendment, utilities are exempted from renewable energy standards as outlined in this bill if no additional generation is needed by the utility. Flooding the grid ultimately causes rates to go up because the cost of energy is higher and there's also a waste of energy, so I'd encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask you to vote no on the Scott A55 amendment. The amendment would not apply to anybody. It's a little bit nonsensical. I think it's intended to neuter the renewable energy standard that we adopted in 2007, but every investor-owned utility that testified in my committee testified that they meet sub 1 or have filed that in their rate increase request at the PUC. Every single one has testified that they meet number 2, and every single one has testified that they meet number 3. So the amendment wouldn't apply to anybody. It's nonsensical, and please vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, are we still under call?
Representative Swidzinski, no, we are not under call. There being 57 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A36.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the amendment that fixes this bill. It's probably the longest strike section by section that you've seen in a while. But members, what we have here is an energy policy bill that probably should have taken 2 years to put together, that was rushed through in a few months with very little input, very little vetting and questioning, serious questioning from people who care very much about this issue, except for the advocates who are looking for a new mandate, a new political signal that they can build their business plans around. This will cost your communities and your businesses enormously. We are asking these people to overbuild one of the world's best electrical systems. Overbuild it. Not 1 watt of generation that's currently on the system will go away. Transmission may have to be built, like we did with the wind, but the hope is that somehow solar being dispersed into the neighborhoods is going to be good for the economy, good for our system, and displace some sort of generation. And members, it will not. It will cost hundreds of millions of dollars to overbuild existing infrastructure that's been serving us well for 2 generations already. So what we do in this amendment, the A36, is remove everything except for the useful parts of the bill. Members, there are some things the Energy Policy Committee needs to do this year. Representative Kelly has a transmission line cost recovery portion of the bill. That bill needs to pass. Representative Seltzer has pretty much the same thing for the gas utilities. Remember, some of these gas lines have reached the end of their useful lives and are now becoming into the area of maybe giving away some of the safety margins. Those lines need to be replaced. Since natural gas is saving our infrastructure right now by holding down the cost of wind and making renewable energy standard look better than it probably should, we really need to recover the cost for those gas infrastructures. Thank you, Representative Seltzer, for carrying that bill. Also, Representative McNamer has a bill. Those of us that have been here more than about 8 years remember Big Stone Power Plant. A lot of animated discussions about the Big Stone plant on this floor and in this place. Well, members, because of the sagging economy, they haven't had to double the size of the plant, but they are going to go ahead with the emission reduction plan. One thing that we traditionally do is allow the utilities that are in that situation to recover those in their cost recovery plan under rate cases. That is an important bill that must pass. Members, we also have a conservation improvement program, and that's one of the amendments that we may take up in a little bit. But as long as we have a CIP program, we call it, and as long as we order the utilities and the municipals to comply with the conservation improvement program, there is a lot of complicated paperwork and follow-through that needs to happen with the State Department of Commerce and other people, that many of these small co-ops and small municipals, some of them only have a couple of hundred members on board, representatives. They find that very difficult, very complicated to comply with, so there's a group called CERTS. You've seen these 2 young ladies around here. They actually help the municipals and the co-ops and actually do useful work helping them comply with the conservation improvement programs. Representative Kelly has a bill to fund them for the next 2 years, and that, I think, is also useful work for the Energy Committee to do. So, members, basically the A36 amendment takes out this value of solar, all this convoluted solar mandate stuff that we've been discussing, saves the ratepayers, saves the industrial base in this state from unnecessary and duplicative costs, but yet allows the 4 major parts of the bill that actually do useful work to remain intact. And if that's the bill, members, you're probably going to get 120 votes off the floor if my amendment is successful. So I would encourage a yes vote on the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would have been a much shorter amendment if it said delete everything except the following and then listed, I think, the 4 pieces that Representative Beard can live with out of the 50-section bill. Members, this completely guts my bill. It gives the utilities the things that I've agreed to give the utilities, but it doesn't ask for anything in return. And I think what we have in front of us is a balanced bill. Please vote no.
Further discussion. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And to my good friend, Representative Hortman, yes, your bill is balanced. It's balanced between the Stalinists and the Trotskys. So, Mr. Speaker and members, let's just be clear about what Representative Beard is doing. Representative Beard is maintaining Minnesota's tradition on energy. There's 3 things about Minnesota's policy on energy. It is stability, it is reliability, and it is safety. Those are the 3 most important things that we have. And what we're seeing is a bill that is going through the process without being tested by the analysts, by the engineers, and it's going to result in higher costs for consumers and less reliability in our system. There's a reason why the co-ops and the munis, for the most part, have been exempted from this bill, aside from the fact that you couldn't possibly get to 68 votes with those provisions in the bill. It's because they don't work. It's because it's too expensive. There are many good ideas that are moving forward nationwide in energy policy that we could be advancing. We can take time to study. You're still going to be in the majority at least next year. And you can address those policies, take time to consciously deliberate and not move too fast on this stuff. Whether it's the solar mandate, the 40% requirement, there's a lot of topics that, frankly, I'm not going to bring up on the floor with regards to the true motives for why a lot of this stuff is being pushed. But there's really no policy reason to be accelerating this. I would urge a green vote on the Beard Amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really like analogies. And this bill reminds me of the game of Jenga. Do you guys remember Jenga? You know, it's that game where you have the stack of blocks and you pull little pieces out. Well, this bill, when it started, was a straight piece of wood sticking up. And slowly over time, as session has progressed, we have slowly carved out and pulled out little blocks of wood from this bill. And I would recommend that this is truly, one of the best amendments, because at the end of the game, when all the things have been pulled out of the side of the game of Jenga, everyone takes a deep sigh of relief and takes a breath, and it all falls down. Well, those 4 or 5 blocks that are sitting on the base, that's what this bill is, and I would appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, the chair of the committee made a curious comment in summing up her comments on why we should probably do more to afflict, apparently, the public utilities than what I'm proposing with this amendment. She said, basically, we take everything from everybody else and we don't do anything to them, or words to that effect. Wow. Members, if this is about sticking it to the guy, sticking it to the man, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong committee, and we're in the wrong business. These people are tasked with the legal charter to perform a service, a very valuable bedrock fundamental service to the people of this state. That's who we're looking out for, members. I'm not interested in the least in sticking it to the people of this state. I want these people that actually perform, generate, and transmit and distribute electricity to do it as reliably as possible at the lowest cost possible. And if they have to recover some rates so that they can borrow capital at the lowest cost possible, that is useful work. Not for them. As much as I like them, I don't care about them. They can look out for themselves, and the PUC looks out for themselves. We also have to look out for the ratepayers, and that's who I'm concerned about not doing it to. Thank you, members.
Further discussion. Representative Kahn.
Representative Garofalo, yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Representative Garofalo, would you please explain the difference between the Stalinists and the Trotskyites on wind energy or solar energy?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kahn, no, I would not like to explain the differences between those two. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A40.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, that was an amendment we had dealing with the Institute for Renewable Energy and Environment, I believe, Governor Pawlenty initiative back in 2003. There's been some discussions around that, and I think it's probably best that I actually withdraw that amendment at this time.
Representative Beard withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 603.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is removing very dangerous language in the bill regarding net metering. It expands it to a 1 meg capacity. So to be very clear, this is going to require utilities at a subsidized rate to purchase electricity that they don't need. This is the unintended consequences of this policy are that since we're overly subsidizing the installation of these things, 30% at a federal level, and now about $5 million with the Made in Minnesota premium, what you're doing is you're going to be incentivizing people with the guaranteed rate of production to produce more electricity than the local system needs. And with a guaranteed profit center there. And again, 1 meg, even in the Democrats' original bill, I believe it was at 100 kW. So this is a bad provision in the bill. I'm asking you to remove it, again, for stability and for cost, and I would ask for member support.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And the sections that Representative Garofalo would be deleting would apply to the investor-owned utilities and the net metering threshold on their system. And in the bill, we've moved it from 40 kilowatt capacity to 1 megawatt, and I would ask members to vote no on the amendment. The reason to increase the size is to allow there to be more net metering happening out there, more people distributing generation. And we've created an off-ramp in the bill for the investor-owned utilities. If they should get to 3% of their load, they can go to the PUC and they can ask to be exempt from adding any new distributed generation. So please vote no.
Further discussion? Representative Swedzinski.
Would the author of would Representative Hortman yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
So in this situation, we've got wind turbines that are producing plus more than 3,000 kilowatts. Would those turbines be able to be divided up into multiple business units and then sold as like a 3 business and then qualify for this portion of the bill?
Representative Hortman.
Representative Spadzitsky, only if they had aggregated their meters, and under the meter aggregation language that we adopted from Excel, it would have to be a single owner and contiguous property. So say you were a landlord and you had 3 different commercial lots, you could aggregate those.
So yes.
Representative Swedzinski. Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Spadzitsky, in the very limited case of where you would meet the aggregation of meters threshold in the bill, and also keep in mind that the increased size that's in the bill only applies to investor-owned utilities, so this would not affect the service territory of munis and co-ops.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Swedzinski.
What we've heard here is today we have a 40 kilowatt limit. So that means if you've got a farmer out there that maybe put up a 39.5 kilowatt wind production facility on their property, that is kind of limits it to right to that size. And so what we have out here is we've got the size and the scaling of these things have multiplied 10 to 100-fold over the years. And so what we're going to do is essentially make these money pots. So if you've got a 3,000 kW wind production facility out, about, that I believe that we're going to really see a major crunch put on businesses, even 10-fold, 15-fold that we've not seen before, and I think it goes way beyond the scope of what this meant when it was originally enacted at the 40 kW level. And if you have school districts, this is going to make a big difference to their bottom line. I believe that this has the potential to dramatically increase property taxes in your districts. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield to a question? Oops. I will.
She is
fine, Mr. Speaker.
Not
would
present.
the author of the amendment yield to a couple of questions?
Representative Garofalo will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, we've heard a lot about net metering. I'm not sure that everybody understands what net metering is. Can you tell me roughly what is the average retail cost of electricity in the state of Minnesota per kilowatt?
Representative Garofalo.
I would be hesitant to supply an average rate, but just for ballpark figures on the House floor, like about 14 or 15 cents a kilowatt hour, or that'd be a ballpark figure.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Garofalo would continue to yield.
He will. Representative
Garofalo, are there times during the day when we in the state of Minnesota are producing, or there's too much electricity in the grid?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, yes.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Garofalo, when we have a surplus of electricity, what do the producers do with that electricity, and at what cost do they sell that?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, they end up dumping it on the MISO market.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what is the cost? Is that a wholesale or retail cost that they dump that into the market at?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, that's going to be at a wholesale level, and sometimes, regrettably, they actually have to pay people to take their power.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, then, one other aspect of net metering, if you could explain to the body, please. If someone puts up a solar array or they have a wind generator that's generating electricity, who is responsible for building and paying for the infrastructure that's needed to get to that particular solar array or the wind generator?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, ultimately it's the ratepayers who are responsible for it. But yes, in this case, under the Hortman bill, the investor-owned utilities, the ratepayers under those organizations would have to pay for that.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, as we hear this amendment and so forth, and we talk about the costs to the ratepayers, obviously, I just want to make sure everybody knows that the cost to the ratepayers is going to increase. Is that not correct?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, oh yeah, they're going to pay a lot.
Further discussion. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, members, just to realize, I know sometimes we have what is 1 megawatt of electricity. What Representative Hortman's bill is allowing is for 4 football fields of solar panels at a residence. There's nobody in the state of Minnesota who needs that amount of power for distributed generation. And if you think about it, you're having 30% of the cost of the installation picked up by the federal government. 30% off the top. In addition, you have a Made in Minnesota incentive in there, and then at a rate of $204 a megawatt hour for the smaller panels, a little bit less expensive for the larger products, you're guaranteeing an incentive for people to build generation that our system doesn't need and no one wants to buy. If you take a look at the other systems in place across the world, not just in Minnesota but across the planet, these systems occur in 2 ways. The first way is that the subsidy is not generous enough and no one joins the program. The second way it happens is the numbers work out so you're guaranteed a profit. And everybody does it. And everybody goes broke and the system collapses because, as Margaret Thatcher once famously said, eventually you run out of other people's money. This is a 25 times increase in what we allow under net metering right now. The Democrats' bill in committee was only at 100. So going to 1 megawatt
is beyond insane for residential production. Again, 4 football fields of solar panels would be allowed under this bill, and your utilities, whether they need it or not, regardless of the cost, would be mandated to buy this power. Please vote green on the 603 amendment.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to offer a correction here, I just checked the average price of retail power in Minnesota, February 2013 numbers. Most recent I could find was 9.23 cents. So Representative Garofalo was only off by a factor of about 50%, which I guess is typical Republican math. That said, to the point that this bill, actually the aggregation of meters limits the net metering to megawatts, so the point that it would be 3,000 megawatts or 3,000 kilowatts or 3 megawatts is not accurate. Above and beyond solar panels, a big part of this is cogeneration facilities, which are natural gas or diesel facilities, sometimes made by Cummins Power Supply. And that's one of the things where we're actually looking at, allowing them to go and participate more with net metering because we got those, or they have those facilities and they'd be able to go and offer power through distributed generation interconnection.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Thank
For
you,
what
Mr.
purpose do you
Speaker.
rise? Point of order.
I rise to a point of order under Mason's Section 124, personalities in debate. We obviously are here to debate the issues before the body, but certainly not personalities. So I appreciate the commentary by the representative, but that's certainly not appropriate in this chamber.
Representative Dowd, I'm going to defer ruling on the point of order, but I will just remind members of all members to refrain from referring to personalities in debate and to stick with the substance of the underlying amendment or bill. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I want to thank my friend Representative Falk for his kind comments about me, but I don't hold it against him because I know he needs a haircut so bad it's blocking his ears. He can't really hear what I'm saying. So the important thing is that I want members to know the point of order is well taken. Thank you. I wanted my friend to know that when I was referring to the 15 cents, it was an approximation, and that does not include resource and tax adjustments and those credits as well, property tax credits. So I think the actual rate is higher than that, but the point is well taken. I think we're fully informed and ready to vote for Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I just have to respond because Representative Garofalo represents that 1 megawatt is so outside the norm. In Vermont, they have 2.2 megawatts. Massachusetts, 10 megawatts. New York, 2. Pennsylvania, 5. West Virginia, 2. The District of Columbia, 1. North Carolina, 1. California, 5. New Mexico, 800. Oregon, 2 megawatts. So, members, we're out of sync with the national standard for our investor-owned utilities, and this just brings us closer in line and puts us still on the low end for net metering in the country. Please vote no on the Garofalo amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. At this point, members, there were 2 motions, or rather 2 amendments that were laid over earlier, and I want to give the authors the chance, if they wish, they need not, but if they wish, to take those up at this time. Representative Nornis, the A54 amendment, do you wish to take that up at this time?
Mr. Speaker, could I continue to lay that over for a little longer?
Representative Nornis will continue to lay over the amendment. And Representative Beard had the A42 amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay that over for a little further yet, too. Thank you.
Representative Beer chooses to continue to lay over the A42 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson Hess moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 612.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this evening, we actually adopted an amendment that Representative Hortman initially authored, and then Representative Benson presented it. As that amendment was drafted, it was my original House bill. I'm glad that all of you supported that. My House bill is actually on the General Register right now, so I'm assuming that we'll get a chance to vote on the bill itself on its own at some point. What this amendment, though, does is it inserts the Senate language, and the differences between the two are just this one line. In the Senate language bill, it says, in making its findings, the Commission shall consider the factors provided in applicable law and rules, including without limitation cost effectiveness, energy conservation, and protection of enhancement of environmental quality. So that's just one line difference basically between the two. But considering that we did adopt the my House bill language here on the House floor, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson withdraws the amendment. This is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assume this is A38. There's a technical change, A58. Could I deal with that first, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, the clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend his amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A58.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member. Basically, this is just a technical amendment. It deletes wholesale cost of and inserts avoided cost rate. And what that does, that helps it line up with the Senate language, members. So I just appreciate a yes vote on that to get my amendment in order.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it makes the underlying amendment even worse, so please vote for the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment. Discussion. Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, what this amendment does is one of the concerns my local co-op has brought forth, and of course we've had a little bit of discussion about net metering, and it's the cost that the local co-ops have in purchasing electricity from citizens who are generating this electricity through primarily windmills in my area. And the result is that this drives up the cost to other ratepayers. So again, through government legislation, we're favoring the few who can afford to put these up at the expense of the many. And the poor and lower middle class generally can't afford to put these up. So members, this just allows a lower cost. They're still going to be required to purchase the electricity, but it simply reduces the cost so that it doesn't have such a negative impact on the other ratepayers in the district that's served by the co-op. So members, I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I encourage you to vote no on the Gruenhagen amendment. What the Gruenhagen amendment would do is it would say to folks who are generating energy in Minnesota who live outside of the 7-county metro area that we are going to cut what you are getting paid for the energy that you generated. You've already purchased this equipment, you've installed it, you're making your economic decisions on the basis of the existing deal, and what this is we're going to cut the amount of money that's paid to you for the power that you generate. The Farmers Union opposes the A38 amendment. And members, what I don't understand, and maybe Representative Gruenhagen would yield to a question of why would you like to cut the amount of money being paid to folks in greater Minnesota but not cut the amount being paid to those within the 7-county metro area?
He will yield. Representative Gruenhagen.
I thought it would be more palatable to the body as a whole. Otherwise, I would have done it for everybody. Quite frankly, I'd like to eliminate the mandate altogether and let the co-ops and municipalities decide whether or not they want to buy the electricity or if they even need to buy the electricity. But I tried to compromise, Chair Hortman, and at least give them a little bit of relief in terms of what their costs are in the rural area. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if you're from greater Minnesota and you vote for this amendment, what you're saying is that people who generate electricity within the 7-county metro area should be paid 2 to 3 times the amount that your constituents in greater Minnesota should be paid. And I understand that there's really an issue with net metering and munis and co-ops. And what we did in the bill is we left existing law for net metering for munis and co-ops, and we talked a lot about the issue, and we definitely intend to work on it next year. I believe the first bill we'll be taking up next year will be from rural members of my caucus on this topic. And I think that there's a way for us to make it better. I don't think that the sort of meat cleaver approach we have here on the House floor, where we disadvantage greater Minnesota and benefit folks in the metro area, is quite the right way to do it. And with the Farmers Union against the amendment, I think it's a bad amendment for greater Minnesota, and I encourage people to vote no.
Further discussion. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in closing on this issue, Representative Hortman does point out that this would reduce the payments from from retail to wholesale. However, she's neglecting the fact that the vast majority of people are paying electric bills in rural areas. So this is actually a benefit. If you're opposed to it, it'd be someone from the metro area. And again, money doesn't grow on trees, something that apparently the Democrat majority has lost on themselves, and that this money is coming from somewhere. It's coming from their neighbors. It's coming from ratepayers.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
To the author of the amendment, from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment repeals the moratorium that we have on constructing new nuclear power facilities in Minnesota. Many of us have voted on this many times. As those of you who've been here who are not freshmen know, this bill passed in the House, it passed in the Senate. It went to conference committee, and it stalled at conference committee because right before we were to send it on to the governor, the tragedy in Japan happened. Now that we have seen the results of Japan, I think that it's the time that we should move forward and have a backup plan. And the backup plan that we need in Minnesota for this bill, because we're we're basically pushing unreliable and expensive sources of energy. And if we're going to do that, which I'm not going to vote for, but if the leadership's going to do this on the Democrat side, the least we need to do is to have a backup plan. Right now, we have a moratorium on building additional coal-fired power plants and on the construction of additional nuclear power plants. And I don't believe that we are in a position where we're going to be able to meet our energy needs if we don't take action now. The estimates are that even if we were to remove the ban on nuclear power construction, it would take at least 14 years before anything could be built. I have estimates from the U.S. Department of Energy that says that our energy demands are going to go up by at least 25% by the year 2030, and that's about 260,000 megawatts of new electricity. And that would account for, I believe, the energy created in 260 new nuclear power plants. Since that's obviously not happening, we're going to have a real situation in this country if we don't have the appropriate nuclear power facilities to be able to meet our energy needs. Again, I am not opposed to renewable energy, and I think we should continue working on it. But with this 40% mandate, I think we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic that we need baseload power. Just a few, there have been a few handouts passed out. One talked about Germany and how Germany has backed away from nuclear power. Guess what they've done? Because they can't meet all the renewable energy standards. They've built more coal-fired plants. This year, they'll have built more this year than they had for decades. And going back to Japan, I know some of you are going to bring up Japan. I want you to know that in the election last year, of course this happened in 2011, in the election last year, after the incumbents said that they were going to move to renewables, they're going to do away with nuclear power, you know what happened? You know what happened to the incumbents who promised that they were going to move to renewables? They got thrown out of office. And who got elected in? The conservative, pro-nuclear candidates. The Prime Minister said not only is he going to, well, I have the quote here somewhere, but he said he has reversed the government's course on nuclear, promising to reopen closed plants and maybe even build new ones. And the people voted him in. You know why? Because the people know that you can't get there with renewables alone and you need a backup plan. So I think we have a choice in Minnesota, and we have a choice today. There's nothing wrong with renewables, but if you're going to do renewables, you better have a backup plan, or we're all going to be paying for it. So you're going to have to consider whether you want to move to building more coal-fired power plants, or whether you want to build more nuclear power plants. And we can put this off, and we can kick the can down the road. But I want you to look at what's going on in other countries that have made these renewable energy standards. They haven't been able to meet their goals. And if they've been able to meet their goals, it's been at an extremely, extremely high cost. We talked a little bit about wind energy earlier. I know Representative Falk is big on wind energy. But some of the studies on that show that there have been numerous fatalities. The cost of fires going in the wind turbines, blades falling off, flying off. So, members, we need to think logically about what we're doing today. One way you can help out the situation, make the bill a little bit better, is to at least let us start moving to considering building a new nuclear power plant in the state of Minnesota. With that, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moving to amend the Pepin amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A60.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker and members, one of the things we need to deal with is we need to deal with a certain level of greater information about the construction of nuclear power plants. For example, there are a couple of nuclear power plants which have been licensed for the start of construction in the southeastern part of the United States, and their costs have now risen to, I think, 12 billion or 14 billion. The amendment I proposed, and I think if my amendment goes on to the Pepin amendment of listing the nuclear moratorium, if these things are done before listing the nuclear moratorium, I think that people could comfortably vote for a bill that had the lifting of the nuclear moratorium in it. My amendment has several parts to it. The first part is on the issue of cost recovery. And for the cost recovery, it doesn't allow any cost recovery for construction costs that exceed the projected construction costs, for the cost of insuring the plant against accidents that exceed the cost of insurance for a fossil fuel plant of equivalent, or contributions from the plants to provide and maintain local fire protection emergency services. It has, what's much more interesting, is it has a list of the things that the utility may recover from ratepayers' costs, and that is to research the following issues regarding the construction of a nuclear power electric generated plant. One would be innovative plant designs and nuclear technologies. One would be improved safety and integrity of backup fuel systems, construction and plant design methods to protect a plant against weather-related or other national phenomena, and construction and plant designs to protect a plant against incidents of terrorism, and innovative technologies that reduce the amount of toxicity of radioactive waste produced by a plant, or innovative technologies for storing nuclear waste on site that reduce the risk of environmental exposure to radiation. They also can use it for improved emergency preparedness planning in the event of an accident, and the impacts of financing, constructing, and operating a plant on ratepayers and the utility, and or innovative financing mechanisms that minimize financial risks to ratepayers and taxpayers. Another section would require filtered venting systems on nuclear-powered plants. This is, I was very interested to hear Representative Pepin talk about the construction of nuclear power plants in Europe and Germany. Every nuclear power plant in Europe is required to have filtered venting systems. There have been, of the existing venting systems, which are actually the kind of plant that's at the Monticello plant, there have been 3 tests of those venting systems. Those 3 tests apparently occurred on so they've never been tested to see if they work at a nuclear plant, except there were 3 tests. The 3 tests occurred at Fukushima, and they totally, on the 3 reactors in Fukushima, and the unfiltered venting systems totally failed in all 3 cases. And that was one of the reasons why that became an even bigger disaster than it was. The final section of my amendment requires a report by the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management will talk about the issue of the public safety on nuclear emergency planning. For example, one of the things that's interesting is that they're only required to do nuclear planning, planning for households within a 10-mile emergency planning zone. What was interesting is at the time of Fukushima, they advised all American citizens residing there to get 50 miles away from the plant immediately. So for some reason, in Japan, you had to go 50 miles, but we're only doing emergency planning for 10 miles. This one at least goes to take something between those, goes to a 25-mile or greater radius to increase the level of public awareness regarding the location of evacuation routes and relocation centers, and looks at how that information would affect the evacuation routes and times from the emergency planning area. And we also wants to share this with the agencies, local and state agencies managing nuclear emergency preparedness efforts. Now, the other point that I would like to make is that clearly, if you do any reading on nuclear power plants, and I happen to have done a fair amount of this in course of my time in the legislature, is that the nuclear power plants were designed with a life of 40 years. We are way beyond that 40 years now for the nuclear power plants, and yet we continually do issue certificates of need for additional storage. So one of the provisions in this amendment is that a commission may not issue a certificate of need for additional storage of spent nuclear fuel from a nuclear electric generating plant that has operated for 60 years and receives a license extension authorizing it to continue operating. Again, that's a generous addition of time for something that was designed for 40 years. So I would urge members to vote for this amendment. The amendment which you have in front of you lists the kinds of things you need to consider before you are lifting the moratorium and saying it's all right to build a nuclear power plant. If you remember, Representative Pepin, the last time when you had a bill out, I did put an amendment on it that prohibited any kind of reprocessing that would allow plutonium, and that amendment was put on the bill. The interesting thing was, because that amendment was on the bill, the Senate couldn't just concur, so it went to conference committee. Conference committee met on Saturday. They asked me to testify about the issue of plutonium reprocessing. I told them I couldn't make it until the afternoon, and then they said, well, come back Monday. Well, what happened between Saturday and Monday, of course, was Sunday, and Sunday was the Fukushima plant disaster, and somehow that bill to get rid of the nuclear moratorium then sat quietly for the rest of the session. So, as I said, I didn't put that one back, but all of these conditions that I've put on are perfectly reasonable conditions to consider before we look into building a nuclear power plant. And so I hope you will accept this amendment and we can move on from there.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Khan yield to a question?
She will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Representative Khan, the crux of your amendment is that the cost of a new nuclear power plant can't be recovered from Minnesota ratepayers, and I'm wondering if you feel the same for renewables. It says in the line 1.7 to 1.8 to be recovered from Minnesota ratepayers until the plant begins operating at a monthly load capacity factor of at least 85%. So that would effectively prevent a nuclear power plant from being built. And so I'm wondering if you have the same concern, if you'd yield to a question, about not recovering from Minnesota ratepayers for the renewable standards we're putting in place.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, if you continue reading through those through the sets of conditions that I have, is that there's a large number of conditions. Most of that part of the amendment lists the conditions that could be recovered from ratepayers, and so when those have been recovered and those conditions have been, and those are the conditions that have met, I think the issue of the first issue would probably be irrelevant. But I don't think I would have any problems putting that on solar. I guess on solar and other issues, because I think the costs are so low compared to the costs of the nuclear power plant that it's not really comparable. So if you put this amendment on and the bill goes to conference committee, of course, then that issue would also be accessible to the members of the conference committee if they wanted to do that for solar issues. I don't think it would be a problem. I don't have as much information about that as I do about nuclear.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Khan, well, you've got a lot of conditions, but the gist of it is that there can be no cost charged to ratepayers until it has a monthly load capacity factor of at least 85%. So that's after the facility is already constructed, that's already after it's already paid, and it says to be recovered from Minnesota ratepayers until the plant begins operating at a monthly load capacity factor of at least 85%. So really what you're trying to do is not, I mean, this is just to not get it built. But I'm encouraged by the fact that you'd want to have the same standard in the other, because I think that maybe that's something that Representative Hortman could take moving forward, that we shouldn't have any of these renewable energy standards unless we can prove that they're efficient, that they're clean, that they're doing what we want them to do. So I'm glad to hear, Representative Khan, that you would also support that. So hopefully we'll get a chance to add that amendment later on.
Well,
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, of course it always helps to make these statements with a little bit of the knowledge of facts behind them. And the solar additions that have been going now have been operating in excess of 90%. So it isn't any problem. So there's no, and what we're dealing is the incredible increase in the cost of a nuclear plant as opposed to the cost of solar solar additions. But when they're already operating at 90%, I think the 85% would give no problem.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Khan, but your amendment is saying that it has to be operating, the new one being built would have to operate at least 85%, so it would have to be built before it could be operated. So this would in effect prevent it from being built. And just a little clarification, I'm not sure I can't remember what capacity factor you said that solar is, but it's only like 21%, a fraction of what nuclear is. And Representative Khan, as long as we're on it, you mentioned, I did want to clarify too, you mentioned the process in 2011 when this bill passed the House and the Senate. And you're right, the Japan tragedy happened right in the middle of conference committee. And I think that both myself and the Senate author decided that we should see what happens in Japan before we proceed with this. And we've seen what happened, and I've got some information from the World Health Organization, and so I just want to, for those of you who are concerned about safety and nuclear power, I just want to point out a few things. First of all, I want you to consider the geography of Japan, the island of Japan, versus Minnesota. The reason Japan had this tragedy was first because there was an earthquake, because obviously that's one of the more earthquake-prone locations on Earth, and there was a tsunami. Now, while Minnesota, I guess, is on a minor fault line, the likelihood of a tsunami in Minnesota is virtually impossible. So we're in a much different situation. And this Japan catastrophe was rated at, I think, the highest rate. It was on a scale of 1 to 7, it was a 7. But still, there were no casualties caused by radiation exposure. They've done several studies on increased cancer risk, and I think they found approximately 1% increase of potential thyroid cancer risks across a lifetime of 1% due to the accident of infants, although they couldn't really tell because it might have been caused by the testing equipment. The food that's been tested in 2012, they found that crops produced in 2012 did not show signs of radioactivity contamination. They did cabbage, rice, and beef were tested before they reached the market and showed no significant levels of radiation, in soil. And so my point is that we are in a situation in Minnesota where the likelihood of a catastrophe happening like Japan is exceedingly unlikely because we don't have the geography. We're not an island. We're not surrounded by an ocean. We're not going to have a tsunami. And we're not on a fault line that's as active as the fault line that Japan is on. So I just wanted to clarify that since you brought that up, Representative Khan. Members, I would ask that you would vote against the Khan amendment. And do we have a roll call on that? Thank you. Please vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened intently to the author of the amendment, and frankly, referencing the EIA.org information on cost, that the levelized cost, and this here's what the PUC, what our government agencies and others use as a reference for projects. They have solar as being levelized cost twice that as nuclear for Minnesota. And in the safety designs, if you looked at the Japanese facility, and we do have some nuclear plants of the same design and general age in California, we require in the U.S. gravity feed water that the Japanese did not, that would have avoided all the issues. We also have airlift generation facilities to where we wouldn't have the problem. And I think really you have to look at what we've done and what we've got for safety in the U.S. But using the best source for levelized cost by mode of generation, solar is twice the cost of nuclear, and that's even going out to 2018. So they are, and this is this year's report, so they already have the data on those two plants that were permitted to explore construction in the U.S. They already have the latest data for solar, and they're projecting a decrease in the cost of solar. And so even with another half decade out of improved decrease in cost of solar, it's still twice the cost levelized as nuclear. Wind is less than nuclear. And I think we really need to look at that success as opposed to some of the non-successful things. And I would invite true cost being put in for the other renewables, and I don't think we'd have some of the things we've got in this bill.
Representative Khan.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I'll have to remind you that Chernobyl did not have a tsunami. And I'll also have, one of the things we need to look is that people have still been not allowed to move back into the area around the Fukushima plant. And so we're looking at tens of thousands of people who have still been displaced. I don't know what the cost of that is. And actually before I was a legislator doing this stuff, I was working on a grant from the American Cancer Society. So one of the things I know about is the latency of issues in cancer, and it would probably be very much too early to look at any kind of peak in cancer in cancer incidences. And so again, if you look at the things which they would be allowed to do cost recovery for, it's exactly the sort of thing we want to look at before we build a nuclear power plant. And it's exactly, and the filtered venting system, I have said that is already required in every European nuclear power plant, which is what you were referring to in terms of doing it. And I still haven't heard an answer about why our emergency evacuation area is okay to have it at 10 miles when they were telling American citizens in Japan to get 50 miles away from the plant.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess one thing, too, about the Fukushima issue, yes, it was a tsunami, but it wasn't the sole purpose of why the system had the meltdown. It's because the backup systems failed. And just want to remind people that we're not immune from natural disasters in the state of Minnesota. We can be susceptible to numerous types. And one of the recommendations that came out of that was to go and upgrade some of the backup systems, and I'm not certain that all those upgrades have been completed specifically at the Monticello facility, which is the same design as the Fukushima facility that had the problems. So it's not entirely accurate to say that it was caused by a tsunami that led to the meltdown. Rather, it was the fact that the backup generators and the backup systems failed as a result of a natural disaster, of which we could experience one here too.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, I'm not sure if you read your amendment because you keep giving me the same answer, but if you look at lines 1.6 through 1.9, you keep saying that it can be recovered for all these things, but that very clearly says it can't be recovered until the plant begins operating at a monthly load capacity factor of at least 85%. So we can't recover this until a lot of dollars have been spent on construction, which would be at least 14, 15, 16 years down the road. So this, in effect, prevents it from being built. And Representative Falk, I just encourage you to look at some of the information from the World Trade Organization. You're right, it's not just because of the earthquake and the tsunami. And I suppose that's part of it. Your suggestion was part of it. But another major portion of it had to do with the controls in place, and that people didn't give information they needed to. They lied about things. They were scared. They didn't handle it the way they were supposed to. They didn't handle it according to protocol. So, you kind of gave an incomplete picture there. But I would submit to you members, though, that if you really think that Minnesota is going to have the type of catastrophe that Japan did, considering the geography, I just encourage you to really look at the globe and give it a lot of thought. How often have earthquakes happened in Minnesota versus Japan? How often has a tsunami happened in Minnesota versus Japan? It's pretty clear that our likelihood of something like that happening is almost minuscule. But Representative Kahn, I wish when you talked about the amendment, at least you were honest about the recovery and when it can happen. Please vote no, members.
Yeah. Well,
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's a little tough to write clear grammatical sentences and then have to explain them in each point. You can recover costs. You just can't recover any of the costs that are listed below 1.10, which are the extra costs that would occur because it is a nuclear plant as opposed to any other kind of energy construction. So you can recover the costs of construction. You just can't recover the extra costs that would incur because we're talking about a nuclear power plant. So it's quite a difference saying that you can't recover any of the costs. And specifically, I didn't invent the words of this amendment. These have all come from papers that have been written by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission staff, by the Union of Concerned Scientists, and so forth. And when you look at all of the things that you can recover the costs for, on the second page, all of that means is that you can recover the costs if the nuclear power plant is well planned and if all of the things that we've learned, and admittedly what Fukushima did was focus the attention of people in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the Union of Concerned Scientists on those specific issues. So you can recover costs on things that will make the plant safer and more cost effective, and you can't recover costs for the things that are extra because it's a nuclear power plant.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Amendment to the amendment. Sorry. It's an amendment to the amendment. Okay.
Falk moving to amend the Pepin Amendment to House File 956 as follows. The amendment is coded 079.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment deals with the fact that we have a long-term repository in the state of Minnesota, and that if any new certificate of need is issued for a new generating plant or additional storage of spent nuclear fuel, that the entity which owns and operates the facility is solely responsible for the long-term storage of the fuel or the costs associated with the long-term storage, including any human health or environmental impacts, any necessary cleanup or remediation costs, and costs of operating or monitoring the storage facility, and states that these costs are non-rate recoverable expenses and they shall not be paid for by the ratepayers or the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota. And so essentially what this amendment does is it makes those who benefit from the nuclear facility pay for the costs associated with the waste that are generated. It takes the burden off of the ratepayers and takes the burden off of the taxpayers of Minnesota. With that, I would ask for your support, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Falk yield to a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Falk, why is this needed?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pepin. I appreciate the question. If you haven't noticed, we actually have a number of caskets with spent high-level radioactive waste sitting in the state of Minnesota with no foreseeable place to go and move those to. We don't have a federal repository. We don't see one happening anytime soon. Even if Yucca Mountain were to open up, it's already, the capacity's been spoken for. And so ultimately what this happens is that we have long-term repository in the state of Minnesota. And ultimately that means that either, if we stay on the current trajectory, two people pay for it. Either the ratepayers pay for the cost of that long-term repository, or the taxpayers of Minnesota pay for it. I don't like either of those solutions, so I actually think that the shareholders or the people who own the facility should pay for those costs. And so that's what this amendment does. It puts those costs on the burden of those who ultimately benefit from the facility.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Falk continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Falk, how is your amendment impacted by the Price-Anderson Act?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, being that the federal government hasn't done anything to address a long-term storage issue and that we have a continuing growing stockpile of high-level radioactive waste that's sitting, in the Mississippi River floodplain, and we're going to soon see some at Monticello, we're actually being proactive here by saying that, we're not going to burden the taxpayers of Minnesota and we're not going to burden the ratepayers with those cleanup costs, because I'm not of the impression that the federal government is actually going to follow through with the long-term storage facility. And so while we continue to see waste being generated by a company that is benefiting financially from those generating assets or the generation assets, maybe they should be responsible for the costs instead of asking the ratepayers or the taxpayers to pick them up. Just simply being responsible for the costs you are incurring.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Falk, so you believe that this is necessary despite the Price-Anderson Act?
He will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. B. Representative Pepsin, absolutely. I don't know. I can't ask Representative Pepin to yield, but yeah, absolutely it's needed.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, do you know how much insurance money is available for some type of a nuclear catastrophe under the Price-Anderson Act?
Representative Falk will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, it's a lot. And once again, we're not supposed to have this high-level radioactive waste stored in our state, but it's been here for a number of years and will continue to be here for many more. And so I'm thankful you brought up the Price-Anderson Act too, because that's another subsidy that the taxpayers are giving to the nuclear industry And if we want to actually talk about the real cost of nuclear power, that's a good place to start. But here, if you don't like the amendment, that's fine. You're going to continue to say that the people who operate and profit from the facility shouldn't have to pay for the waste that they've generated. Rather, I'm just saying that the taxpayers and the ratepayers shouldn't be stuck with that responsibility. If you feel that they should be, the taxpayers and the ratepayers should be forced to pick up these costs, then vote down the amendment. But otherwise, I think it's a good amendment, and I'd hope all members would support it.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Falk yield to a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Falk, is the premium paid to Price Anderson, is that a subsidy? I think you said that was a subsidy.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, the subsidy paid, I don't think would cover the cost if we had an incident in this country. The cost would be far in excess of what Price Anderson covers, and so the taxpayers of the country would end up picking up a significant portion of it. But once again, I mean, it's a simple amendment. If you don't like it, you don't have to vote for it. But we're just asking that the company be responsible for its costs, and that those costs not be paid for by the taxpayers of Minnesota or by the ratepayers of Minnesota.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, when Representative Falk continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Falk. The 104 nuclear power plants pay a premium for this insurance. It is not a subsidy. They pay mightily for this. But now you said you thought that it wasn't enough to cover such a catastrophe. How much does the Price Anderson Act cover for? I don't know if you mentioned that earlier. I asked you earlier. I can't remember what you said. How much does it cover?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I don't have that number in front of me.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Falk. Well, it covers up to, I think, about $12 billion at last count, or last time I looked, maybe a couple of years ago total. I think about $12.6 billion, close to $13 billion. But Representative Falk, so basically this amendment is silly. It's completely not needed, because if there were such a catastrophe, it would already be covered, because utilities have been paying into this for years. All the 104 nuclear power plants have paid a lot to pay for this insurance. So I just want to be clear on that. So this is really silly, and it's not needed, as Representative Falk knows, because it's already covered. But just for fun, Representative Falk, so if the ratepayers and the taxpayers aren't going to pay, you said that the shareholders will pay. So I'm guessing that no utility would pay for this. So if we were to build a new nuclear power plant, and the taxpayers aren't going to pay for it, and the ratepayers aren't going to pay for it, and the utilities aren't going to do it, so how are we going to get our power if nobody's going to pay for the cost of this?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, I was trying to get some information. From what I understood, the Price Anderson, kind of amount that's been collected is, between 12 and 15 billion, somewhere in there. And many estimates, if we had a situation similar to Fukushima happen in this country, the cost would actually be greatly in excess of that. And so Price Anderson goes and caps the liability. Anything above that amount, the federal government, ultimately the taxpayers of this country, or Minnesota and the entire country, are liable for those costs. And I think most people would probably assume that if you had a severe meltdown or you had some other type of issue, the cost would probably be in excess of what the Price Anderson allows. So that said, this is some protection for the taxpayers of Minnesota. And to your point about who pays, well, for-profit utilities, investor-owned utilities, they earn a rate of return on their asset base. So this would be one of the assets in there. And so instead of asking the taxpayers or the shareholders to pay an additional burden in addition to the profits they're already paying to the utility, this is asking the utility to go and pay for the costs associated with cleaning up their mess out of their profitability. Now, perhaps that's the fundamental difference that people have about whether or not the taxpayers or the ratepayers should pick up these costs. But I'm of the belief that the company that's making the waste product and creating the liability for all of the people in Minnesota should actually pay for those costs. And that's really what this amendment aims to do. And it is actually needed in addition to and above, beyond the federal requirements, because the federal government hasn't been able to live up to its requirement to deal with our long-term radioactive waste, which is why we continue to have it stored in the state of Minnesota. If we didn't have storage in the state of Minnesota, this really wouldn't be relevant, but the fact that we do means that I think that somebody should, actually be responsible for those costs, and the person or the responsible party should be the entity that created the problem in the first place, not the taxpayers, not the ratepayers. So that's my position.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think you heard the answer. This is completely not needed. It's already covered. The nuclear power plants have already paid in the insurance. Totally unnecessary. But I would ask Representative Falk to yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Well, Representative Falk, you have this concern about ratepayers and taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and I'm happy about that. And I know that you're really interested in wind power, and I printed off some statistics. It's from an organization in Scotland called the Caithness Wind Farm Information Forum, and they had several statistics on there, and some of them were on wind and some of the causes of wind turbines, what happens. Since 2010 till today, there have been 33 fatalities because of wind turbines. And just getting back to blade failures, 83 blade failures, and that means that a piece of blade, they're documented to travel up to 1 mile, highly dangerous. Fires, 62 fires since 2010, when the wind turbines have started on fire. And several statistics on wildlife, the bald eagles that are killed, 2,400 protected golden eagles have been killed in 20 years. 52 instances reported confirming deaths of protected species of birds. Germany, 32 protected white-tailed eagles were found dead, and the list goes on. And I'm wondering, Representative Falk, I know I'm a little off of the target here, but I'm wondering if, since you have such a concern with the ratepayers and taxpayers, apparently on this amendment, we'll see how you feel about the taxpayers and the ratepayers when you vote on the bill. But I'm wondering if you have the same concern for ratepayers and taxpayers when it comes to wind power, when you consider all the environmental costs.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I heard Scotland and a bunch of other things that I don't think were actually relevant to this debate here. But utilities have actually told us that the lowest cost installed generation they can do right now is wind power, and wind power is great for my district, and it's a clean source of renewable energy that takes advantage of a source of power we have, or an opportunity we have in the state. We don't have any fossil fuel reserves. We don't have any coal. We don't have any natural gas. Even if we have a limited amount of uranium, I'm not aware of it, but some people have said perhaps that's the case. But we have an abundance of wind. We have abundance of solar. We have an abundance of biomass. And we actually have an abundance of ingenuity in the state, too, and so we should actually put some of that into play. I guess the other thing, too, about being fiscally responsible, too, nuclear power is the most expensive form of generation you can install, and it has huge costs going forward. Sometimes people claim it's cheap because when you go and look at fully depreciated assets versus installing new assets, it's not exactly an apples-to-apples comparison. It's more of an apples-to-oranges, because one, you're paying for the property, plant, and equipment, and one, you're not. On a fuel cost basis, renewables have no fuel cost, and conventional sources do have fuel cost. So, yeah, let's talk about the apples-to-apples comparison. That's great, but I still don't quite understand the Scotland reference, because I thought we were still in Minnesota, so I don't know why you brought that up.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Falk. The reference was where the study came from. The statistics I gave you about the 33 fatalities from 2010 to 2013, those are fatalities from wind turbines, and all the statistics I gave you. I only said it's Scotland so I could give you the source so that you could look it up yourself. Representative Falk, I'm going to ask members to vote against this, and I know we have a roll call. That's good. But I wonder, Representative Falk, before we go here, since you seem to be very concerned about the ratepayers or taxpayers, I'm wondering if next year, if you'd be willing to work with me to change that on 1.5, if you change that to wind power, and so we'd held wind power to the same standards so that the ratepayers and the taxpayers wouldn't have to pay for any cost of human health or environmental impacts or any of those same things that are caused by wind power.
Representative Falk will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I welcome you to put in a bill. We can look at it if you like, but we don't have that bill before us. So, yeah, feel free to draft it. I'll take a look.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, it does prove that the legislature is a really good learning process. Because I remembered when we first started these discussions many years ago, you had never heard of the Price-Anderson Act. So I'm glad that at least that level of your education has increased. And let's just talk a little bit about the major point of the Price-Anderson Act when it was enacted in 1957 was a limit on liability which was needed for an infant industry. What was unconscionable was the extension of it in 2003. Since it caps the liability of nuclear operations in the event of a serious accident or attack, the taxpayers are left on the hook for it. So this is all to make capital investment in the nuclear industry more attractive to investors because the risk then becomes minimal and fixed. And it doesn't take a lot of knowledge of science to understand that the risk of a misfactor in a nuclear plant is very, very much greater than any of the problems that could possibly occur from a solar or a wind plant. And essentially, this has been 5 decades of billions of dollars of handouts to the nuclear industry from the Price-Anderson Act, and it really should be impossible to justify extending that subsidy.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Khan, I think your memory is failing you. Because when I first brought this, I had the nuclear power moratorium, and you said, I remember this pretty clearly, you said, how is this bill affected, or the amendment maybe it was, by the Price-Anderson Act? And I said, it's not. When I said it's not, that doesn't mean I didn't know what it meant, Representative Khan, because I think you didn't know what it meant, because the nuclear moratorium itself, removing the moratorium, doesn't have anything to do with the Price-Anderson Act. And just to clarify, Representative Khan, I think you need to do a little bit more studying on the Price-Anderson Act. You made the same mistake that Representative Falk did. It isn't a subsidy. Representative Khan, they pay in, utilities pay in a lot of money. It's an insurance plan. They pay in a lot of money. It's not a subsidy. Now, you could make arguments that nuclear's gotten subsidies in other ways or things like that. I think that would pale in comparison to the subsidies that renewables get. But please be clear when you talk about this that this isn't a subsidy. Price-Anderson is an insurance policy.
Representative Uruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind members that of the list of adverse events that have happened due to wind power and renewable energy, none of them has required the evacuation of a town or a county or a region of a country for an extended period. As has happened at 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and Fukushima. Each of those had their own circumstances. Each of those has an element of human failure, design failure. Humans are fallible. This is not a minuscule failure rate. There are about 500 nuclear power plants on the planet. 3 of those have had catastrophic failures that have resulted in the evacuation of an entire town or a region, some of which have had ongoing effects, and people have not been able to move back into their vicinity. This is not a tiny risk. This is an enormous risk that we really can't even comprehend, and that's part of the difficulty of it. Thank you very much. I urge you to support Andrew, and I'll be voting against the underlying amendment.
Representative, this is the Falk amendment? Okay, Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Just to Representative Uruso's comment, I think the difference is, and Representative Uruso, correct me if I'm wrong, you talked about evacuation, and yes, evacuation is inconvenient, it can be costly, But Representative Russo, how many deaths have been related to radiation from a nuclear power meltdown? Now, in Japan, I just got the information from the World Trade Organization saying that there were no casualties caused by radiation. The deaths were all due to the earthquake or from the tsunami. And so how many catastrophes have there been to nuclear power? Because I have a statistic on one of the renewables. I don't have solar. I do have some statistics on wind turbine accidents. But how many casualties, Representative Russo, if you'd yield, could you find related to failed nuclear power plants?
She will yield. Representative Russo.
I don't know. I did not look that up.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the number is 0.
Representative Khan.
Again, going back to the limitations on liability, it is enormous with we can now look at something of the costs of nuclear accidents, which we didn't know at the time of the initial authorization of the Price-Anderson Act. After 3 Mile Island accident, 1979, a report was prepared for NRC estimating that the damages from a severe nuclear accident could run as high as $314 billion, or more than $560 billion in $2,000. So, therefore, the nuclear power plants, the $10.5 billion provided by private assurance and nuclear reactor operates, represents less than 2% of the cost. The cost in Chernobyl cost the nations of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus $358 billion. But that was vastly underestimated because it didn't cover the cost to other nations which experienced health costs from this far-reaching nuclear disaster. So we're dealing with an industry that has had an irrational subsidy from the public, from the taxpayers, from the ratepayers, and in order to build a nuclear power plant, we need to get rid of that unrealistic subsidy, let private insurance pick up the cost, and move on from there.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's amazing what you can find if you look for numbers. And the $375 million is the cost of insurance that each reactor basically carries with the federal government. That cumulative amount that's been paid in by ratepayers ultimately is about $11.6 billion. That's what's gone into that insurance cost. Costs above that are paid for by the taxpayers if there were to be an event. Once again, looking here at some of the estimated costs of cleaning up the Fukushima problem, the disaster, between $250 billion and $500 billion. And because we're referencing countries in Europe, I found another one too, that France, which actually has the highest amount of nuclear power in the world, and probably does it better than anybody else, did a little study and figured out what it would cost to clean up a Fukushima-type incident in their country. And this was a study that was reported in Reuters and just came out beginning of this year. But it was estimated to cost 430 billion euros or $580 billion equivalent, or about 20% of their economic output of the entire country. That's for one radioactive issue similar to Fukushima. So the $12 billion, generously rounding here, that we have as far as private insurance liability coverage to the industry is pretty paltry sum compared to what we're seeing is the cost to clean up the impacts. One, in Japan where they actually had an incident, and two, in France where they've actually studied this and they have a higher reliance on their nuclear facilities for their energy needs. So once again, this amendment is very simple. I urge members to vote green. If you think that the company that creates the waste should be responsible for the cleanup mess, vote yes. If you think the taxpayers and the ratepayers should be responsible for the cleanup costs, vote no.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to vote no against this. I don't believe it's needed. And I just wanted to clarify my statements before to Representative Russo. I meant in the United States. I think there were a couple from Chernobyl. Of course, that was an entirely different situation. Didn't have the controls in place. It was old construction. But I believe my number for the United States is correct. So members, please vote no.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Chernobyl, there were 56 directly killed, an estimate of about 4,000 cancer deaths as a result of it. 300,000 people were evacuated and have not been able to return. No, it didn't happen here, but I believe in learning from other people's mistakes. Yes, it was an old plant, but people are fallible. Accidents happen, and the risk with nuclear plants is that if you have an accident, it can be an enormous event. It's not the same as other accidents we have. We have other tragedies, many of them through human failures. This gives us the possibility of having a tragedy on an enormous scale. And frankly, I think some of our plants are close enough to where I live, that we should be worried about it. I would be worried about it for other people also. But these are not things that we're building on some remote location somewhere. We're living among it, and it's a real risk, and I'm not willing to take that risk.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to apologize. I now understand why your guys' caucus took so long today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Falk yield to a question?
He will. Representative Kelly.
Representative Falk, I was wondering if you could explain to the members who a shareholder of Xcel Energy is.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kelly, it's somebody who owns a share of stock, and I'm pretty certain that the current CEO owns a whole lot of them.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Falk, you're not asking the company to take on this liability. You're asking the shareholders, and the shareholders aren't faceless people. Shareholders are many of my clients who live on Social Security and dividends from Xcel Energy. And what you're asking them to do is to take part in paying for something that we all get the benefit of. And it's not just that person who is living on the dividends of Xcel Energy and her Social Security. It's many of our own investments, our children's education, our 401k plans, our IRA plans, because guess what? Mutual funds own shares of Xcel Energy. So what you're trying to do is shirk all of our responsibility by putting it off on the shareholders across the country and those who depend on dividends of a very heavy valued stock that does a very good job for their shareholders. I think it's completely irresponsible, and I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. To the Pepin amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I would move the A70. Has the A78 amendment been moved yet, or the RA 13078?
It has not been moved. It was withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, then I'll move that amendment.
All right. We need to get it up here. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend the Pepin amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 078.
Representative Garofalo.
Oh, Garofalo. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on the amendment to the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this was my friend Representative Falk originally submitted this amendment to the amendment, and I just want to find out just how out of control the DFL caucus is. Let's see if you really want to do this to the ratepayers, and let's see where you stand. If you're a real big believer that cost doesn't matter, you want to pound the investor-owned utilities even harder than you are in this bill, then you got a choice on this amendment to the amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the challenges here was trying to work out. This is actually a bill I had, and we had a nice hearing on it. And Representative Garofalo, to correct you, if you actually read the whole amendment, there's actually a really good provision in here. It's on 3.25, and it says any fees imposed on a public utility under this subdivision may not be recovered in utility rates paid by Minnesota ratepayers, but must be paid by the utility shareholders. So that means that the entire cost of the RDF would be paid for, or the money that goes into the RDF would no longer be paid for by ratepayers, but instead would be paid for by shareholders. Actually, think that would be something that I know you'd brought up concerns before about who was paying for the RDF. Right now, you said it was currently the ratepayers, but if you believe that this actually should, be paid for by the shareholders, by those benefiting from that asset that's generating this waste that we have to deal with in the state, apparently nobody thinks that we should protect the taxpayers or the ratepayers from the long-term storage costs, but instead we should give that subsidy to the utilities. And this, once again, would be, instead of addressing the problem by fixing the problem with those who pay for the RDF. I can tell Representative Garofalo's, paying attention to this because he offered this amendment, to which I wasn't going to offer because I think we could still have a discussion about this. But, I'm thankful that you are bringing this forward, too, because I don't believe that the ratepayers should be paying for these costs, and they should, in fact, be paid for by the shareholders.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I would oppose the amendment to the amendment. I think that the idea of raising the rate on casks should be fully heard in the committee. Whether the money comes from the shareholders or ratepayers, it's a discussion we should have in the Energy Policy Committee, and I urge members to vote no.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I also encourage members to vote no on the Falk amendment.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being that there's a question about who actually offered the amendment, I would move to table the amendment.
You are correct.
That would be out of order. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 3 ayes and 129 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Now we're on the Pepin amendment. Representative Pepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just ask you to support the amendment, and I will withdraw my roll call.
All right, the roll call has been withdrawn. Representative Adzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've spent a good part of the night discussing what I would describe as a unnecessary amendment, an amendment that does not solve or deal with an imminent utility energy matter. I would argue that much of this discussion we've had was also unnecessary. I would argue that in 1994, when Northern States Power Company came to this legislature and was granted permission to store spent nuclear fuel on an island in the Mississippi River 5 blocks from a Native American child care center, that today there are 50 caskets of spent nuclear fuel. 50 upstream of Rochester and the Mayo Clinic and various and assorted other fine communities and institutions downstream of this nuclear repository. I'm concerned that this is a permanent repository. I'm concerned that there will never be a federal repository elsewhere, and instead the old nuclear power plants scattered around the country will be required to become their own repository of spent nuclear fuel. That's not good for America. It's not good, in this case, for Minnesota. It certainly isn't good for the Native American community, who is a neighbor to this repository. And lastly, I have looked at the resource plans of the investor-owned utilities, and there isn't a hint, not a hint of an interest in building or adding on to the 2 existing nuclear plants in Minnesota. And there is little or no indication in those resource plans that the investor-owned utilities in Minnesota have a base load need, a base load problem that they think could be solved and dealt with additional nuclear power generation without a permanent place to store spent nuclear fuel. Please vote no.
Representative Isaacson.
Mr. Speaker and members, not only do I believe this is an unnecessary amendment, deviating from the spirit the author had intended with what she was trying to accomplish, but I think that if we were to vote yes on this, we'd be sticking our head in the sand in regards to the realities, the science of nuclear waste. 10,000 years, a million years to turn back into a state that's not radioactive. We produce tons and tons of this stuff every year, and we don't have a good comprehensive plan of what we're going to do with it. Listen, if we had an understanding, if we knew where we wanted to put these tons, and I mean tons of nuclear waste, if we had a comprehensive plan that guaranteed we were managing that correctly, then I'd be all about putting together nuclear power plants. It's not that hard, but we don't have a plan. There isn't a plan to take care of it, and what was supposed to be a temporary facility now looks like it's going to become permanent. What was supposed to be a few caskets is now 50. I'm not saying we can't have nuclear power, folks. I'm not over here being an environmental activist. I'm just saying common sense. And this stuff, the EPA, right? You know how long they have to plan for when they make plans on nuclear waste? 25,000 generations. 25,000 generations to manage this. It isn't that we can't do it, folks. It's that we're not ready to do it. We don't have a plan for the waste. And the waste doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't become not radioactive for thousands of generations. So to decide that we're going to even put this back on the table is just completely irresponsible to the citizens of Minnesota. Completely irresponsible at this point. May not be irresponsible later when the science catches up, but it's not there yet. We don't know what to do with it, and nobody has a plan, and the federal government has completely failed in putting one together. So it would be irresponsible for us to approach bringing on the idea of more nuclear power plants when we have no idea what we're going to do with the waste we have now, and how we're going to manage it, and how we're going to protect future generations against it. And until we have that understanding, we have absolutely no business whatsoever, invest in getting into these nuclear power plants. Thank you.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would recommend a strong no vote on this amendment. When it was first introduced, Representative Pepin talked about energy needs going up, and that's why we ought to lift the moratorium. Well, we've heard so many arguments already tonight that there's no need for solar and wind because energy needs are not going up. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say there's demand when you want nuclear, but there's no demand when you don't want solar and wind. Representative Van Zels and Representative Isaacson did a good job of talking about the history of this sordid issue. But I would recommend, members, there's a great document put out by our own Minnesota Legislative Reference Library about the whole history of nuclear waste storage in Minnesota. And I was struck by a quote from Judge Alan Klein. In 1992, this issue first came before him. NSP then in 1991 hatched this idea of dry cask storage. Judge Klein wrote an opinion. He first of all recommended that the PUC deny the certificate of need. And he wrote in his opinion, quote, "The likelihood that the dry cask storage will become permanent is so great that it's appropriate to require legislative authorization if this project is to go forward." Judge Klein thought the legislature would get it. Judge Klein thought this is so obvious that who would vote to site dry cask storage casks on the floodplain in the Mississippi River. But then in 1994 the legislature did do just that. But as a result they also imposed this moratorium. So ironically the moratorium was imposed in 1994 when that first set of dry casks was sited. Who would have thought 20 years later that there's still no solution to this problem? It is absolutely outrageous that we would talk about lifting the moratorium because 20 years from now there won't be a solution. And 20 years after that there won't be a solution. This is permanent storage as Judge Alan Klein suggested it would be in 1992. So I would submit, members, that we go the other direction. That we have a planned phase out of nuclear power. 10, 20, 30 years from now when these plants are ready to be decommissioned, they ought to be decommissioned and decommissioned permanently. Plutonium-239 is one of the elements of nuclear waste. 48,000 years it's dangerous. Can you even conceive of that? 48,000 years, how long that is? But we're looking at that possibility here in the state of Minnesota. So members, let's keep this moratorium in place, but let's also start to think about what it would mean to phase out this very, very dangerous technology, which we still are no closer to finding a solution to the waste problem. Members, please vote no.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to be brief. Because there might be some misconception about my position on this, I just want to say that I strongly support lifting the moratorium on nuclear power in Minnesota, nuclear power plants, and urge support for Representative Pepin's amendment.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to clear up a couple of things here. First of all,
the Mayo Clinic and Rochester are not upstream on the Mississippi River. Just please take a map out. It's quite a ways away. It's not. Rochester is not on the Mississippi River or the Mayo Clinic. And I have to report to members that there are no dry caskets stored on pads at Prairie Island. Zero. The DFL-led majority in 1994 did pass dry cask storage at Prairie Island. Just to clarify a few things, members.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, there's two of us in this body that actually were on the conference committee back in 1994. I happen to be one of them. There's also a member of this body that was an active citizen back in 1994. So there's at least three of us that were intimately involved with the issue. And a couple of things I want to point out, being that this would be part of an alternative energy bill. At that point in time, the compromise that was forged was 450 megawatts of wind power out at Buffalo Ridge. And that was developed, and the state has gone beyond that. We also indicated that about 50 megawatts of biomass be developed. But getting to the nuclear, and I would urge everybody to vote no. When that debate started in that conference committee, we started down with a very low number of casks. I think it was like 5 or 6 initially. And it grew to 17 because we heard from NSP at the time, or now XL, that this was to be temporary, but to get them enough storage capacity for the development of the federal depository for nuclear waste, they needed 17. And so it grew from about a half dozen casks in that conference committee to 17, so that they would be able to, in the long term, take care of that nuclear waste. Well, as we are debating here tonight, we know that simply didn't happen. It's now up to 50 casks. There still isn't a permanent depository. And I think that one of the big issues that this country is going to have to deal with is the storage of nuclear waste. But that was a compromise that was supposed to provide for a temporary solution, and here now by lifting the moratorium would be an attempt to make the whole situation permanent. And as has been pointed out, we end up with a permanent depository on the site with the casks at a number of 50. So those of us that voted for it when the conference committee came back, and by the way, it was a bipartisan vote, people on both sides of the aisle, but I think probably to the person almost, we felt it was to be a temporary solution until the waste was permanently stored. So please vote no.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think we need to look at new technology and what it does. And currently, the military uses nuclear power plants in their aircraft carriers. All of our aircraft carriers are now nuclear. In fact, I think some of us are going out to Norfolk in September 7th, to see the USS Minnesota, the new submarine. All of our submarines are nuclear powered. When was the last time you heard us have a problem with one of our nuclear power plants in those vessels? Hasn't happened. There might have been one, but there hasn't been any large accidents. In fact, we just retired our first nuclear aircraft carrier, and I don't believe that had a real big incident. So, members, I think new technology, new nuclear technology has come a long ways from old technology. And although we haven't used it in civilian tech uses, we've used a lot of it in military technology. And I don't see the harm in lifting the moratorium, because as you said, we don't have a real good big need for energy. We have energy we can't even use. So I don't expect one of these nuclear power plants to be built in probably my lifetime. But I don't think that we should keep a moratorium on that really doesn't make much difference. I think if the opportunity comes to use the new nuclear technology, I think we ought to leave it there. So I fully support Representative Pepin's amendment. Thank you.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Howe yield for a question?
Yes, Representative Earhart.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Howe, what are they doing with the spent nuclear accumulations out of our military, our aircraft carriers and the submarines? What are they doing with that storage? Are they storing it somewhere, or do you know?
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my knowledge, I don't know what they're doing with them, but I've never seen one replaced either. So, you know, the good thing about it is they never have to come, they never have to be refueled that I know of. I mean, I know that they did in the past, but I don't think the new technology, I haven't seen any of those come in for refueling.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you.
Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Howe, I think that you made a very good argument for why we shouldn't pass the moratorium or lift the moratorium until we have that advanced science telling us the new nuclear energy. You know, we heard again and again, as Representative Hornstein said, that we have too much energy, that it costs too much. Well, just look at the cost of nuclear energy. It far outweighs what renewable energy would cost. And we could invest a lot more in renewable energy. There's been some talk about how renewable energy couldn't cover all of our needs. There actually is a theory or a proposal by S. David Freeman, who used to manage the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, worked for several presidents on energy. He believes that we can. He believes that we can develop renewable energy and it would be our sole supply for our energy needs. It seems to me it would be far better to invest in renewable energy and advance that energy source than it would be to chase a pipe dream that doesn't exist and is extremely dangerous at the present time. There's no reason to lift the moratorium until we know that we have actual science that can work. I don't see why we should do that. Thank you.
Seeing no Representative Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly, actually, the technology is there, and they actually now are reusing the spent nuclear rods in other fashions to actually create more energy. So the military does a good job with it, and I think that technology should be open to the civilians.
Representative Falk.
Thank you. I knew it wasn't going to be too long before we actually had the reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel. And I've got a book here that talks about the efficiency of it. And this is, what they do in France and, how efficient it is. You get fissile material in uranium-235, 4%. The reprocessing is less than 1% efficient, and it creates more streams of waste. You got solids, liquids, and gases. And so it costs a whole bunch of money. The French, who do as well as anybody, have spent upwards of $10 billion on their reprocessing facilities. Creates more waste. All of the radioactive waste streams are contaminated with plutonium, so it's worse waste, and it's still less than 1% efficient.
The author of the amendment, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thanks for the discussion. I just want to address a few things. First, I want to remind everyone that if we were to remove the moratorium, that wouldn't mean construction would start tomorrow. The PUC would still have to look at it, and it would be a minimum of 14 years. So we're hardly acting spontaneously. If you consider 14 years spontaneous, then I don't know where you're coming from. The reason I'm doing this again is because I'm concerned about our energy needs in the future, and we've had some discussion back and forth on what our energy supply is and what our needs is. I just have some statistics from the Department of Energy saying our needs will increase by 20% by the year 2030. I've also read in the National Conference of State Legislatures that our energy demand will increase by 50% by the year 2050. And so when you're in a state and you've got a moratorium on coal-fired power plants and nuclear power plants, your two main sources of baseload power, you've got an issue because renewables are fine, but they need a backup. They're expensive, they're not reliable, and they need a backup. So A couple of the other issues I want to address. We talked about, I think Representative Hornstein talked about safety, and I agree we need to be diligent about safety. But the safety record from the U.S. power industry, according to the Congressional Research Service, says that the nuclear power industry in comparison to other energy technologies has been excellent. They further say there's never been a death in the U.S. as a result of radiation or accidents, and there continues to be significant safety gains in technology. Storage, I agree that continues to be a valid concern. Unfortunately, U.S. Senator Harry Reid has blocked efforts for years and years to have our Yucca Mountain repository. But nuclear is cost effective. The estimate I have here is that it's about 1.7 cents per kilowatt hour, which is cheaper than coal, gas, or wind. But again, the main point I want to make today is we need to have a plan. It's our job as a legislature to have a plan for the state of Minnesota. And we have a moratorium on coal and a moratorium on nuclear. And I think we have to start making some decisions here, because that's simply not doing our job for the people of Minnesota. Is it a tough decision? Perhaps. But it's a decision that people send us here to make. And we need to do that. The cost of the renewable bill is outrageous. It's inefficient, it's highly subsidized, and it's going to raise rates. It's going to be expensive. And so the very least we can do is consider bringing back some of these other baseload powers back to the state and removing the moratoriums. So, members, I would ask for your vote.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a critical issue before the state, and I think we ought to have a roll call on this.
Representative Hornstein asks for a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Thank God.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Beard, you had an amendment. Do you want to offer that amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw that amendment, please. Okay.
Representative Nornis, you previously had an amendment. Do you want to offer that amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw that amendment.
Representative Hortman, or there is another amendment at the desk, but Representative Hortman offers an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A45.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the amendment, the A57, I'd like to take up.
The clerk will report the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman is moving to amend her amendment to House File 956, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A57.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A45 amendment, as amended by the A57 amendment, recognizes the unique economic asset to the state of Minnesota that northeastern Minnesota represents to us. In northeastern Minnesota, we have substantial mining and forestry interests, and they're a substantial part of our state economy. They are uniquely energy-intensive industries. The A57 amendment does some technical corrections to the A45 amendment. The effect of the amendment is to carve out of the Minnesota Power and the Otter Tail service territory these very large mining and forestry operations. So for the purposes of Otter Tail and Minnesota Power, it basically cuts the standards in half, and it only applies the standard to residential, but it prorates it down. So it doesn't put any greater burden on residential ratepayers. But what it does is it protects these very energy-intensive industries from any impact that a solar standard could have. And I'd ask for member support.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on the A57 amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman yields for a question.
She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, you said that the mining industry has unique challenges. Apparently, they can't afford the costs of your bill, unlike other businesses. Can you explain why this protection shouldn't be given to other businesses in Minnesota?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo. The mining industry is particularly susceptible to the boom and bust whims of the world commodity markets. And the residents of northeastern Minnesota in particular are always at the mercy of world commodity prices. And so in a way that's more uniquely affecting them than other industries in the state of Minnesota, we want to make sure that power costs aren't a reason that contributes to their boom or bust cycles.
Representative Garofalo.
Representative Hortman yields for another question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hortman, are you saying that if we do not adopt this amendment, it will increase costs on the mining industry in Minnesota?
Representative Hortman.
Representative Garofalo, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Garofalo, the solar standard, as we talked about before, by Excel's own cost estimates, will have a net impact for ratepayers, according to Excel's own numbers, of a 0.5%, less than 0.5%. And so, no, I don't think it's significant, but I think for these industries that are so critical to the economy of the state of Minnesota, that we should take special care that we don't take any actions here at the state legislature that make them more likely to look at other locations for their businesses.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, the answer is yes. If we don't adopt this amendment, it'll impose a cost, it'll impose a burden on the mining industry, but that's okay. We've seen this before where the DFL will now pick out little favors for people, and the fact of the matter is I don't think the Iron Range would vote for this bill if they didn't get this provision in there. It's probably more to do about getting to 68 than it does to getting to reducing the cost for the mining industry. But members, this is a situation where, again, we're making the bill less bad by picking out certain people who are exempting from the cost of the DFL's energy tax plan in this bill. I'm choosing to vote green on this because I think we can lessen the damage that this bill is being done, but obviously members are left to their own devices about whether they think this should apply statewide or not.
Representative Van Zelts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank Representative Hortman for this language. I want to thank her for understanding that in northeastern Minnesota, the three legs to the stool of our economy, timber, taconite, and tourism, two of them are hugely dependent on not only natural resources, but are dependent upon the natural resources necessary to power the production in those plants. This language deals with the 5 taconite plants, the nugget plant, which is a value-added plant adding value to the taconite pellet. It includes magnetation, our fledgling entrepreneurial Scram mining company that is extracting iron ore concentrate from old tailings and reclaiming wetlands. And last but not least, our 2 paper mills, both of which are facing very, very serious competition. Not from Minnesota, but their competition, as well as the competition in the pellet and steel industry, is global. And when you're competing with Canada, Australia, Brazil, Russia, China, and India, and paper makers throughout the world, cost, of course, is an issue. Members, we just lost 265 jobs. I would be denying the truth if I didn't say that part of the cost of doing business in International Falls in the business of making paper is of course power. And it is of course a part of the cost of making taconite pellets. But you know, those 365 families, they don't really care about what went on here tonight. They just want to know that there's hope. They just want to know that there's the potential for another job in the community where they live. Thank you again, Representative Hortman, for your willingness to do this for the people of northeastern Minnesota. It's pretty common sense as far as I'm concerned.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Ansos. Well, what about the rest of us? What about the rest of us? Members, I want you to look on page 4 of the bill. 4.6, reasonable rates. Every rate made, demanded, received by any public utility, blah, 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 shall be just and reasonable, so on and so forth. They shall not be preferential, prejudicial, discriminatory, but shall be efficient, equitable, and consistent in application. Members, I finally figured out what's happening here tonight and how this bill got to this position here. This could not have been done in committee. It had to be done here and jammed through this place by deals that have been made. Representative Hortman, will you yield to a question?
Representative Hortman will yield. Representative Beard.
Representative Hortman, I'm going to vote red on the bill, but maybe you can convince me to be green. The city of Shakopee is split right down the middle on service territories, members. Old Town Shakopee, right down the railroad tracks, is XL. That's Rar Malt, Bell Pole, and Lumber Company, by the way. Let me think. The glass plant, the box plant, the shingle plant, the truss factory, Hawkins Chemical, mix a lot of chemicals for all kinds of people around the country. The waste treatment plant at Blue Lake. Did we carve out the Metropolitan Council yet? I don't think we did. Valley Fair. They're all XL customers. Every one of them is going to get stuck with this bill. If I could get a carve out and change my vote to green, would you give me an exemption on those those big users? Could we do that to protect them? Because I want to tell you about the bottle plant. It's hanging on by a thread because of a marvelous invention called plastic. Fortunately, they landed the Snapple account, but they're hanging on by their toenails. The margins are tight at the old Anchor Glass plant. Shingle plant seems to be doing fine. Maybe they could absorb a solar mandate. But how about the Malt plant? You know, the one that put up Coda Energy to try to save themselves from the very vagaries of natural gas pricing a few years ago? Commodity business, very small margins. Oh, and they compete against Canadian factories as well, Representative Ansels. So maybe I got a lot in common with you. Representative Hortman, will you offer me a carve-out for the XL customers in the district I represent so I can trade my vote for green?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, the economy of northeastern Minnesota is uniquely focused on these two industries, forestry and mining. They are boom and bust, and more than any other industry in the state of Minnesota, rely on the health of these industries for jobs for the people of those communities. Shakopee has a diversified economy, and none of the entities that you name are the sole source of support for the families of your entire region. So no, Representative Beard.
Representative Beard.
Well, pardon me, Madam Chair, for having a well-run and diversified economy. And you know what, members? Had she offered me the deal, I'd have said no. I'd have said hell no. You know why? Because I'm not a Shakopee representative. I'm a state representative, and we're trying our darndest to look out for the industries in this state, whether they're in Warroad, building windows or snowmobiles or whatever else they do in Warroad and Thief River and places up there, whether they're in Worthington canning soup, or whether they're on the North Shore treating us in the summer to fishing or whatever else we do on the North Shore besides log and mine and do tourism stuff. Members, I'm a state representative. Every one of you people are too. You ought to be ashamed to vote for this amendment. Please vote red.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Beard, you're not the only community that's divided between Mine is between Dakota Electric and XL. And this is very hard for me. Representative Hortman, you talked about the forestry industry. Most of you members have one of these folders either on your desk or around. It says on the back, Speed Manufacturing. Headquarters in Hastings, Minnesota. They're in the forestry industry. They make paper products. They have for 3 generations. Today you got to have 25 years seniority to work at Speed Manufacturing. That's the trouble the Hoffman families had to keep that business alive in Hastings. It's so important to our economy, and the cost of energy is unbelievably expensive today in Minnesota. This is so wrong. Representative Beard, you're so right. We're state representatives, and our votes can't be bought. Rock 10 in St. Paul, any of you that are representatives in St. Paul should be listening. The union came down here with management and begged us to help them stay in business. And what are we doing? We're picking and choosing winners and losers. 5 different caucuses walked down the hallway to 217 to make it work. All the iron ranges lined up for it because you got to carve out. And where's Smedes? How about Flint Hills? You want to talk about union jobs and how great it is? How about the pipe fitters that were just working at Flint Hills and Marathon on turnaround? They make $100,000 a year. Did we give a carve out to them? Is their energy costs going through the ceiling? Yeah, because we can't be bought. We're not going to do it. It's not right, it's wrong. And you people all better be thinking about it. If you're going to vote 68 votes for this, it's wrong. You people know it's wrong and you shouldn't be doing it. Vote no.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Representative Beard, for mentioning Warroad and Roseau and so forth. Representative Ansel's talked about, Representative Hortman talked about boom and bust. I've seen boom and bust, people. I've seen the Polaris plant in Roseau with 5 employees. I've seen hundreds of jobs that have been shed at the Warroad Marvin Windows plant. I've seen the same thing happen throughout my district. Our electric rates in the last few years have gone up by about 70 to 80%. This is bad public policy, people. I've said this on the floor before. I have great empathy for what's going on in northeastern Minnesota. Representative Ansels and I have talked about this several times. But what we're doing here tonight is wrong. 68 votes. 68. This is embarrassing. We're all state representatives. We should be doing what's best for Minnesota. I've heard about being competitive. I've heard about rates and so forth. How does this make Northwest Minnesota, how does this make our border communities more competitive? More and more jobs are leaving our state. We've read it in the papers. We've heard the comments. We're not competitive. Increasing our electric rates is not going to make us more competitive. This is wrong, people. Have we lost every brain that we were born with? In my part of the state, people would describe this, they would say, oh, for stupid. Thank you.
Representative Ansel's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there are differences. This is a unique area of timber, taconite, and tourism. And what we're asking for is necessary and needed, and we have no option. You know, in this country, we take a census, take a population every 10 years. In the census of 1980, the iron ore formation and the communities to the north, to the border, and the communities to the south lost 10,000 people. In the census of 1990, the census was taken, same thing, another 10,000. And in 2000, another 10,000. And in the census just concluded, northeastern Minnesota lost another 10,000 citizens. That's 40. In 1982, there were 12,000 people working in taconite. In 1982, there were close to 1,800 working at the two paper mills, Blandon in Grand Rapids and Boise in International Falls. Today in taconite, production is nearly the same. Only the difference is it's being done with a workforce of about 4,200 rather than 12,000. At Blandon Paper, owned by UPM Kimini and Boise in the Falls, production is basically the same. Boise in the Falls down to about 580 full-time workers. Blandon in Grand Rapids down to about 350. So you see, if this trend continues, ultimately there will be very little left of the good-paying production jobs in taconite and paper in northeastern Minnesota. And this delegation of representatives from northeastern Minnesota and senators, we have a single purpose. We are committed to the goal of stopping that exodus of our young people. It is our number one, number two, number three, and number four goal. And so everything that goes on here at this legislature is tied to that goal. I know this makes some of you uncomfortable. I hope we can control some of the harsh words. Please don't be harsh with us. Please understand the problem we have. Please understand our culture. Please understand how badly we want our young people to have an opportunity to stay in northeastern Minnesota. Please vote for the amendment.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just been wondering out loud how bad the employment situation would be up on the northeast side of Minnesota if we would allow copper and nickel mining.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anzels. You forgot the M, as Representative Newberg was reminding you. You have minerals. And how's that permitting of polymet coming? And how's the permitting for twin metals coming if they haven't started the permitting process? Because according to this article that I'm reading, the mineral resource of Minnesota for copper, nickel, platinum, palladium, and gold is of world-class magnitude and just presents a tremendous economic opportunity for the state. Representative Anzels and those of you who live in the northern part, you have a gold mine. Take advantage of it. You don't need any carve-out.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you very much. And I know it irritates some of you that there's a carve-out for the steel and for paper. But if you want to buy your steel from China, then don't give us a carve-out. Don't vote for it, because you will see the industry continue to spiral downward. Now, someone just brought up copper nickel. I think it's really interesting that the state doesn't depend on Minnesota steel anymore. We make about 40 million tons of taconite pellets a year on the Iron Range. In 2 years, China will be making 100,000 tons of steel. That's 1 billion tons of steel. We're a drop in the bucket now. If we don't have a carve-out, we lose people like at Boise. And then regarding the copper nickel and all the hooting and hollering over that now. I mean, we would be thrilled to have copper nickel mining in the north. And frankly, it's going to permitting process. And the reason it's taking so long is because we're making absolutely positively sure through the permitting process and through the environmental review process that when that permit is issued, it will be able to be defended in a court of law to the highest land from suits of people who do not believe we should do it in this state. And so we have to be patient with that. But in the interim, we need to keep those industries certainly viable that we have and for the long term. So that's the reason we need the carve-out. I think it's so interesting that we talk about alternative energies here on the floor, whether it be wind or solar, but 2.5 tons of copper in 1 megawatt of a windmill. 22 tons of steel. We have those resources. But if we're put out of business because of not having this carve-out in this bill, whether you like the bill or not, we won't be there to provide it. So I know it's kind of a bitter pill to swallow, but we need it in the Northeast, and that's the reason the Rangers are voting for it. And we'd be there to help you in any other part of the state when we can and when it makes sense to us. So thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dill, you're not there to help us now. You're not here to help us now. You are selling exactly what we are trying to say, that this is an expensive bill that everybody's going to have to pay for. People living in apartments in the Twin Cities, they're not going to be able to put solar panels on their roof. They're not going to be able to take advantage of the subsidies in this, but they're going to pay. Businesses in the Twin Cities area have just the same concerns as they do on the Iron Range. And Representative Dill and Representative Ansell, you know that I'm very sympathetic to the issues on the Iron Range, and I help there a lot. But this is a carve-out, and you guys have been bought off to pass this bill. It's plain and simple as the nose on your face. And that's the way this is going to go down. And everybody's going to know it. This is absolutely wrong, members. Absolutely wrong. To carve out separate sections of the state to take advantage of not having to pay the price for this bill. You are selling it. You are selling the very fact that this is an expensive bill that the state of Minnesota cannot afford. Please vote no on this amendment and no on the bill.
Member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I would ask Representative Ansell and Dill, I agree, you need a carve-out in the Northeast. So does the Southeast. So does the Southwest. So does the Northwest and Central Minnesota. This bill is garbage, and we all need a carve-out. Now, nobody came to me and said, hey, I'll buy you off, Greg. We know that this is going to kill the ethanol plants. You got $7 corn, and you've got electric rates going through the roof. But you know what? For a while, when Representative Beard said, you know, if you carve me out, I'll sell my soul too. And he said he wouldn't. I would. You get the Southeast out of this piece of garbage, and you might have a green vote. $7 corn and ethanol plants going bankrupt, and we're worried about the Iron Range. Well, I'm worried about the Iron Range too with this piece of garbage bill. But I'm also worried about my hog farmers and my dairy farmers feeding $7 corn and going broke. They need a carve-out too. This bill hurts the people of Minnesota. This bill hurts everyone in Minnesota. And Representative Ansell, we all have problems. You said we have problems. We all have problems. We all have cultures. And you talk about steel being made in China. How about corn and soybeans being raised in Brazil? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. That's what is happening. And with a higher cost of production in Minnesota, because the southeast and the southwest haven't been carved out, that's exactly where we're going to be importing our corn and soybeans from. I've been a member of this House for 21 years. And this is one of the most pathetic attempts that I have ever seen in my life to pass a bill. Members, this is just wrong. We'll get to 68. We'll get to 68 on this bill. You know why? Because members have been bought off. That's exactly what's happened here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The Northeast has been carved out. Carve out the Southeast. Carve out the Southwest. Carve out the Northwest. This bill is garbage, and it deserves a no vote.
Representative Anzelts. Oh. Minority Leader, Representative Murphy. Majority Leader. The Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I won't cite the rule in Mason's 124, and we get heated here on the floor, and we're supposed to be talking about the bill before us and not the motives of people, so suggesting members may have been bought off, I think violates the rule and the decorum of the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, and I would just ask that you remind members of that rule, please.
Members, it is the item before the House that's to be debated, not the reason for the vote or the reason for offering it. As well, personalities are not to be brought into the debate. The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think I was very clear. It's the bill that's garbage. I happen to have a lot of respect, and I really like the offer.
Representative Anzelts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Majority Leader, thank you for your kind words, and I know that nobody in the chamber is suggesting that anybody is doing anything unseemly here, so I think we should vote.
The Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do have to agree with many that have spoken. This one takes the cake. All night we've heard how great this bill is and how good it's going to be for everybody. And now we've got members of the Iron Range delegation standing up and saying, nope, don't pass this for us. Let's have a carve-out that exempts our area of the state. Why? Because the bill is going to hurt businesses and industries in their region of the state. If you vote for this amendment, it's an admission that this bill is bad for business and for industries, for jobs, and for Minnesotans. If it's bad for the Iron Range, it's bad for everybody. And I appreciate our colleagues from the Iron Range who want to have an amendment here that helps their area. And frankly, I want to support your area because I know this bill is going to be bad for you. But all of the other members who have stood up and given heartfelt speeches about how this bill is going to hurt the businesses and industries in their district, and it's not just those people, it's everybody that pays an electric bill in Minnesota is going to pay more under this bill. This is a bad bill. And this amendment makes it 10 times worse. It's an admission that this is a bad bill. It's so bad that we can't have it affect our area of the state. And if you pass this amendment, sure, we'll vote for the final bill. I don't know what kind of deal was cut. I don't even want to suggest that a deal was cut. But Iron Rangers, you want to help everybody else? You want to help the rest of the state? Vote no on the bill. That's what's good for Minnesota. We've got an admission that this bill is bad for the Iron Range. It's just as good as saying this bill is bad for all of Minnesota, and it is. So you guys have a very interesting choice to make. You're going to vote for this amendment And by putting up a green vote for this amendment, you will admit that this is a bad bill. And we're going to exempt, some of our members from the bill. And then turn around and put up a green vote for this bad bill. This is what people hate about what we do in St. Paul. They sent you here to represent them, not to come here and represent special interests and whatever other agenda we've got going on here on the House floor. This is exactly what our constituents hate. And here again, members, the Democrats in the Minnesota House saying one thing and doing another. Yep, this bill is great. Good for everybody. Good for Minnesota's economy and good for jobs, right? Not good for the Iron Range. And you know what? Not good for anybody else either. I expect that the Iron Range members are going to vote with us in the final passage of this bill. Because you know it's a bad bill. You know it's bad for the industries in your region. And I look forward to your no votes on the final passage of the bill because it's bad for all of us.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this amendment is not unlike what I did to the bill in the Commerce Committee. I heard opposition from those members of munis and co-ops that they weren't ready. And so in the Commerce Committee, we carved out 35% of the energy market in Minnesota. This is not unlike in other bills, for example, teacher evaluations, where we evaluate art teachers differently than social studies teachers or science teachers. This is about making a bill fit for the state of Minnesota and making a bill that works. And for those of you who came and talked to me about the munis and the co-ops, I exempted the munis and the co-ops because of the arguments that you brought forward. And so I'd ask for your support on the A57.
Seeing no further discussion or roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Hortman amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 614.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, this is a chance for all of us here to be Iron Rangers. That's what this bill is, this amendment is. A customer whose rate is increased as a result of the solar energy standard in this subdivision is going to be exempt. So if it's good enough for the range, it's good enough for the low-income citizens of your district, the people who have no chance of benefiting from solar, this is your opportunity. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Members, I respectfully request a no vote. The estimated impact on the average residential ratepayer is 22 cents a month on the bill, and so I please ask you to vote no on the Garofalo amendment.
The member from Ramsey waves. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll. That's it. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Horton amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 615.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that amendment to the amendment.
Representative Garofalo withdraws the amendment. To the amendment. To the Hortman amendment. Member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
I think we've had a good debate. Please vote green.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Uruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge you to vote for the amendment. In the course of the Energy Committee hearings and in meeting with representatives from every power company in the state, everybody beat a path to my door, I have heard a lot about the differing conditions in different parts of Minnesota. And, for example, this is one of the reasons why we're exempting the municipals and the co-ops from this, because they have different conditions than the investor-owned utilities. But there also is a difference in the power consumption patterns in the northeast part of the state versus the entire rest of the state. Their peaking patterns are different at different times of day and different times of the year. In the entire rest of the state, the peak electrical usage tends to be in the summer. In the northeast, it's in the winter. They have a much larger fraction of their power used commercially, industrially, versus residential than in the rest of the state. And so their conditions truly are different, and we're accepting the carve-out for the municipals and the co-ops. It's similar to that. There are good, sound, technical, and economic reasons for this. I urge you to vote yes on the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman. Member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
First of all, I'd request a roll call on this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you. Representative Uruso will yield to a quick question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Uruso, I'm not sure how the solar footprint is different in northeastern Minnesota versus northwestern Minnesota, but we'll leave that alone. Can you just explain to the members of this body what it is the Iron Range needs protection from that's in this bill?
Representative Uruso.
To the first part of your question, Representative Garofalo, there are two things that are different on the Iron Range than in the Northwest. The first is that our record cold happens in the Northeast. My mother was born in Embarrass, so I'm intimately familiar with that. And the second is trees.
Representative Garofalo.
Representative Uruso, yield to the question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Representative Uruso, please tell me what is it that the Iron Range needs protection from that is in this bill?
Representative Uruso.
Representative Garofalo, when I spoke a moment ago, I was not talking about protection from anything. I was talking about the differing economic and electric power usage conditions that in that part of the state, and the amendment is being done to accommodate those different patterns. And I have no opinion on protecting anybody from anything, because that's not the way I see the amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Then I'll ask my friend Representative Melin. Representative Melin, please, will you tell us what is it's in this bill that the Iron Range needs protection from?
Representative Melin will yield for a question. Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, this exception has to do with energy intensity, which Representative Hortman talked about in her opening comments. About 25 to 30% of the costs incurred in producing taconite is because of energy costs. I don't think there's any other industry in the state that could be compared to that, where 25 to 30% of their costs are related to energy. That's why the exception is here.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Representative Melin, if only there was another industry that was energy intense. If only there was another industry somewhere in an investor-owned utility area that was very energy intensive and wasn't being protected, would Representative Dorholt yield to a question?
Representative Dorholt will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Dorholt, you got some hospitals in your district, the Excel Energy Service Territory. Can you please, I'm trying to get the members of the the Iron Range delegation or any member of the DFL caucus to answer this for me. What is it that the Iron Range needs protection from that's in this bill?
Representative Dorhold.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gavel, I don't see it as protection, so I'm confused by your question.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Dorholt yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Representative Dorholt, we have the author of the amendment use the language a carve-out for the bill. Why is it that St. Cloud doesn't deserve the same carve-out the Iron Range got?
Representative Dorholt.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, I disagree with your interpretation. I don't think we need a carve-out. I'm not asking for one.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a great lesson to be learned tonight, and I want to thank my friends from the Iron Range for doing it. Contrary to public opinion, this is how you roll at the legislature. This is how you get stuff done. For those of you that are voting for this bill and you're not getting the carve-outs, suckers. Voting for it. The Iron Range showed you how you get something done tonight. Lesson learned.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzelts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you think about what you just heard, and it's not quite that bad. What makes Northeast Minnesota and the iron ore formation different from St. Cloud or any other area is we have 4,400 jobs making taconite pellets and less than 1,000 making paper. And the rest is basically minimum wage. That's the difference. We have the lowest property wealth in the state. We have the highest incidence of government ownership of the land. Property taxes don't work. We are different.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll. I want to make sure I got that county right.
Well, thank you. That also happens to be the county that was a conversation, the home to the county, the conversation earlier, St. Cloud. And I was wondering if Representative Anzells would yield to a question. He brought up something of interest to me tonight.
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you. Representative Anzells indicated that there's only about 5,000 jobs on the range that would pay more than minimum wage. And he is suggests that 4,000 of those are in the taconite and 1,000 of those were in the paper-making industry. What if maybe Representative Anzells could recap something he's told us about the paper business in his district a few other times earlier this session on the floor?
Representative Anzells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I didn't get the last part of the question, Representative. Could you repeat it, please?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anzells, you have, in previous debates on the floor, told us about the current plight of a certain paper manufacturer in your district. I was wondering if you could share that again with us tonight.
Representative Anzelts will yield. Representative Anzelts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative O'Driscoll. Both of the paper mills are in difficulty in terms of markets. The paper mill in International Falls, managed and owned by Boise, recently laid off 265 to 300 of their workers and closed permanently, shut down permanently 2 paper machines. They're their 2 oldest paper machines, inefficient, and apparently the company decided they no longer met the company's business model, and so those jobs are lost.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anzells, the story you just shared about a paper manufacturer in your district happened in my district, but in a little bit different way. In October of 2011, almost 600 people worked for the Versal paper mill in the city of Sartell. And that's a very, very, very high energy intense business. As a matter of fact, it's such a high energy intense business that there's a major substation that the utility company has there. They're on a negotiated rate with the utility provider. Plus, there's also a hydroelectric dam that provides power. In October of 2011, over 300 people lost their job because of market conditions, competitive issues. On Memorial Day last year in 2012, one of the employees lost their life in an explosion that took the remaining 250 jobs from that particular facility. When asked, where do they fit in the grid with Xcel as a power user, Xcel wouldn't divulge the exact location or volumes, but they indicated they were very, very close to the top. As a matter of fact, there's a late-night TV comedian who has a list named after that, where those folks go in, something about the top 10 energy users in the state of Minnesota. Between your closure and my closure, there was yet another closure of a paper manufacturer here in the state of Minnesota. Cost of paper per ton continues to drop. The market didn't even recognize the fact that the mill in Sartell was closed. Or later in the summer when the other mill was closed. And I suspect the market won't recognize the fact that the two plants that you're talking about that are downsizing and closing. We're in a very competitive market. So if this is good for the folks up in the Iron Range, it sure is good for the folks in Sartell who want to try to bring back good paying union jobs, my friend. Good union paying jobs back to the community. So I'm wondering if you would be willing to support something that would help these good folks out, because they may need, as is talked about here on the floor, a carve-out to help them too.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzelts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my good friend, Representative O'Driscoll, I am truly sorry about what closed the Verso plant in your community, but clearly that facility, that paper mill, had it not closed, would be covered under this particular amendment so kindly offered by Representative Hortman. And it would be covered if it came back to life as a paper mill as well. So that's a good reason for you to vote for the amendment.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Anzelts, as Paul Harvey would say, here's the rest of the story. That paper mill is not coming back. And I don't want to give you any false hopes. Yours is probably not coming back online either. That facility has been sold to be scrapped. The metal is coming down, and they're going to try to repurpose that. What's going to be there, we don't know. But I'll guarantee you it's going to use energy. Why can't those good folks have a carve-out? Why can't some of the other large industries that provide good jobs, many of those union jobs, my friend, why can't they get a little help on this? Why are we picking winners and losers?
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, a roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 956 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Members, we did quite a bit of committee work here on the floor tonight on an energy bill. There actually are 4 little sections in the bill that are energy bill related. The rest of it is solar, and it's solar PV to be specific, so if you're a solar thermal person, too bad, you'll have to wait another time, I guess. Members, Some of us are old enough here to remember when this whole thing started with Jimmy Carter back in 1978. There had been a couple of energy shocks. We were scrambling to figure out how to work with declining oil. The OPEC cartel had been put together. They were shocking us. We had to figure out something to do. And Jimmy Carter hired a bright young fellow named Avery Lovins to come to the White House and direct us to a new path to energy independence, the soft path, he called it. One of his big deals, besides conservation and all that other stuff, was solar. And I still have a poster in my office, a picture of a poster in my office, that Jimmy Carter's administration put out in 1978, 35 years ago, that by the year 2000, fully 20% of our baseload power would be met with solar PV. He dropped $12 billion on that adventure, and what do we have to show for it? Nothing. 1/10 of 1% today, 35 years later, is solar PV. And so we're going to take another run at that windmill, and I'm not talking about the ones on Buffalo Ridge. We're picking winners and losers, and we're hoping desperately that these will be winners this time. Members, I've watched who's been driving this show. There are folks here looking, they said, I was one young man sat in front of our committee, we're looking for a clear market signal. No, you're not. You're looking for a political signal. That's all this is. The market has been speaking clearly, members, for 35 years. And what do they have? 1/10 of 1%. Not because we don't like them. It's an intriguing idea. There are places where solar PV makes sense. But baseload, grid-type power? Nope. It isn't cutting the mustard. Let me tell you what we've done just since President Obama's been elected. Here's some winners. Oh, I'm sorry, they're losers. Abound Solar, bankrupt, $400 million. Enerdell, $118 million taxpayer dollars gone. Evergreen Solar, $25 million. Here's a little one, SpectraWatt, $500,000. Solyndra, we've heard of them, $850 million, trying to accomplish Jimmy Carter and Amory Lovin's dream. Here's a couple more that are hanging by their toenails. SunPower, $1.2 billion. I think that's the one in the desert, going to build the reflectors. And First Solar, $1.46 billion federal tax dollars, and they're faltering. That's of about 2 months ago. And so here we are hitching our star to solar PV. Wow. Good luck with that, everyone. Good luck with that.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is so bad that it rely on a carve out of the Iron Range in order to reach enough votes. This bill ignores present level of technology, that Minnesota weather and solar efficiency is not that of Southwest USA, and it puts the burden on rural homeowners, the poor, the retired, the citizens of Minnesota to cover the costs of this bill through their rates, which actually shifts money to the rich. And it's so bad for our businesses that it will cause a loss of jobs and money to leave Minnesota, which was very evident from all the discussion of why, even though it's not bad, we had to exempt the major industries of the Iron Range from its harmful effects. And frankly, I tried very hard in committee and on the floor to fix this bill, to improve it, to make it something that would be good for the state of Minnesota. I must apologize to my constituents that I was unsuccessful in fixing this bill, and I am forced to vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the stroll down memory lane. with the Carter administration and the Reagan administration and that time period. And I just want to point out one small inaccuracy that was shared with us. You are right that President Carter did try to invest in the solar industry and had some pretty good movement going forward. However, his predecessor, Ronald Reagan, managed to go so far as to kill any aspect of what Carter tried to accomplish, and even went up and physically removed the solar panels from the White House. I have to say that to smear it in that way is just disingenuous and unfortunate, and the reality is that we don't know what would have been accomplished because the next administration didn't allow it to happen. That is why we didn't have solar energy like we do today, or could have today. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and just want to speak briefly on the gratitude, I guess, that our co-ops have been excluded from some of the more egregious things in this bill. There still is a net metering. There still are mandates that are a concern to our local cooperatives. My family had a long involvement with them, and I remain very concerned about what happens to our cooperative light and powers. And just summing up by saying this, Albert Einstein tells us that energy cannot be naturally created or destroyed. And then I think, but maybe by the DFL caucus.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I'm curious if, your bill has us using an enormous amount of solar panels, of which, as we all know, and I've heard tonight, that a lot of them are made in China, right? Well, maybe you don't know that China currently has 17 nuclear power reactors. They're building 28 of them that are currently under instruction. Now, this is a site that I've gone to that's been updated. 30 April 2013. And by 2030, they intend to have over 100 nuclear reactors. So what are they doing? They're building nuclear reactors for their baseline power. They're manufacturing solar panels. They're sending it on over here for you guys to buy these things. So we're supposed to, in this state, rely on solar power while the Chinese are building nuclear reactors for their baseline? Are you guys nuts? This is a national security issue. What is wrong here in the state of Minnesota? We are part of the United States. I can't believe what I hear and how we undermined our own nation. We've got to stay strong, people. And these kinds of bills that I've been seeing this whole session does nothing but undermine the power of the United States. Now, we are a very important state here. We have a great education system. We've contributed a lot to this nation. And what's going on is you're undermining that base. And this energy bill is a travesty. It is the worst thing you're doing. This is a national security issue. Vote no on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but I just have to. I really do. You know, I certainly feel that I got lots of emails on this, and the average person that was watching and sending out emails feels that renewable energy is a very laudable goal. I really think the average person on the street thinks that. And I do respect the author of this bill a great deal, neighbor of mine and everything else, but this bill is not a good bill. And we've witnessed that tonight. We've seen the DFL caucus really torn apart a little bit on this, and we've seen the state torn apart on something like this. It's not the right way to do things. This bill is going to cost everybody. It's going to cost the ratepayer, the little grandma sitting there with her one little light on trying to save a little money. It's going to cost big business, little business. It's going to cost everybody a lot of money. And what for? You know, government is not going to be able to change the market. You can try and force the market, and it might work for a little while. And I give you ethanol as a perfect example. But if the market doesn't want it, it's not going to work. And it's going to cost money. And I submit to you that this initiative will suffer the same fate as ethanol. When you mess with the free market, we have plenty of energy around, and this is not the way to do things. So I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm proud to stand and support this bill. And I want to applaud Representative Hortman for her very hard work in bringing to us a bill through very troubled waters. And she's had to make many compromises because she cared about Minnesotans and all of the things that others came to her about. This is something that I think happens when we're moving into the future. It's difficult to move to the future and to leave the past, old ways that have worked well in the past, but if we're going to move into the future, we need to reconsider how we've done things. Renewable energy is extremely popular in my district. In fact, most of my constituents, I think, tell me I'm not progressive enough on renewable energy. I've carried some bills that tried to make changes, and there's some small pieces of some of the bills that I've carried to bring about progressive change in renewable energy in this bill. I'm happy that she's been able to move them forward. There was some comment a few minutes ago about national security. I would just mention, and actually Representative Howe reminded me of this before, but the military has truly embraced renewable energy, and they are moving in that direction with great effort because of national security. They recognize that they need to have a force that can move and be energized by energy that's produced right where they are. And they can't rely on fossil fuels necessarily for that. And we shouldn't be going to war to fight for fossil fuels. So renewable energy is the direction that we should move in the future. And I think that this takes some steps in that direction. And Minnesota, I think, can be proud of the steps that we are taking to make solar energy a greater part of our energy portfolio. So as I said, I'm proud to support the bill, and I'm very happy that Representative Hortman has brought it before us.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the debate, Representative Garofalo asked various members on the other side what they thought was wrong with the bill, and he could never get a straight answer out of people. And the thing that nobody wanted to admit was that this bill is going to be bad for business, whether it's on the Iron Range or in Pope County or in Jackson County, wherever in this state. It's going to be a negative influence on business in the state, which is not good. Whether it's West Central, Southwest, East Central, this is not going to help our state's business competitiveness. It was also mentioned that the bill picks winners and losers. Up in our area in Douglas County, there's a company that does manufacture solar panels, but they're solar thermal, which I've heard is a much more efficient method of converting solar energy to energy. It's not in this bill. So again, it picks winners and losers, and hopefully as this goes forward, there can be a look at solar thermal down the road, because that is a method that is more efficient in converting sunlight to energy. But again, It's going to raise the cost of electricity, of power, and whether you are a processor of any kind of food product, ethanol, food processing, it's going to hurt business in Minnesota. So I would encourage a red vote as well.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, members, I'd like to encourage a yes vote here tonight. And as I've been listening to the debate for the last several hours, it reminds me of the period that's been referenced a number of times, 1994. If we were to substitute the word wind for solar, we would be having the exact same debate. The technology wasn't ready. It was going to be too costly. It wasn't going to be reliable. That was the debate that took place at the time. It was strongly resisted by NSP or XL. A couple of years later, I opened up the Tribune, and literally a 2-page spread, and it was NSP talking about the virtues of wind power and all that it was going to accomplish. Now, that was a mandate, as I mentioned earlier tonight, 450 megawatts of wind, 50 megawatts of biomass. That was the original goal. But the point is, it worked. And the very debate that we're having tonight was the very debate that we had in 1994. So I'm absolutely convinced that when we look to the future, when we're out there a couple of years, we're going to say this was a wise decision as we're moving down the road of another alternative energy source that I believe is going to work. So I would ask you to please vote yes.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, members, wow. This energy omnibus bill is a war on workers, a war on women, war on work, war on wallets, basically a war on whatever you want to talk about. This bill is going to increase the amount of money that our hardworking families are going to have to pay out. Just last week, I find it extremely ironic that we passed a bill to raise the minimum wage. And in one hand, workers are going to see an increase in their paycheck. And on the other hand, we're going to take it away because they're going to have to pay more in utility costs. This bill does nothing to strengthen middle-class Minnesotans, nothing to get our working poor out of poverty and into the next income bracket. Members, vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I know the real decisions are not made on the House floor. They're made in conference committee, and they're made in meetings that take place outside of this. This is more for the tourists and for the public. But I do hope that my friend from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, I do hope that you hear some of these concerns and you take them seriously, because you don't want to end up, we're going to have a bill after this bill, Representative Melin's bill, to fix a biomass mandate that was put in statute, where the politicians in the Capitol decided to tell a utility they had to buy a certain amount of power at a certain price from a certain provider. And we've been fixing it ever since. Now, the good news is that was a very small amount of power, a small amount of energy being supplied. And yet what we're seeing here today is very large scale in terms of its consequences. And if you get it wrong, it's not going to be easy to fix. There's going to be a lot of damage. 3 quick things. Number one, I want to say thank you to a group of people that people have been beaten up on tonight. I want to thank Excel Energy. I want to thank Otter Tail Power. I want to thank Alliant Energy. And I want to thank Minnesota Power for the jobs they provide in Minnesota, for the incredibly important service they provide of safe, reliable, and affordable energy. I want to say thank you for being valuable corporate partners in our state and for providing such an important service. You know, the thing that disappoints me is there's a group of people out there that are pretty smart, and they figured out a way that if they can get into law and just change one paragraph in law, they can cut into the utilities' revenue streams, get a dedicated revenue stream, put that into their pocket, and not have to pay for any of the costs. None of the distribution, none of the transmission, none of the administration. And that's what they're doing. They're very effective, they're very entrepreneurial, but make no mistake about it, okay? There are people doing this behind the scenes to make money. And boy, if this becomes law, there's going to be some people that are going to make a ton of cash. But Mr. Speaker and members, I'll repeat what I said in committee. Originally, when Representative Hortman had this bill come forward, it applied to everybody. It was 90% less bad, or 90% more bad when it came out of committee. And in committee, I said, I'm not going to get worked up about it, because there's no way this bill will get 68 votes on the House floor. And sure enough, it changed. Carve-outs were granted on the floor, granted in committee. People were exempted enough to hodgepodge it and get it out. And so today I assume the DFL majority has 68 votes to pass this bill. But Mr. Speaker and members, I'll guarantee you, there's no way Tom Bach is going to let this become law. There's no way you got 34 senators to vote for this level of insanity. So the question is why? Why are you doing it? And I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I can only hope in the conference committee process that the damage is limited and that there's stuff it's designed in a way that's temporary, can be corrected and overturned. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm not going to get too worried about it because the real decisions are going to be made in the future. Very few people on this floor are going to make those decisions, and I just hope that I hope those people in the Senate just make this bill a little bit less bad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So far, Democrats want hardworking taxpayers to pay more for beer, for cigarettes, for rental cars, for baseball cards. They want Minnesotans to pay more for health insurance, for clothes, for haircuts, for oil changes. They want you to pay higher fees for your driver's license, pay more for your gas, higher fees for batteries, carpet, and even the water that you drink. And today, Democrats want to add one more thing to the list, as if it wasn't already long enough. Today, Democrats want every Minnesotan, every hardworking taxpayer in the state of Minnesota, to pay more for their energy bill. What's next? This bill is yet another example of Democrats coming to St. Paul and putting their party and their special interests before their constituents. This bill creates an enormous unfunded mandate that will result in higher energy bills for the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota. The proposed 40% renewable energy standard by 2030 for Minnesota companies like Otter Tail Power includes a 4% solar mandate that will make energy more expensive and less reliable. The Made in Minnesota program increases costs for low-income ratepayers, so Democrats' special interests are given a guaranteed government market. The result, members? Low-income families will be subsidizing high-income Minnesotans who can afford to install solar panels on their homes. That's right. The low-income people in Minnesota are going to subsidize the wealthier people who can afford to put solar panels on their house. That's what this bill does. This is Robin Hood in reverse. We're going to take from the poor and give to the rich. That's not what I remember hearing in the election, in the campaigns, but another example of the Democrats saying one thing and doing another. You know, I'm just a farm kid from Isani County, and I have really struggled to understand how we do business here in St. Paul. And I've given this speech on the House floor a few times in the past, and I'm sure that I'll bore you with it a few more times in the future. But I've got kind of a problem-solving mind, and I like to think about everything that we do here and analyze, what is the problem? Identify the problem first, and then work towards a solution. Unfortunately, the way this place operates, we have 201 legislators who come to St. Paul, all leaders in their own right, in their own community. They come to St. Paul and they introduce, they have bills drafted and they introduce a bunch of solutions. And then we go through the committee the process and try to figure out where the problem is. It's absolutely backwards. So when I look at this legislation come through the House floor, I try to imagine what was the problem we were really trying to fix in this bill. Weren't people paying enough for energy? Was that the problem? We want people to pay more. We didn't think they were paying enough. So we're going to put all kinds of mandates on them and the power generators in the state of Minnesota so that they'll have to pay more. Gosh, I would have thought, based on what I heard in the campaign, that we were going to come to St. Paul and the problem might be, how do we reduce energy costs in Minnesota? How do we make energy more affordable to hardworking Minnesotans? How do we make energy more affordable to draw businesses into Minnesota who will create the jobs that we need in our economy here in Minnesota? I would have thought that would be the problem that we were looking for a solution for. I still haven't figured out what problem we're addressing here. States with similar mandates have 50% higher utility costs than the state of Minnesota. In this recovering economy, Minnesota can't afford to pay more for energy. Our hardworking taxpayers already pay enough. This legislative session, off of this House floor, you have already voted for over $2.6 billion in new taxes on Minnesotans and over $300 million in new fees. And as if that isn't enough, we're going to pass all kinds of mandates on our cities and schools that are going to raise property taxes. And we're going to pass all kinds of mandates on our power generation companies that are going to raise people's energy costs. This coming from the party that said they were going to represent the middle class. I'm pretty ashamed of what you guys are doing to the middle class in Minnesota. This is an embarrassment, members. Every hardworking Minnesotan is going to pay more for their energy, except for the Iron Range, I apologize, except for the Iron Range. Every hardworking Minnesotan is going to pay more for their energy because of this bill. That's what you're doing. I guess maybe somebody, if they speak after me, can talk about what the real problem here was, what we were trying to solve. And what everybody was warned about, what happens when Minnesota's government is controlled by one party? This is exactly the kind of overreach everybody warned about. And this is exactly the kind of overreach that the Democrats are taking advantage of here in St. Paul. Democrats' overreach is reckless, and hardworking taxpayers will be the ones who pay the ultimate price. In fact, this bill is so bad that in order to get enough votes, apparently we had to offer carve-outs to certain industries and areas of the state to get enough people to vote for it. That's how bad it is. And members, if it's bad for the Iron Range, it's bad for every part of Minnesota. One of the members of the Iron Range said, my friend Representative Anzel's, and this is his quote, "Members, this isn't really as bad as it sounds." That's what he said. This isn't really as bad as it sounds. Of course, he was referencing the carve-out. You know what, members? This really is as bad as it sounds. It is as bad as it sounds. And I ask all of you to vote no.
The Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And once again, thank you for a lengthy and informed debate, largely informed. It got a little heated once in a while, and I did hear from a few of our members this side of the aisle that sometimes the yelling isn't necessary, but I know that we get passionate about our points of view, all of us, and so once in a while we do raise our voices a little bit, although I'm not sure turning up the volume changes anybody's perspective. I really want to thank Representative Hortman and the committee who worked hard on this piece of legislation, and it is a complicated piece of legislation. I remember when I was first elected in my first term in 2007, and it seemed like everybody was talking about energy policy and needing to make a change in Minnesota and in America, that we needed to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and we needed to invest and build in new sources of energy, and this piece of legislation does this. I will tell you, in 2007 it was a lot easier. It seemed like everyone was interested in this, but politics has gotten in the way again, And what I think we're seeing here tonight is a division between those of us who are willing to explore and invest in new methods of creating energy here in Minnesota and those who are invested in the status quo. And I don't believe that the status quo, the energy sources that we have relied on in America and in Minnesota for a long, long time, are the way for the future, are the way for independence, and are a way for a prosperous middle class. Sometimes the work that we have to do is really difficult. And Representative Hortman has brought together a bill that is a challenge for us, obviously. We've spent a lot of time debating it. But it is a move toward the future. It is an important move for Minnesota, and I want to thank her for that and urge members to vote yes.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I want to thank the staff for the Energy Policy Committee, my committee administrator, Peter Strohmeyer, my committee legislative assistant, Mary Faust, the nonpartisan House research staff. We had the best of the best. We had Bob Eliff, and all of us made him work very, very hard this session. I don't think I know of a person in the staff of the entire legislature who's worked harder than him. The partisan staff on both sides is excellent. We're always very blessed to have excellent staff. And then the members of the committee. I learned a lot from all the members of the committee and appreciated the contributions of everyone. And Representative Quam, in committee you sent around a lot of emails with information. And one of them was a link to the Energy Information Administration website where I looked at Minnesota's energy generation and got even more information than I had before. And what I found was, I think, the best evidence for my bill, and it's thanks to the site that you sent me. In November 2012, in Minnesota, we generated more energy from wind than from our nuclear plants. In November 2012, if you follow Representative Quam's link, you can see it. And people said it wasn't possible. People said we couldn't have a thriving wind industry, we couldn't have those jobs here, we couldn't create that energy from a new source, and we did it. But it's important that we walk before we run, and that's why this bill is smaller. Just like in wind, we'll start with what we think we can do, and if it works, we'll expand it, and if it doesn't work, we'll try something else. Early on in the year, we had members of the Minnesota solar industry in the committee come to tell us about the jobs and the economic development in the industry. And we had testimony from Minnesota companies like Geronimo Energy, 3M, Renewable Energy Division, Silicon Energy, Honeywell, Powerfully Green, a company up in Alexandria, Rural Energy Alliance, Silent Power from Baxter, Solar Skies, Sundial Solar, 10K Solar. And they all testified about the jobs that they were able to provide here in Minnesota because of the growing solar industry. When you look around the country at job growth, you see the states that have adopted a standard, and 16 of them have. The job growth is concentrated in those states. If Minnesota adopts this standard, we'll be the 17th state to do so. And it starts small. It's just 0.5% of our energy from solar by 2016, 2% by 2020, and 4% by 2025. And I think the best argument I can give you in favor of voting for the bill is the testimony that 3M left with our committee in their explanation to us about how more solar in Minnesota would create more jobs and economic growth in our state. They said solar is a rapidly growing industry worldwide. There's strong drivers. People want energy diversity. People want distributed generation, sustainability, and jobs. Minnesota is early with just 10 megawatts installed, yet our solar resource is greater than Germany, where they have 31,000 megawatts. And the last words he left with our committee were, solar represents a good business opportunity for Minnesota-based companies. I ask you to vote for jobs and for clean energy. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. clerk close the roll? Garofalo votes aye. Being 70 nays and 63, or 70 ayes and 63 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. There is another bill at the desk. The clerk will report the next bill.
Senate File 521, the first engrossment, an act relating to energy.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thought maybe we just weren't done talking about energy for the evening. Senate File 521 is a bill relating to biomass. In 1994, this legislature mandated 3 biomass projects as part of the Prairie Island Nuclear Cask Storage Agreement, and these projects are located in St. Paul, Benson, and then the Laurentian Energy Project, which is actually split between Hibbing and Virginia. Since 2007, the Laurentian Energy Authority, which is a joint venture of the municipal public utilities in Hibbing and Virginia, has produced 35 megawatts of renewable biomass annually for Xcel Energy as part of this mandate. Of the 3 projects around the state, Benson, St. Paul, and the Laurentian Energy Authority, the other 2 have a fuel adjustment clause available in their agreement with Xcel Energy. For whatever reason, the Laurentian Energy Authority didn't have that fuel adjustment clause in their agreement with Xcel Energy, so this bill simply allows for that same clause that's available at the other 2 biomass plants. This bill had a hearing in Energy Committee, and there was no testimony in opposition to the bill. Xcel testified on the bill, and they were not opposed to this language. And furthermore, this bill passed the Senate with strong bipartisan support with 44 yes votes, so I'm hoping this evening I can have your support. I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you, members.
Members, there are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the first amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 521, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can withdraw all the amendments I have for this bill. I'll be offering on none of those tonight.
There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend Senate File 521, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 609.
Representative Beard.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, while I'd love to chatter on about this bill, I'm going to withdraw this amendment and not speak any further on it. Thank you.
Representative Beard withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 521, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 608.
Representative Quam.
I'll withdraw that amendment.
Representative Quam withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 521.
Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there's another amendment at the desk. And if that amendment was withdrawn, I'd like to offer it, please.
There were lots of amendments withdrawn, Representative Anderson.
It's the A5 amendment.
I didn't call it.
Yeah, you said third reading. But I don't know.
It doesn't matter if I gavelled it, though. I didn't actually get the gavel on it.
That's okay. I mean, it's your call. Yeah, your call.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk clerk will report the amendment.
Who's offering it? Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 521, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the amendment that you voted on in the last bill with broad bipartisan support. I'd ask that you vote for this as well.
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, in light of the fact that we just accepted this language onto the other bill, I wouldn't be opposed to adding it to this one too if that makes you more comfortable. So I would encourage members to vote yes on the now Sarah Anderson amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 521 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an example of what happens when politicians try to outsmart the market. Here we are, decades later, trying to fix a problem in law. This is mandating that wholesale energy is purchased at $109 a megawatt hour. Unnecessary, unneeded, and yet the Excel ratepayers are the ones who will pick the cost up on this. Members, I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'll be brief in my closing comments. But just again, Excel is not opposed to this bill. It's had broad bipartisan support, so I would ask for your support. Please vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. There is another bill at the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 854. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 854 on the calendar for today, an act relating to energy.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's been a long couple of days for my family. My wife got hurt at work yesterday, and I just wanted to say thank you to all you nice people for reaching out today. She had surgery, and it went very well. The cool thing about this body is we can have these big back and forths and talk about bills being garbage and all kinds of stuff, but at the end of the day, folks around here do really care for one another. And speaking of caring for folks, this is for low-income people. The bottom line with respect to this bill, and it's got support from both industry folks and the proponents of the bill, is that it recognizes a little higher standard for gas utilities, goes from 0.02% to 0.04%, and frankly the utilities are already doing that. It just recognizes what they're currently doing in law, and also the utilities like it because there's it takes away from the financial disincentive of increasing it even further. So on behalf of both the utilities and the proponents for the bill, I'd appreciate your support for it.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer the A2 amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Benson.
Mr. Speaker, that was my amendment, and I had withdrawn it.
All right. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend House File 845 as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, I hope that you'll take this amendment. I learned from both you and from Representative Rukavina that any time that you have a provision, you need to plant it in several different places. So, members, this is the same amendment that you voted on twice now, so I'm asking for 3 times. So if you could support it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Representative Atkins.
Members vote no. This is garbage. Garbage. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to see if y'all were still awake. It's a good amendment. I just want to be part of the club. 3 for 3. So please vote for it. I think I woke up Representative Fritz over here.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Now, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 854 as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion of the bill? Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 46 states do this. We're doing this already. No, this is a good bill. It's supported by. I'd ask members to support it.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 12 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1000. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1000, the second engrossment, an act relating to energy.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is a appropriation of $500,000 to the clean energy resource teams. Their goal is really to help communities, businesses, and individuals comply with our conservation efforts. So this is simply an appropriation to keep that group going. They do a wonderful job across the state. I urge your support.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 1000, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 588.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is one I spoke of a while ago when I had the delete all amendment. This is in the other bill, but I think it's probably prudent that we put it in a couple places that are probably going to pass. Certainly Representative Kelly has a very worthwhile bill that I spoke to before. This one is for our friends at Otter Tail Power Company. They're making major investments in cleaning up the Big Stone plant, and it's traditional that we allow them to rate recover that over a period of years to be set by the PUC. They just need this authority to do so. I'd encourage you to vote aye on the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 1000, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 589.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment is very similar in nature to the one we just adopted and the one that's in 856, I think, that we just thoroughly discussed over the past 6 hours. This is for our friends at the gas company. They have some physical plant they need to replace, and as usual, they have to take it to the PUC for authority to rate recover, but they need legislative authority to do so, and we can offer that in this bill. I'd encourage your support of this legislation also. I'm trying to remember Representative Seltzer, I think this was her bill originally. Please vote yes.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Beard yield for a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, Do we have any idea what the impact will be? How big the I know it's the otter tail amendment we just adopted. It kind of went kind of quickly, but do we have any idea about total cost that's going to impact or be recovered? Or with this one, do we have any idea what the cost will be?
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, I don't actually have the amendment in front of me. I'm looking around here in my piles of paper, and I don't see it. Here, just a moment. I remember the bill coming before committee, and oh, here we go. And no, I don't have a fiscal note attached to it, but I do know that if we don't pass this, it slows down the reconstruction of gas infrastructure that's getting quite aged, so it almost becomes a public safety issue for us to work with. Again, members, this is a routine matter we've approved before. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you what the rate's going to be. Those will be determined by the PUC after we grant the authority.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Beard, I'm trying to remember, but I think this was on the order of significant tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of upgrades for the gas infrastructure. But it seems like this is an interesting place to put this on a very small appropriation that funds the search teams. The one that dealt with otter tail, I mean, that's emission, I think it's emission equipment that we're allowing rate recovery on, which is significantly expensive. And so, I mean, I'm just kind of curious as to, why they're getting tacked onto this relatively small bill that was at least non-controversial, and these, potentially would make this bill a lot more controversial. I know these provisions are moving in the Omnibus Energy Bill, which is, I think, where they appropriately reside, because we can talk about in the entire context of the energy provisions that, have been brought forward this year. I caution members that this is making the bill significantly more complicated.
Representative Beard.
Well, I know I wasn't asked to yield, Mr. Speaker. I just thought I'd make a concluding comment that once again, this is routine investment guidance we give the PUC for these regulated utilities that are rebuilding infrastructure that in some cases has been in the ground better part of 70 or 80 years. And part of what they do is they make that investment. Of course, some of that comes from borrowed funds and from earnings. Some comes from stockholders. But an appropriate portion determined by the Public Utility Commission actually is charged back to the ratepayers who will benefit. That's the gist of it, and I just urge your support.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This stuff does not belong on Representative Kelly's bill. Representative Kelly's bill is a very simple bill. It's a very small bill with a limited scope. And these amendments radically increase the scope and the size of his bill, and they do not belong on his bill. Members, you should reject these amendments.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As the author of the bill, I gladly accept Representative Beard's amendment. I think it is appropriate here, and as we've been going throughout this process, we know that a number of bills get attached in different areas to protect those. And Representative Falk, if you had a concern about them, I heard nothing as your concern when we went through the energy bill overall, and all of a sudden now we put it on another bill and you're concerned about these issues. I would urge your support and would recommend approval of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hortman. Okay. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would rise to a point of order under germaneness, and this greatly expands the scope of the bill. The appropriation for funding certs is quite small, and this is on a magnitude significantly larger, dealing with rate recovery on a huge scale. And we have these provisions moving in the Omnibus Energy Bill where they are appropriate because it accompanies the size and the scope of the other energy policy provisions, but this, takes a very small, non-controversial bill and makes it a lot more complicated. So I would hope that you find the point of order well taken.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think to set the precedent that because this makes a bill more complicated means it's not germane is a tough standard for us to put in place here on the House floor. Germaneness really has to do with whether or not the amendment that we're talking about is germane to the subject of the bill, and it obviously is. This is an energy bill. It is germane to the main. It's the same section of law. It's obviously germane to the bill. Just because it's more complex, if we take that as our standard, we wouldn't take an amendment on any bill, Mr. Speaker. I think you should find the point of order not well taken.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Falk, state your advice.
Speaker. To clarify, it makes it a lot more complicated, but this greatly expands, and it's under Germanus 3.21. If you take a $500,000 appropriation, expand it to something on the order of tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars worth of rate recovery, yes, it greatly expands the scope of the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pepin, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to point your attention. I don't know if you have the bill and the amendment in front of you. Both the bill and the amendment are both under 216B. I think that we've established in the past that generally, if it's in the same chapter, it's germane. So I encourage you to find the point of order not well taken.
Okay, members, having listened to the advice of Representative Pepin and Representative Woodard and Representative Falk, and having reviewed the bill and the amendment, I find that the point of order is well taken. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will report will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1000, as amended.
Third reading. Representative, any further discussion on the bill? Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Representative Kelly. This is a very good, solid bill, and I would encourage a strong bipartisan vote in support.
Seeing no further discussion of the bill, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Torkelson votes aye. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The last bill on the calendar for the day is House File 228. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 228. The first engrossment, an act relating to public safety.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill was brought forward to be by my county attorney, who was actually on the Hugo Fire Department when this fire that this bill information came from took place. This deals with enhancing the penalties for arson. In May, I believe it was early May of 2009. It was a real dry year. Might have been early April. We had an arson fire at the Carlos Avely Wildlife Refuge. It burned over 2,600 acres, involved over 200 firefighters, over 100 fire department apparatus, 2 helicopters and their support crews to put this fire out. This fire was intentionally set by a member of a fire department, and we never did learn the reason why. Not only this fire, he set a number of other ones that kept the fire department busy putting out protecting structures, to the point where this fire, the last fire he set, actually getting out of control and burning a large amount of area. During the court trial, once they found him during the court trial, he was found guilty of the arson, and at that point is when they found out a problem with our current statute. Under the sentencing guidelines, the way the current statute is written, all he could get was probation. He never spent 1 day in jail. This bill enhances that, so if it's a fire over 500 acres, gets some time. If it's over 1,500 acres and threatens 100 houses, it increases the penalty even more. And also, if a member of the fire department is injured, causing demonstrable bodily harm, it also increases the penalties. I do ask for your support for this bill. It does have the support of the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, Minnesota Fire Chiefs, and the Minnesota DNR. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 228.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, how do you prove, or what kind of evidence, I guess that's my question, what kind of evidence do you need, or how do you determine that somebody willfully sets a wildland fire? I know in many cases, you can't determine where the fire even started. What does it take to determine how a wildfire is intentionally set?
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hackbarth, members, arson is very hard to prove. Generally, unfortunately, in a fire, the evidence is burned up. Finding the location of where the fire started, I've been a member of the fire department for a number of years. Generally, where the fire started is easy to find by the burn pattern, to find the start of the fire. A lot of times with these arson fires, it's information that law enforcement and the fire investigators have come up with from witnesses of vehicles, finding the correct vehicles, and unfortunately with the evidence normally being burned up, it's getting the person who started the fire to actually admit it. Getting them to admit they started the fire is generally the only way you get an arson fire conviction. So we're getting the suspect to actually admit to starting the fire.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson, is that what your bill says? That the person has to admit, or how does this work? Is that what's in the bill? I mean, because that's making this a crime and a felony. I'm just very, very concerned that somebody's going to be charged with this crime, with a felony, and they're not going to admit to it. And I want to know what kind of evidence it's going to take to convict that person if they're not going to admit to the fire. I mean, this is something that very much concerns me. I don't like turning people into felons, particularly if they are accused of something they didn't do.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hackbarth.
Representative Johnson.
The standards are still the same. Right now it is a felony to commit this crime. To get convicted, you need to be convicted by either a jury or by a judge. And it has to be clear and convincing evidence provided by the county, if it's done through the county attorney's office, to get that conviction. It doesn't change the standards for the conviction of a felony. Right now it is a felony to do an arson fire. This just enhances the penalties if it gets to be a large fire. This particular fire affected the communities from 30 miles around, drawing the fire apparatus and the fire protection from the communities from 30 miles away, and this was just 25 miles north of the metro area. It took a lot of apparatus and a lot of members to put this fire out, and also endangered the surrounding communities because they didn't have their fire service available.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know members want to go home, and I don't want to belabor this point, but Representative Johnson, you know that this is in my district. I understand that. I've been to Carlos Avery on many wildland fires myself. My concern is we're making it easier to pin something on somebody and accuse them of having a felony and then charging them with that felony. That's my problem with this bill. We don't spell it out. You can't tell me exactly what it's going to take to accuse and convict this person of a felony. That's what I need to know. And if you can't tell me that and spell it out a little bit more clear than you have, I'm going to have to vote no on the bill. I know I'll probably be the only red on the board, but I can't vote for this bill unless you can tell me how that's going to work. And you haven't told me that.
Representative Melin. Okay. Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Hackbarth, many of our laws, all they say is knowingly or willfully or intentionally, and this actually sets the bar higher. It doesn't say somebody that starts a fire, it says somebody that willfully starts a fire. And so none of our laws really basically set out all the requirements you have to prove. They either say knowingly or willfully or wrongfully. And so I have no problem supporting this bill. And we do have expert arson investigators that are trained to read fire patterns and find out the origination of the fire. And I think the willfully adds to the high bar that it takes for a conviction. And nobody's going to get convicted unless they meet the standards and the county attorney charges them. So I'd ask for your green support.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And spending 18 years as an arson investigator, I don't think this changes the standard at all. The thing is you've got to prove intent. And intent is proven a number of different ways. You can find all wildfires tell a story. You can read the fire patterns. You can tell how it is. And the issue is proven intent. And that doesn't change in this bill at all. You still have to prove it. And investigators have to go through the whole deal to find and prove intent and where it goes. So I'm in support of the bill, and I'm sure if you would have went to the International Association of Arson Investigators, they would have supported it too. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Johnson, what bothers me about this bill, and I have to say I'm not really familiar with it, but it's not the standard of proof. And I think the people have said that the standard of proof would be the same as in other cases. I think that's true. But what I'm a little concerned about here is that what you've got is this tremendously graduated penalty, and the penalty is related to something that I don't see an intent element as to the amount of damage. So in other words, you get a tremendous difference in the potential penalty based on something that is really completely out of the person's control. In other words, they go out in the dry field and drop a match. They might be intending to, do something. Obviously it's a bad thing. But they might not be intending to burn down, a huge area. And of course, we do that with a lot of different, we do that with some crimes, I think. But it just seems to me that you don't have here, or maybe let me ask if he would yield to a question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Johnson, in order to go from one level of penalty to the other here, do you have to show that the person intended a level of harm from this, or is it just kind of happenstance, like, they did set something on fire, but then it happened to be a storm happened to come in with a lot of wind, and all of a sudden the thing got really out of control? Does it matter what they intended when they started the fire?
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, when a person starts a fire, there's usually two reasons. One, either they like fire, or they're trying to do a hero syndrome. I believe this one with this particular fire was a hero syndrome, as this was a member of the fire department, and he was the first person at the fire hall, which is very strange for him to go out to this fire. On this bill, it has different categories. Right now, if you intentionally set a fire and it burns 100 square feet before the fire department gets it out on a wildfire, that is a felony. Now you do that, same person starts another fire and it burns 500 acres, doesn't touch a building, or does $100,000 worth of damage to a crop, that enhances it. $100,000 to a farmer is a lot of money. That's a large field. That's a lot of corn or soybeans. And if it burns even more acreage, it also enhances it, or more damage, or threatens houses. If this particular fire where this bill came out of would have damaged one kid's playhouse, which would have been a building, he would have gone to prison. But because no building was burned or damaged, all he had was probation. Firefighters could have been hurt seriously. This bill also allows for restitution for the damage to the fire department. On the fiscal note that was done on this, I was told it was the first time a fiscal note came back the only thing that came back was a positive for the local jurisdictions, because of the possibility to get a restitution for the injuries to the fire department, fire personnel.
Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Representative Johnson. You know, I don't doubt that, you know, nobody's defending somebody who starts a fire intentionally. I mean, that's clearly a bad thing. For whatever their motive is for doing that, it's clearly a bad thing. And I have no problem at all with restitution, whether it's for $100,000 or $250,000. But what you've got here is a big difference in the penalty. So somebody could, the difference of 10 potential years in prison based on the fire burning more than if two people start a fire, two people are guilty of arson, one of them could get 20 years and one of them could get 10 based on something that has nothing to do with how culpable they are, just where the fire happens to go. And that's the problem that I have with this. I don't have any, obviously in many cases if somebody's injured, that person is held culpable for that injury. I have no problem with that at all. Because when you start a fire, you know that you're taking a risk that somebody's going to get injured, and you know you're taking a risk that property is going to be damaged, and so on. It's just the graduated penalties here for something that the person doesn't, they could have the same intent, You could have two people that are just starting a little fire in a field, and for one of them it gets way out of control, and that person ends up with 20 years in prison, as opposed to the person who got lucky and it rained right away. You see what I'm saying? So am I reading this correctly? Because that just doesn't seem right to me.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I want to make it really clear that already in statute we have graduated penalties for arson when buildings are involved. So when you're in a residential neighborhood or when you're by an apartment complex, we currently have these graduated penalties already in statute. Where we don't have them already in statute is when it's a wildfire. So you're out in these large areas, either prairie lands or lots of trees or farm fields. And so this statute is just making it consistent with if you do the same level of damage you would do if you were burning a building or a shed or one of those. And so, members, I strongly encourage your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being the Speaker votes no. There being 111 ayes and 19 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, May 9th, 2013. House File Number 1054.
Motions and resolutions. Copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions are online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, those motions will be taken first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. Any announcements? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 8th, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourn today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 8th, 2013. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 8th, 2013.